Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 317WB. 51 This team is extremely dangerous for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Shank's words, Su Yong stopped his steps. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly continued to walk forward. At the same time, he also left a message for Shanks. I still say the same thing. Many things are out of our control. What should come will always come. It's just late or early. Whitebeard is not afraid, and I am not afraid. Watching Su Yang's back gradually leaving, Shanks was sluggish for a moment. Of course, everything he did was not for Whitebeard, but for Ace, because he was Luffy's brother. It seems that the people from the 17th Division of Whitebeard don't agree with what we said. Ben Beckman glanced at the expression on Shanks' face, and said calmly. Although he was a little disappointed, after hearing Ben Beckman's words, he still leaked a smile. Forget it. Like Whitebeard, he's a bit stubborn. Let's go to the bar. After Shanks said that, just a few steps away, Usopp's voice came from behind him. But, boss, that pub has been destroyed because of Su Yong and the others. Undoubtedly, it seemed like a direct blow to Shanks, who turned around with a scowling look on his face. Oops, I completely forgot. It seems that things are not going well today. Forget it, let's go to another tavern. Advertisement. After turning around, Shanks moved on. The crowd followed quickly. Ben Beckman quickened a few steps, walking side by side with Shanks. He said, "What do you think of the newly established 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates?" When Shanks heard this, his face became solemn, and after a few seconds of deliberation, he said flatly, "It's very strong, far beyond my expectations, and, in the battle just now, I found a man called Madara. Man, his eyes have changed. From normal eyes, it became blood red, and even had a pattern, but after the battle, his eyes returned to normal. I guess the moves he released should have something to do with his eyes." After listening to it, Ben Beckman was a little confused. He sailed this sea with Shanks, and it was the first time that such a situation had been encountered. Not only that one named Madara. There is a very strange person besides Su Yong. Shanks looked at Ben Beckman. Didn't you find it? Ben Beckman asked rhetorically. I didn't care too much, most of the attention was on Madara. Advertisement. Listening to Shanks' answer, Ben Beckman explained. The one carrying the axe seems to have become stronger step by step with the passage of time, and the breath on his body has also changed, and his whole body reveals arrogance. The 17th Division of Whitebeard is an extremely dangerous division. Although it was established not long ago, I think it can be called the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace Squad. For Ben Beckman's high evaluation, Shanks even nodded and agreed with him. In the waters of this island, a marine warship is observing the movement of the island from a distance. Yes, the fighting stopped just now, specifically because of the conflict. The people we installed on the island did not eavesdrop on it. Okay, I see. You guys retreat first. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. On the other side of the phone bug, Sengoku hung up the phone bug sadly. It wasn't for him to deal with it originally, but when he heard about Whitebeard's 17th Division, he immediately took over the matter himself. Sengoku slowly put the phone bug in his hand on Crane's desk, but the person seemed to be distracted because he was thinking about something. This has only just appeared, and it has been taken seriously by Marine, even the world government. These guys are tricky. Advertisement. Crane's voice disturbed Sengoku's contemplation. He raised his head slightly, glanced at Crane, and sat down on the stool. How long has it been? The 17th Division has changed from 2 intelligence personnel to 4 intelligence personnel, and one of them is even worse than Sakazuki. This sea has also ushered in a short period of calm since the guys from the old era quieted down. However, the appearance of the 17th Division gave me a sudden illusion that it seemed to return to the extremely evil era of rocks. Hearing Sengoku's chatter, Suru didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. The key. It's not just the matter of the Whitebeard Pirates. The first half of the recent Great Route has not been smooth. If Marine doesn't deal with it in time, they will become a problem for us Marine in a few years. Figure. When the Crane said this, Sengoku's face changed immediately, and he complained. There is Garp's grandson here, That guy. It doesn't matter if he is worried, the key is, son, the grandson doesn't make you worry. Hey. With the sound of his laughter in his office, the heavy atmosphere in the office eased a lot. Sengoku frowned and said, "What? Crane, do you think I'm wrong?" No. You're right, it's true, but I can't blame Garp entirely. He mentioned those things to me more than once before. He explained with a smile. 52 Sengoku. This blade is about to be unsheathed for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What you said. It's not bad. Although Garp is a father and a grandfather, he can never dominate other people's lives. Sengoku looked a little complicated. He picked up the teapot beside him, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and then said calmly. Recently, the New World is not very peaceful. The redhead has contact with Whitebeard. I don't know what plans are being discussed. And today, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates met with the red hair again. Although there seems to be a conflict, it is not ruled out that they did it on purpose to show us Marine. Hearing Sengoku's analysis, she also pondered, and after a while, she whispered. There is such a possibility. What is the plan of the world government? Since we learned about the deeds of the 17th Division and the serious damage to Sakazuki, the world government has asked us to do our best to erase it. Sengoku carefully raised the teacup and tasted the good tea from Crane's side. Crane looked at him and seemed to vaguely see that Sengoku had a lot of white hair on his head. Call. He sighed heavily, and his cloudy eyes were obviously a little sad. As time changes, we have to admit that we are getting old. Forget it. Let's not talk about such sad things, but if you do Shichiban, have you thought about the consequences? Sengoku. I know. This will cause the largest war in years. Sengoku said with a solemn face and a very serious tone. Advertisement. If a war really breaks out, the other three emperors don't know if there will be any movement. If they also join in, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sengoku didn't think about the problem mentioned by the crane, and it was because of this that he didn't unsheath the blade given to Sengoku by the world government for a long time. Although the world government is only for its own interests, Sengoku is different, he has his justice in his heart. Seeing that Sengoku didn't say anything, Crane continued. I know it's difficult for you now, but sometimes, you have to make a choice, and the development speed of the 17th Division is far beyond our expectations. Let it go, maybe things will happen that no one can predict. Crane's words, if a panacea, instantly made him clear his mind. I think what you're saying makes sense. Time goes by and we're not the only ones getting older, and so does Whitebeard. I suspect that this 17th is the guy who Whitebeard cultivated who wants to inherit the will of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as we solve it smoothly, we are not afraid of a war in the future. Crane nodded in agreement with Sengoku's point of view. However, the 17th Division is not easy to deal with. If you want to encircle and suppress it, I think it is necessary to increase the combat power by 50% within the original plan. Facing Crane's reminder, Sengoku nodded. Well, it seems that this blade, I have to swing it out. Even so, we must choose the best time, the best place, a place that cannot be reached in time even if it reaches Whitebeard's ears. We only have one chance. Dot 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 dot. Advertisement. Su Yang's sighed. Since Uchiha Madara stopped, Su Yang and his party hadn't spent much time on the red-haired island. After checking the collection of food, they set sail again. Who are they? Su Yang looked suspiciously at the two women hiding in the corner. Their hair is messy, their clothes are shabby, their feet are bare, and they even lean on iron chains on their feet. After being discovered by Su Yang, the two women hugged each other tightly and looked at Su Yang with wide eyes. Fear had made her unsatisfactory tears flow out unwittingly. When Uchiha Madara, Ace Kano and Diablo came over, they looked at the two girls and shook their heads. I don't know, but it's very simple to deal with. Just kill it and throw it into the sea. Diablo said a note with a smile. Because of these words, the two shivering women burst into tears. They thought they had escaped from the traffickers, but they didn't expect that they would end up dead in the end. To shut up, Su Yang shouted at the two women, who immediately stopped and kept sobbing. Give you a few minutes and tell me what happened to you. Advertisement. We were originally nobles living on the island of Azrad, but not long ago, the pirates invaded. They saw that we were a bit handsome, and then we arrested us. Finally, we heard that he was going to take us sold to the auction house. At the back, when we landed on the island, while they were not paying attention, the two of us took the opportunity to escape, and then we saw a boat and ran in and hid. After hearing their words, Su Yong nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then your luck is really bad, we are also pirates. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, I'll do whatever you ask me to do, we don't want to die. Su Yong didn't want to take care of them, and originally wanted to throw them both away, whether it was life or death to see their fate. However, Uchiha Madara on the side said, "Can you cook?" "It will be." The two women nodded hurriedly. "It's good, I'm tired of the days of just cooking and eating. I want to be able to eat various flavors of food normally when I'm on the ship in the future. I think Su Yong, you shouldn't refuse food. Right?" Uchiha Madara asked Su Yong. However, it is true that these big men eat too simple, although they can fill their stomachs, but the taste is really indescribable. Whatever, we don't raise useless people anyway. 20%. 53 new member, Shivering Tornado, for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After hearing that Su Yong wouldn't kill them, the two women hurriedly knelt down, kowtowed and said tremblingly. Thanks, thanks. However, it would be a good thing to have two chores. In the past, cooking and chores would take turns. The appearance of the two of them just happened to take care of all these boring jobs. Stand up. Su Yong looked down at the two of them and spoke softly. They moved quickly. After hearing Su Yang's words, they stood up immediately, for fear that it would be too late and make Su Yong dissatisfied. Su Yong squatted down, reached out to grab their ankle cuffs, and then pulled hard, with a dang. The cuffs were instantly torn off. After seeing Su Yang's power, both women swallowed. In their hearts, an idea also sprouted. That is, absolutely obedient, absolutely can't have the idea of running away like before. After a while, both of their ankle cuffs were pulled off by Su Yong. After standing up, Su Yong asked. From today, you are a handyman of the 17th Division of my Whitebeard Pirates, but I advise you not to do anything stupid. After the two women heard the Whitebeard Pirates, they were stunned, and their backs even got cold. Yes, they never imagined that when they escaped, the boat they boarded in a hurry turned out to be the famous Whitebeard Pirates. Now, their pressure is unprecedented. For fear of saying a wrong word, they will end their lives. Advertisement. Su Yong glanced at them. The two of them were in tattered and dirty clothes, and after sighing lightly, they ordered. Diablo, take the two of them to the bathroom, let them rinse well, and then put on a clean suit. As for the clothes, we don't have any women's clothes on board, so just use mine. After leaving these words, Su Yong left here, because now he has a more important thing to do. Yes, that is, summons the fifth member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Arriving on the top of the boat, Su Yong took a look at his attribute panel after feeling the poisonous sun in the sky. Host. Su Yong. Binding. Whitebeard Pirates Episode 17. Ability. Tough Body. Special abilities. Wood Style. Sage Body, can be obtained through system rewards and team member inheritance. Summoning Value. 0.0 dropped by random people or things encountered in host. Summoned characters. Uchiha Madara, 50%, Diablo, 35%, Ace Kano, 40%. The unlocking progress does not affect the moves, and the unlocking progress reaches 60 to reach the peak strength of the original world, and beyond 60, the summoned character will be beyond the peak strength of the original world. The unlocking progress is related to several events. The host increases the strength, the summoned learns the ability of the world, and the summoned improves by himself. Warehouse. Summon Fragment X1. After looking back, Su Yong entered the command system. Use summoning fragments. Ding. Are you sure to use the summoning fragment? Close black lens bracket. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the successful use of host, and get 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. System. Summon. Advertisement. Ding. Command received. Calling. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Successfully summoned. Consumes 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the trembling tornado from One Punch Man. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the word tornado, the face of a woman with blue curly hair flashed through his mind, followed by a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. There is no other reason, the main reason is. Another uneasy guy came. Tornado, from the world of One Punch Man, the second S-class hero, a superpower. Naturally there is no such thing as a strength, and the nickname is Tsunere Loli. Su Yong believed that with the addition of Tornado, the 17th Division would be even more restless. An arrogant, Ace Kano, who sees everyone as a younger brother during the day and a father at night. A dance king, Uchiha Madara. A Tsunere, a tornado. Only Diablo was quieter. That's where it will work. The white light escaped from Su Yang's body and fell aside. Immediately after, the group of white rays of light divided into a group, followed by slowly turning into a human shape, accompanied by her opening her eyes. The white light on the human figure began to fall off little by little. Finally, a lowly-faced woman with green curly hair and a black slit gown appeared in Su Yang's line of sight. She blinked her eyes full of disbelief. Advertisement. She stretched out her hands, looked carefully, and then pinched her face with her hands. It hurts. This is not a dream, everything just now is real. Saying that, Tornado's gaze turned to Su Yong in front of him, along with a green light released from his body. She floated all over, then flew to Su Yong, circled around him a few times, and finally fumbled her chin, as if thinking about something. However, Su Yong didn't care at all about her behavior, or even what she was thinking about. He smiled lightly and said, "Welcome." Hey hey. The tornado flew in front of Su Yong, and then began to babble. I have traveled through the world to come here, and it is not good for you to simply say two words. Even the word, Tornwan, is not good. Do not say. When Tornado said this, Su Yong looked surprised, and he just said it casually. Then let me say it again. This new world welcomes you, Tornado. It's almost there. Tornado crossed his arms in front of his chest and snorted coldly. And at this time, Uchiha Madara just came out of the boat. Walking to the reclining chair, he lay down without saying a word. However, as soon as he lay down, he saw the tornado floating on the top of the boat, and of course, because of the angle, he didn't see Su Yong. Why is there an intruder? "20%. 54 big plans. Sengoku's layout for flowers." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While wondering, Uchiha Madara moved quickly and immediately stood up from the reclining chair. However, he was not in a hurry and jumped to the top of the boat immediately. Instead, he sensed the surroundings and wanted to make sure that there were other intruders in the boat. When he finished sensing, he lay down directly on the reclining chair. If Su Yong is on it, I don't need to deal with it. For such a boring thing, Uchiha Madara doesn't want to get involved. In his eyes, doing those boring things is better than sleeping on a chair. On Su Yuan's side, after saying a few words to the dragon scroll above, he took her down and introduced him to Uchiha Madara and his party. They are also not used to this kind of thing, after all, everyone is so inexplicable. They all regarded this as Su Yang's ability. However, it is worth mentioning that the two women who escaped on the Su Yong boat. After bathing, I was completely different from the previous one. In terms of appearance, it was high, with fair skin. In terms of body shape, both of them were similar, and they should look like nearly 170. Physically, both are great. Su Yong glanced at the two of them, and then said calmly, "The clothes are still a little bigger, but, there is no way, before you land on the second island, you can only do this. Lord Su Yong, don't think about me, just wear what you have." One of the women with long yellow hair said timidly. "Introduce yourself." Advertisement. "My name is Emily." The woman with long black hair said. "My name is Hilary Anna." The yellow-haired woman continued. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, several days have passed. It's been pretty peaceful these days. Tornado has also been fully integrated into this new family. The days on the boat, People who have nothing to do are always boring and boring. As for Emily and Anna, at the beginning, no matter what they did, they were cautious and didn't even dare to talk much. However, after several days of contact, what the two of them never expected was Su Yong wasn't as fierce and brutal as they thought, and so were the rest of the crew. Even if they made some small mistakes because they were too nervous at the beginning, Su Yong and the others didn't scold them during the whole process, and they even said, "Be careful," in a flat reminder. After several days of getting along, the two of them have been trembling in their hearts before they let go. Because they can really be sure at this moment, Su Yong, they really won't hurt themselves. It's finally coming to shore. Tornado sat on the guardrail of the boat, looking at the island not far ahead, his eyes full of anticipation. Although she didn't stay on the boat for a long time, she felt that she was about to get moldy. Advertisement. Here, Mr. Tornado, this is the juice you want. Anna was holding the plate in her hand, while the other hand held a glass of juice and handed it to the tornado. After taking the tornado, she took a gulp, then swayed her feet, and after swallowing it, she said, "Anna, after landing on the island, let's go shopping for clothes together, and call Emily by the way." Anna hesitated for a few seconds, then said softly, "This. You have to ask Mr. Su Yong." "Don't worry, Su Yong will definitely agree. After all, he is always in my ear, whispering to me to change my clothes." Dragon Roll complained. "As long as Lord Su Yong agrees, of course it's fine." Soon, the ship docked. Because Su Yang's boat is not coated, if they want to cross the red line from the bottom of the sea, they have to find some coating workers on the island to coat their boat. Although it would take a while, Su Yong didn't care, they could just rest here. There are plenty of supplies on board, so there is no need to replenish. After disembarking, it is free to move, but Su Yong still reminded that if he sees a coater, he should tell it, so that they don't have to look for it. A few hours later, the Holy Land Mariajoy. "What? Are you telling the truth?" Sengoku held the phone bug in his hand, and his expression was a little excited. "Yes, Marshal Sengoku, after our repeated confirmation, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates really appeared on that island." Advertisement. "Okay. I get it." Sengoku hung up the phone bug, lay down on the chair, closed his eyes, and started planning. "Yo-yo, Mr. Sengoku, it looks like you're going to attack the 17th chapter of the Whitebeard Pirates." On the other sofa, Kizaru, who is also one of Marine's 3 admirals, said with a smile. After hearing the voice, Sengoku opened his eyes and said calmly, "Pelusolino, I count you in this action this time." "But Mr. Sengoku, I'm on vacation today." Kizaru reminded. "You can take vacations anytime, but if you want to wait for such a good opportunity now, you don't know when." Sengoku said with a serious face. Kizaru just smiled without making a sound, nodding in agreement. As for what's on your mind, maybe he shouldn't ask, so he might be able to continue his vacation. In the following time, Sengoku did not continue to stay in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and began to arrange it. This time, Marine was lucky. Garp was on the island not far away, and it didn't take much time to get there. However, as for the other Marine Admiral Aokiji, he was far away and couldn't come over in a short period of time. 20%. 55 Future One Piece. Begging for flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This time, Sengoku made a lot of money in order to completely eliminate the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as they are on vacation, or have no missions, and have combat power themselves, they are all transferred. Sengoku, you are sure, once this is done, it will definitely start a war between pirates and marine. In the phone bug, Garp rarely said a serious word. Sengoku fixed his eyes on the phone bug in his hand, raised his brows, and said solemnly, "What? Are you afraid?" Garp. Hearing this, Garp not only didn't get angry, but laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Sengoku, even though I'm getting old, a bunch of kiddos don't make me tremble. Don't forget, even his captain, Whitebeard, was chased by me a lot back then, even Roger and the others." The more Garp talked, the more energetic he was, as if at this moment, he had returned to his younger generation. However, in his eyes, there is also a feeling of sadness. When did his bloody passion disappear without a trace? After Roger's death. Or, the establishment of the Four Emperors system. Advertisement. Or, I'm getting old and I can't do it anymore. Garp doesn't know about this. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sea is still this sea, but people have become different people. Okay, a big gentleman, aren't you ashamed to say such a thing? Hurry up and gather. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have such a good opportunity again. Sengoku groaned. Okay, the old man knows, but, are you sure about your plan? Sending so much marine power. In case, if the action fails, as Marines, all of us will gotta dig a hole and get in. Garp, we will not fail, justice will prevail. Cut, come on, this old man doesn't want to hear you say these useless nonsense, that's all. After a long time, Su Yang sighed. His progress was also smooth, and he successfully found a coder. However, after preliminary estimates by the coder, it will take 5 days to complete the coding. 5 days is neither too long nor too short. People like Su Yang are not in a hurry, so they don't care too much. Advertisement. Tornado went shopping with Emily and Anna, while Diablo, Uchiha Madara, and Ace Kano were free to move. As for where they went, Su Yang didn't know. As for Su Yang, after finding the coder, he went to the restaurant to fill his stomach, and then went to the pub to drink. Come on, guys, celebrate our successful arrival in the new world. At the table next to Su Yang, one of the men with a stubborn beard and a fat body picked up a bowl of wine, stood up, and shouted. As soon as this voice sounded, most of the people sitting in the tavern stood up one after another, picked up the wine, and shouted loudly. Thanks to the captain, we can see what the new world really is like. Look at what you said, isn't it just new world, your captain and me? In the future, I will be the man who will be the pirate king. When that time comes, you will be the pirate king's crew. As soon as his little fan brother heard it, he had already imagined his majestic appearance in his mind. Facing his captain, he admired even more. And Su Yang was sitting next door. After hearing this, he just smiled lightly, but when he wanted to continue drinking, he was stunned and seemed to think of something. After speaking, he also picked up the wine, came to his place, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to the future One Piece." When the bearded man heard the 3 words One Piece, his sense of satisfaction exploded, and before he even had time to look back to see who it was, he reached into his pocket and said, "It's still your little mouth that can talk, come, this is your reward." After all, he just took out some gold nuggets from his pocket and wanted to hand them to Su Yang, but after seeing Su Yang's face clearly, he paused. Advertisement. Who are you? Su Yang is not surprised. After all, his reputation is not very big now, only a small number of people who pay attention to New World's information will know a little bit. From the first half of the Grand Line, not to mention, he may not even know how many teams Whitebeard originally had, let alone the recently established 17th team. Su Yang smiled and continued. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I am a man who believes that you can become the Pirate King. Although he didn't know where Su Yang came from, he liked to hear what Su Yang said. You stinky boy, I like you very much. How about it? Don't join us. In the future, you will be the crew of One Piece. The scumbag man said with a smile. Okay, but, when I just came in, it seemed that Marines people were following you. Su Yang showed a very frightened look. The bearded man grinned, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Boy, have some guts, you will be a crew member of One Piece in the future, and the mere Marine will scare you like this, it's a shame, look, I am now go out and get him back. After all, the bearded man directly picked up the long knife leaning on the table and walked out staggeringly. By the way, the future One Piece. That guy is wearing a black hat and a suit. He's about 1.8 meters tall, don't get me wrong. 56 The opening of the prelude, the arrival of Sengoku, for flowers. _back_ios_new previous chapter next chapter _forward_ios. Advertisement. Okay, I'll catch him right away and let you kill it. It's a gift for you to join us. Looking at their retreating backs, Su Yong smiled lightly, then sat back on his table and drank the wine as if nothing had happened. Young man, if it's true, it's fine. If it's false, you can run away now. Otherwise, once they turn around, you won't be able to escape. At the bar, a man wearing a waiter's clothes kindly reminded Su Yong while wiping the cup in his hand leisurely. Su Yong looked up at him, just smiled, and said indifferently, "What's the point of that?" Of course, Su Yong wasn't fooling him. There was indeed a man in a black hat and a suit outside, but he was not following them, but Su Yong. As for his identity, it shouldn't be Marine, but he is a world government member with Marine. Su Yang's preliminary guess was that he should just come to monitor himself. Advertisement. If the group of pirates who went out just now can solve him smoothly, it is naturally good, but it doesn't matter if it can't be solved. As for the movement, Su Yong doesn't want to make trouble now, he just wants to wait for his boat to finish coating, and then leave here. After the man at the bar heard what Su Yong said, he didn't say anything more. He's been here for several years, and he's seen too many people who just arrived in the new world, like Su Yong. Without exception, none of them were spared and lost their lives at the beginning of the new world. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. Su Yong stretched, and now that he had enough to eat and drink, he planned to go back to the boat to take a nap. It seems that the ending you were expecting won't happen. Su Yong smiled at the man at the bar. It's been 2 hours, if he guessed correctly, the group of pirates just now has been wiped out. Just kidding, sir. But, is Marine really coming outside? The bar man asked. Advertisement. What do you think? Otherwise, it's been 2 hours, why hasn't he appeared? After speaking, Su Yong got up and came to the bar, and continued to say, "How much?" The man at the bar hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and it wasn't the pirates who walked in just now. It was a man with frog glasses, a long beard tied into a twist shape on his chin, and a seagull on his hat. He was wearing a marine uniform, and the Justice on the back coat was blue. Yes, he is Marshal Naval Headquarters, Sengoku of the Buddha. When Su Yong turned around and saw that it was the current Marshal Marine, the Buddha Sengoku, who entered the tavern, his expression suddenly changed. It seems that I didn't come at the right time. You are all ready to check out and leave. I think I'm not wrong. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 17th Division, Su Yong. When the man at the bar heard this, the boss stared at Su Yong with wide-eyed eyes, and said with an unbelievable shiver, "White. The captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." Su Yong stared at Sengoku without saying anything. Sengoku's appearance was something he never expected. After a few seconds, Su Yong grinned. "Okay, I admit it, I was careless. I always thought that your people were following me all the way, just for the master's actions. I didn't expect, but it was let you, the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, come to the door yourself." Marshal, Naval Headquarters, White. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The man at the bar was dumbfounded. In this ordinary tavern, 2 incredible guys came. Advertisement. Su Yong picked up a bottle of wine that he hadn't had before at the bar, sat on the table, opened it, and poured a few sips into his mouth, and finally said calmly, "Are you to arrest us? What do you think? I've worked hard to prepare for your 17th Division." Sengoku also sat down, his eyes still fixed on Su Yong. For fear that he would not pay attention, he let Su Yong take advantage. "Although I would have thought of such a day, I never imagined that this day would come so soon. Tisk tisk tisk, it's just that my 17th Division is just a small division. As for you, the Naval Headquarters Marshal, take action personally. Your squad, the level of danger is extremely high. If you don't unplug it for a day, it will bring us unknown dangers." Sengoku said coldly. Su Yong knew that Sengoku had made a decision, and this battle had to be fought. After understanding what Sengoku meant, Su Yong poured the wine into his mouth again, then tossed the bottle. It turned out to be so. Just try it. 57 Wooden Golem Jutsu vs Buddha Shape for Flowers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Don't struggle. This time, you can't run away. I've been waiting for this time for a long time. At the same time as the words fell, Sengoku had already moved, his waving right arm had covered armament hockey, and he punched. And Su Yang's reaction speed is also very fast, and he also quickly counterattacks with punches. Boom. The two fists collided, and a strong airflow was immediately generated. The surrounding tables and wine bottles were instantly deflected by the airflow. Even the tavern collapsed in an instant. Smoke billows all around. Shoo shoo. The two figures pierced through the smoke instantly and were separated by a safe distance. Su Yang landed on a roof. Looking around, not far ahead, there were already densely packed marine soldiers, and it seemed that a lot of Vice Admiral had come too. Advertisement. Sure enough, I came prepared. Sengoku. You guys, but the ones who defeated Sakazuki, how could I be careless? As Sengoku spoke, he took off his cloak and moved his shin. Immediately, golden light began to bloom on his body, his whole body also turned golden, and his body gradually began to grow larger. That's right, and this is Sengoku's Devil Fruit ability. Sengoku's Devil Fruit is in Zone, Eudemons, Renren Fruit, and Buddha form. This ability can transform into a giant golden Buddha, but its real effect is to elevate the power, wisdom, spirit, and skill potential of the eater to the limit of human beings. Combining a huge body like a giant Buddha with a smart mind and perfect skills, and turning oneself into an ultimate person with both mind and body skills, this is the power of everyone to be a Buddha. Sengoku, who already has the qualifications of a king and a smart mind, is even more powerful after eating the Buddha shape of Renren fruit. Su Yang could see that Sengoku didn't want to waste too much time with him at all, and he planned to fight it quickly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's side. Advertisement. Yo, you must be the 17th member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Madara. Kizaru floated in the air, looking lazily at Uchiha Madara, who was sleeping on a tree. Compared to Sengoku, Kizaru did not bring any other marine soldiers, only himself. Uchiha Madara opened her eyes, glanced at him, then closed her eyes again. Isn't it really shameful? After all, I'm also one of the 3 admirals in naval headquarters. Kizaru frowned and slowly stretched out his hand. A yellow light spot on his finger has been condensed. And Uchiha Madara, who was originally not interested, but after hearing that the person who came was one of Marine's 3 admiral, ignited his interest. However, at this time, Kizaru has unleashed his Devil Fruit ability. Oh flowers! A beam of golden light rushed towards Uchiha Madara at great speed. And Uchiha Madara quickly placed the Uchiha fan in front of him. After the golden light hit the fan, it disappeared in an instant like the human world evaporated. Kizaru, who saw this scene, also paused. It was the first time he had encountered Marine who had been doing it for so long. Advertisement. However, before he could speak, Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. Uchiha. Rebound. 35. As soon as the topic fell, a beam of light appeared along with the fan, and in the next second, a beam of golden light shot directly towards Kizaru. Shoo! Kizaru turned into a spot of light and escaped the blow, and then moved to the other side, looking at Uchiha Madara who was still lying on the tree in horror. Yo. Really scary. It can absorb my attack, and then let it out again. What kind of weapon is this? Uchiha Madara stood up slowly, put the fan behind his back, and held the sickle attached to the fan in his hand. He looked at Kizaru in the sky, and then spoke slowly. Marine 3 Admiral, I remember the guy with the magma too. 5. 58 Can Mu Luohan also enter Sage Mode? Subscription required. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Magma. Kizaru murmured, stared at Uchiha Madara, and said calmly, You mean Sakazuki, what's wrong with him? I heard Su Yang say that guy is very strong, but unfortunately, I couldn't fight him, and he was killed by that guy Ace Kano. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kizaru immediately stretched out his finger and waved it, with a somewhat wretched expression on his face. You don't really think that guy named Ace Kano killed him? Let me tell you the truth, that guy Sakazuki won't be killed so easily by you guys. Originally, Kizaru thought that he would be a little weaker by saying this, but Uchiha Madara's arrogance, but he didn't expect that after listening to his words, he seemed to be even more excited. What kind of brain circuit is this guy? Kizaru groaned inwardly. In this way, being able to become Marine 3 Admiral must be a bit of a trick, so I hope you don't let me down. Kizaru sighed softly. The golden light had already condensed on his fingers, and he continued, Your tone of voice is really unpleasant. 99. After all, He directly shot the condensed golden light in his hand like a bullet. However, this time, unlike before, Uchiha Madara did not use the Uchiha fan for defense. When the golden light fell on the big tree, it instantly caused a violent explosion. Advertisement. A large plume of smoke spread out in all directions. Hit. Not likely, right? Kizaru looked at the smoke below and muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed when, and instantly transformed into a golden long knife made by his devil fruit for defense. Sure enough, in the next second, only a dang sound was heard, and Uchiha Madara's sickle had already slashed on his golden long knife. Yo, is it really dangerous? I was almost cut by you. Uchiha Madara made a seal with one hand, and the next second, a huge flame was spit out directly from his mouth. This operation made Kizaru stunned for a while, but he moved quickly and immediately used elementalization to ease the crisis this time. Su Yang sighed. His battle with Sengoku also intensified. Shish. Every time Sengoku swung his palm, a shock wave would appear towards Su Yang. The streets and alleys that were very lively not long ago are now riddled with holes, and most of them have turned into ruins. Of course, some of the villagers in the city will naturally be involved in this sudden battle. However, in Marine's eyes, as long as they win this battle, they can still accept it at a price that is not painful. Advertisement. What? Su Yang, do you just run away? Watching Sengoku stop attacking, Su Yang also stopped and stood in the rubble. To be honest, as an older generation Sengoku, he not only has passed the level of strength, but also has rich fighting experience, and even in the fight just now, he has been looking for Su Yang's weakness. However, it's a pity that no matter how he used the aggressive method, Su Yang was still indifferent and didn't fall into his trap at all. At this moment, Su Yang folded his hands together and said softly. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. As soon as the voice fell, the ground began to vibrate. A huge cloud of smoke splashed out. Immediately after, what caught their eyes was a wooden arhat even larger than the golden Buddha of Sengoku. Seeing this scene, those Marines who followed Sengoku were stunned, and their hearts began to panic. What is this? So, even bigger than Marshal Sengoku's golden Buddha. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the devil fruit ability of the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. 0 inches. This time, it seems that things are not going well. I didn't expect this guy to keep a hand. 99. So what? Didn't you notice just now? Marshal Sengoku's devil fruit ability has always been suppressing Su Yang's devil fruit ability, and all the previous attacks were undoubtedly broken by Marshal Sengoku's shock wave. That's right, that wooden giant just looks big, but it's actually far less than Marshal Sengoku's golden Buddha. Advertisement. Is this your last resort? But, your abilities have done me no harm at all. 99. Sengoku stared at the wooden arhat in front of him and said solemnly. Yes. Su Yang stood on the shoulder of Mu Luohan and smiled, and at this moment, a horn grew on his forehead. Obviously, he entered the state of sage body. However, at the moment when Su Yang's forehead grew a huge horn also grew on Mu Luohan's forehead. Yes, this is a special ability in sage body, which was also discovered by Su Yang a while ago. 3.9. The general meaning is that assimilation, as long as Su Yang enters the state of sage body, as long as he wants, Mu Luohan will also enter sage body, and also can obtain defense, attack, and greatly enhance. Even, Mu Luohan can condense natural energy and release the condensed energy. However, there are advantages and disadvantages, that is, the physical exertion is a bit larger. I haven't used it before, but now I can try it with you. Insolent brat. Sengoku roared, followed closely, jumped up, and threw a huge fist. 22%. 59. The Sun Without Mercy. Please subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, Su Yang was not wrong, and the wooden Luohan who directly controlled his feet also waved his fist. Bang! Sound. The ground nearby shook violently, and the surrounding ruins shook directly, and then fell like a torrential rain. Seeing this scene, Sengoku frowned slightly. He thought that his punch could directly destroy Mu Luohan, but he never expected that it would be blocked directly. However, at this moment, Mu Luohan suddenly opened his mouth, and a golden yellow energy ball condensed in an instant. Not good. Sengoku just wanted to withdraw his fist, but in that instant, Mu Luohan spit out the energy ball in his mouth. The energy ball directly sent Sengoku flying, and after spinning dozens of circles in the air, the energy ball was removed from his body. And he himself fell to the ground. Due to the unstable center of gravity, he rolled a lot of times in a row before offsetting the impact. Sengoku raised his head with an unbelievable look on his face. I didn't expect to have this ability. Damn it, what kind of devil fruit ability is this? The other side that is some distance away from Su Yang. Garp, who was with Sengoku, was also invited by the world government and found Ace Kano successfully. Bulky, and his weapon is an axe. Advertisement. Garp looked at the wanted warrant in his hand, and then looked at Ace Kano in front of him. Well, although I don't have an axe now, but based on the information from the world government and the general appearance, you should be the person this old man is looking for. Ace Kano was still eating the grilled meat he bought from the street at the moment. While he was eating, he looked at Garp in front of him. Wearing this dress, you are in the same group as that kid before. Faced with Ace Kano's words, Garp naturally knew who the boy he was referring to. I heard that you have an immortal body, but I don't think so, because even Roger, the Pirate King of the Year, didn't have the ability. Just before departure, Sengoku also called Marine Hospital and got some information about Ace Kano from Akainu's mouth. However, Akainu said yes, but it seemed that it didn't help them much, just said, the guy with the axe seems to have the body of immortality and the power of flames. It stands to reason that magma should be the superior of flames. Devil fruit, but I was hurt by his flames. Boom. Suddenly, there was another violent explosion in the distance. Ace Kano looked in the direction of the explosion, then seemed to think of something, and said, looks like you're not the only one here. 35. Of course, you are the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, we as Marines must take care of them. When Ace Kano heard it, he didn't take it seriously, and said arrogantly, so what, the guy who wore the same clothes as you before didn't say that he wanted to kill me, but what about the final result, he didn't let me kill it. Ha 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 ha. 5. For so many years, I have heard such arrogant words, only from the rocks, and Roger, who are behind, you are the first. Advertisement. As Garp spoke, he took off the cloak with the word justice engraved on the back, and was ready to fight at any time. And Ace Kano, of course, was not ambiguous. I saw him slightly stretched out his hand, opened his palm, and said silently on his mouth, respond to my will, God Axe Rita. 39. In less than 5 seconds, an axe fell from the sky and landed on Ace Kano. Come and see if your strength is worthy of your arrogance. While speaking, Garp had already launched an attack, and the moment he raised his right arm, armament hockey was already covered in his hand. Ace Kano didn't mean to step back at all, just raised the divine axe Rita and chopped it down. When the fist and the axe collided together, if they were placed in an ordinary world, the fist might be directly cut in half. However, here, there is no such thing, nor does it exist. Although Garp is not a demon fruit power, he doesn't have those fancy devil fruit abilities. However, there is no doubt that his taijutsu and haki are very strong. After all, the nicknames, Garp the Fist, and Marine Hero, didn't come with their mouths, but with their own fists. Today's battle is actually not good for Ace Kano. The reason is also very simple, because noon has passed, he is the only one in the sky and the world, and his state is no longer able to play, and not only that, he will also regress in strength and muscles as time goes on. ZZZ. ZZZ. Advertisement. Around the fist and the axe, the power fluctuations like thunder and lightning are constantly spurring the earth. Bang bang bang. And at this time when Garp and Ace Kano were in a stalemate, another group of Marines had already arrived at 400. And, when they saw that Ace Kano and Garp were in a stalemate, they pulled the trigger without hesitation and fired bullets. Although the practice is a bit despicable, in their eyes, it doesn't matter, all they want is victory. As long as they are victorious, they have distorted the real situation. However, it was obvious that their bullets could not reach them at all, and when they were about to approach, they were ejected instantly. Ace Kano glanced out of the corner of his eye, slowly raised his free hand, and then said to Garp with a smile on his face, you are really a bunch of stupid guys. At the same time as the words fell, a huge and extremely high-temperature fireball had appeared out of thin air. The sun without mercy. As these words fell, Ace Kano threw back, not even looking at the back. Garp realized that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, run away. As soon as the voice fell, in just a few seconds, behind Ace Kano, there was an explosion of distance. 60 Prepare to accept the wrath of the tornado. Please subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call. As the sound of the explosion fell, a heat wave with high temperature washed over it. Seeing this scene, Garp frowned, with anger in his eyes. You bastard. Facing Garp's angry words, Ace Ka-nuo was indifferent and spoke calmly. The strong eat the weak is the law of the world, don't you understand? Drink. Garp snorted lightly, increased his strength, and knocked Ace Kano back a few steps, while he performed a backflip and opened a safe distance from Ace Kano. Immediately following, he looked in the direction of the explosion just now. The place where the Marines were standing has just turned into a big pit, and there is still a thick smoke in the big pit. Moreover, Garp also saw the edge of the big crater, with Mars, and even some places have melted. One can imagine how high the temperature of this fireball is. As for the Marines before, there is no need to question, all of them have been reduced to ashes. At first, when I heard about Sakazuki being burned, I didn't believe it. After all, a magma man was burned. What a joke. But now, the old man believed it. Garp's eyes gradually became cold. Up. As for Diablo's side, there is no doubt that Marine must have come to the door, and the Marine who came to him is exactly the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and staff, the ability to wash the fruit, Crane. Advertisement. And the Admiral candidate in the original book, Momosuge, who had fought before. I was about to go and see what happened. However, after seeing you, I have roughly guessed what happened. 35. Compared to when he was on the Suyong boat before, Diablo's tone became indifferent at this moment, and there was a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth. You can't run away today. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed a feared division, but that's the end of it. As soon as Diablo heard the words of the woman with the vicissitudes of life on his face, the corners of his mouth raised on both sides, and he laughed wildly. Cough. Hehehehe. You really don't know how tall you are, do you only talk big? 35. Facing Diablo's words, Crane's heart didn't have any turbulence, she said slowly. Young man, time will prove everything, your arrogance will only make you lost. Just as the Crane's voice fell, Diablo had already appeared above her with a disdainful smile on his face. At the same time, he waved the sharp claws in his hand and grabbed it directly towards the Crane's neck. However, at this moment, Momosuge didn't know when he had drawn his sword and shot to block. Dang! Sound. Diablo's sharp claws grabbed directly on Momosuge's long sword. The next second, Diablo looked at Momosuge, and sneered. I remember you, the little doll from last time. Before Momosuge could answer, Suru used his devil fruit ability to attack Diablo, but obviously, things were not as simple as she thought. Diablo backed away instantly, and attacked again the next second. Advertisement. After dozens of rounds, there was a trace of unease on the Crane's face. Because Diablo looks very young, but his combat experience is far better than Suru and Momosuge. No matter what kind of attack, and he clearly felt that he was about to be attacked, he could always avoid it perfectly, and even counterattack directly. On the other side of Tornado, because she was summoned at the end, before that, she hadn't shown up to fight pirates or Marine or anyone else. So apart from Su Yong and the others, no one knew that she was also a crew member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, she was not tracked by the world government, nor was she approached by Marine. At this time, she was happily shopping with Emily and Anna. Although the three of them also heard the movement, they disapproved and continued shopping. Bang bang bang. At the same time, many shops have closed, and the citizens are carrying large and small bags, and then leave in a hurry. What are they doing? Dragon Roll asked in surprise. Lord Tornado, something must have happened. After all, there are battles on several sides, and we have bought a lot of clothes. Why don't we go back to the ship? Anna offered her opinion. Yeah, all the shops seem to be closed, and we can't seem to be able to shop even if we want to. Emily also raised her attention. Tornado sighed softly. There was no other way. Now, as Emily told Anna, it is no longer called shopping, but watching how these citizens escaped. Well, it's almost the same anyway. Su Yong and the others should return to the boat. Let's go back. Quote. Advertisement. However, Tornado and the others did not walk back, but flew back with Anna and Emily using their superpowers. After about 10 minutes, they successfully returned to the place where the boat was parked. However, the scene in front of him made Tornado stunned. Most of the ships that originally docked have now been burned down by fire. Black smoke has polluted the sky above. Yes, Su Yang's boat is on fire, and the treasures and other things on the boat are already on fire. Below, there are about 300 or 400 Marines standing, all of them holding long spears, as if waiting for something. Dragon. Lord Tornado. Our ship got tongue burnt. Emily looked at Tornado, but after seeing Tornado's angry eyes, she immediately said, "Do we need to inform Su Yang and them?" Lord Tornado. Also because of Emily's words, they quickly noticed that someone was in the sky. Look, there are 3 people above. As soon as they heard this sound, all the Marines on the coast immediately became tense, and their eyes were all turned to the sky. Immediately after, the muzzles of the black guns were all aimed at the Tornado, as well as Emily and Anna. 61 price. Reward a meteorite. Please subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, when they saw the 3 unfamiliar faces of the Tornado trio, their tense nerves relaxed a lot. Damn it. Damn, what are you doing? Scaring me so clever. I thought it was the 17th episode of the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm not yet. My hand holding the gun is shaking, but, fortunately, there is no danger. Yes, I hope Marshal Sengoku and the others can handle it smoothly. Don't let them escape, otherwise, we will definitely not be able to deal with it. 35. Aren't you talking nonsense? Those guys are the existences that have defeated Akainu Admiral. If we encounter them, we will only have the fate of being cannon fodder. Don't worry, this time, not only Marshal Sengoku was dispatched, but even Marine Hero Garp and Kizaru Admiral were dispatched. Even if Whitebeard's 17th fold has great ability, as long as Whitebeard doesn't come, they are doomed to fail. At this time, Marine Vice Admiral, who was standing at the front, frowned. He saw that the Tornado could fly, and he concluded that she was a demon fruit power. At this time, it is not appropriate to have branches outside the festival, so he made a decision. Everyone put down their guns. This is not a member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. After that, he raised his head again, and said to the Tornado in a very polite tone, "This lady, I'm really sorry for making an unfriendly action. I apologize to you, but we are now carrying out a very important task. I hope the lady will not get involved in this muddy water." At this time, the 3 tornadoes had already landed on the ground. UF King Bastards. Tornado's anger value is still rising. And Marine Vice Admiral, headed by Marine, thought it was the unfriendly action that made her angry, and said again. Advertisement. Please take a good measure, ma'am. Marshal Naval Headquarters, Admiral, and even the Marine heroes are here. If you join this turbulent water, then, you're done for the rest of your life. Hee, you burned my boat, and you want me not to get involved in this muddy water. When Marine Vice Admiral heard the words of the Tornado, he was stunned for a moment, and looked at the ship, not feeling confident. Did we burn the wrong boat? Report Duraka Vice Admiral, the ship we burned, the flag on the ship is indeed the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, and there is a 17 written on the flag, which is definitely the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing his subordinates report like this, Duraka said again with a polite look. Beg, lady, did you hear that? We burned the ship of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's not right. Tornado said this time. Her whole body was covered with green light, she floated up, and when she stretched out her hand, Duraka's body also radiated green light. Before he could react, he was directly strangled by the Tornado, and because of the superpower of the Tornado, at this moment, Duraka couldn't move. Ma'am, what are you doing? I'm a member of the 17th edition of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing this, Duraka was stunned for a moment, but also looked puzzled. In the information, it was not said that there were female members in the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Unfortunately, before he could figure it out, the Tornado had already ended his life. Then, like throwing garbage, she threw his body aside, and the next second, her icy gaze was directed at the remaining Marine soldiers. Destroy my ship. None of you want to run. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Although the Marine was scared, he pulled the trigger, and countless bullets were fired from the muzzle, one after the other. Facing the bullets like a rainstorm, the Tornado didn't make any waves at all, and with a wave of her hand, all the bullets were frozen in the air. Waving again, all the firearms in their hands also flew up, floating in the air. Meet your price, goddamn bastards. And with the words of the tornado falling, the sound of tearing the air came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads one after another. When they saw a huge meteorite that caught their eyes, no doubt, most of them were directly paralyzed on the ground. This is meteorite. Ha ha ha, we're dead. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I'm only 20 years old. Run away. Run away. 99. Gollum. Escape. Can't escape. Someone who faces this kind of power. 95. Damn, 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 although I thought about this result before, but I'm not reconciled. Ha 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 ha. One of the Marine soldiers couldn't help laughing after roaring. Of course, there were also some Marine soldiers who didn't want to die. Forgive us. Advertisement. Forgive us, there is nothing we can do, we are only ordered to do things. Although they showed a very pitiful appearance, the tornado was still indifferent. Boom. With the fall of the meteorite, the ground exploded in an instant, and an air current spread rapidly toward the surroundings, and even the burning ships were directly washed away. After a while, only dozens of wisps of smoke remained. As for the Marines, they were all evaporated by the temperature of the meteorite. The only thing that could prove that they were alive was the pile of bones. Dragon. Lord Tornado, what should we do next? Emily stepped forward and asked Tornado. Tornado was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Bring the phone bug, I want to contact Su Yong." It is good. Soon, Anna was in the bag, took out the phone bug, and handed it to Tornado. However, when making calls, it was not smooth, because Su Yong couldn't get through. Forget it, I'll go directly to him, you two find a place to hide, you hold this phone bug, I will contact you when you leave. Marine didn't know that you were also from the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Won't work against you, so don't worry. After leaving this sentence, the tornado flew directly into the sky, and then left. Emily and Anna glanced at each other, and then left with big bags and small bags. Of course, they just went to find a place to hide according to what the tornado said. When they discovered that Su Yong was different from other pirates, they had already given their hearts to the Whitebeard Pirates, the 17th Division. 62 Sage Art would style true several thousand hands. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, another island. Marine Hospital. Akainu's eyes were fixed on the bird outside the window. Now, his complexion is much better than before. His body is also getting better day by day, and it won't take long for him to leave here. However, as for the burnt area, I am afraid that it will accompany him in the form of scars for the rest of his life. From the moment he was knocked down by Ace Kano, until now, there are still some shadows in Akainu's deepest heart. Because of this, Akainu thought about it for a long time and didn't understand that he was a magma man and was burned. I'm afraid, if it spreads out, it will become a joke in the marine world. 35. Suddenly, right at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. After obtaining consent, the door was quickly pushed open. Entering was a man in a marine uniform. Report to Marshal Akainu. There, still no news. Advertisement. Akainu heard it, and after being silent for a while, he slowly spoke up. They've all been gone for so long, how could there be no news at all? Speaking of this, Akainu suddenly felt a little uneasy for a moment, but when he thought about the lineup dispatched this time, he quickly dispelled this uneasiness. Go out and let me know immediately if there is any progress. Yes. Akainu Admiral. The marine soldier bowed to Akainu and left quickly. Akainu, on the other hand, was looking at the ceiling, his eyes gradually showing murderous intent. If Sengoku and the others really bring back the 17 fans, then he will know Ace Kano firsthand. Su Yang sighed. Boom. Boom. The battle between Su Yang and Sengoku has evolved from melee to long range, and then from long range to melee, and it's hard to count how many reincarnations. In these battles, Sengoku also found opportunities many times to separate Su Yang from Mu Luohan's body, and then attacked. However, after he attacked Su Yang for a round, he was a little suspicious of life, although he didn't use hockey defense or something. But, my dear, your own skin is tougher than armament hockey, and without any special means, it's really hard to cause damage to Su Yang. It's been a long time since I met someone with this physique, so it seems that the decision I've made now is the right one. Because, The first two people I met with this physique have now become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Apparently, what Sengoku was talking about was Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Advertisement. Su Yong stood on the shoulders of Mu Luohan, but did not pay any attention to Sengoku. And Sengoku is worthy of being Martial Marine, and his strength is very strong. Even the wooden golem jutsu with the ability to assimilate is still a bit reluctant to deal with. Of course, there are many elements in it: lack of combat experience, lack of strong physical skills, and hockey. Before, on Whitebeard's ship, he was only focused on cultivating physique, but hockey ignored it. However, if he wants to get started now, it will be very simple. He just needs to tell him how to do it, and he will be able to master quickly according to the method. It seems that after solving this trouble, you need to think about hockey, otherwise, the battle with the strong will always be a bit of a disadvantage. Su Yong murmured inwardly. Soon, Sengoku wanted to take the initiative to attack again, but just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly sounded, causing him to stop his actions. Su Yong. Everyone heard the news, and what caught their eyes was a woman with a lowly figure. No doubt, she was a tornado. Under everyone's attention, the tornado landed on Su Yang's side. Sengoku saw this scene, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still spoke. This woman, isn't this woman from the 17th episode of your Whitebeard Pirates? 9. Is it important? Su Yong asked back, then set his eyes on Tornado, and continued. Why are you running here? Hurry up, and after I get rid of this annoying guy, we will meet on the boat. Oh flowers. When Tornado heard Su Yang's words, his expression changed, and he said softly, the boat has been burned by Marine. 99. When Su Yong heard this, he was startled, and the anger in his heart gradually rose. Advertisement. What about Emily and Anna? They're all right, I let him hide. Tornado continued. Tornado said this, so that Su Yong was relieved a lot. Call. Su Yong sighed softly and said calmly, it's fine if you're okay. Now, go and gather with Emily and Anna. Seeing Su Yang's serious look, Tornado nodded and said in a Tsunere tone. Okay, if you can't beat it, if you call us to support later, I will definitely not come. 0.00. While speaking, she floated up again, and then disappeared at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Emily, Anna, Tornado, I thought our Marines already knew about your current 17th Division, but I never imagined that there are still 3 crew members. You guys are really hiding. However, it doesn't matter, as long as I take you down, it's not too late for me to find them. After all, they can't leave you and escape first. Sengoku snorted coldly. Tisk tisk. I have to say, you Marines are really a group of dogs. Su Yong sneered and complained, and at this moment, Mu Luohan disappeared. Sengoku paused slightly, he didn't know what Su Yang's actions meant. As I said, for this time, we came here after we were fully prepared. Besides, are you going to be obedient at this time? Facing Sengoku's question, Su Yong grinned and replied, I remember you asked me before if the giant was my ultimate, and I'll tell you now, of course not. While speaking, Su Yong folded his hands together and shouted loudly. Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. 63 Then I will step over from your body, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Before, the reason why this move was not used against Sengoku was because Su Yong didn't want to fight Sengoku at all. His original plan was to find an opportunity to sneak away during the battle, but, obviously, it was too impractical to sneak away in this situation. Sengoku has been keeping an eye on him, and as long as Su Yong is distracted, he can find an opportunity. Earlier, Su Yong also tried. Once he tried to run away, Sengoku could always separate him from Mu Luohan. Of course, there is another reason that Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands consumes a bit of stamina. However, now, there is no way, the only thing that can be tried is this trick, Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. 4 zeros. After Su Yang's voice fell, suddenly, under his feet, a huge cloud of smoke rushed towards the side where Sengoku was standing like a flood. Sengoku was slightly startled. Facing the huge smoke and dust, he was afraid of cheating, so he kept backing away. Then, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding ground began to crack like a spider web. Finally, a huge airflow is like a tide, with Su Yong as the center, spreading in all directions. When Marine was resisting the air current, he suddenly felt that the sky seemed to darken, and he couldn't help but look up at the sky. Advertisement. However, in the next second, his pupils shrank violently, and dense beads of sweat instantly secreted from his forehead. He slumped down on the ground and shouted in panic. Big. Everyone. Look, then, what is that? With such a shout, the surrounding Marines looked up. Immediately following, at this moment, almost everyone was stunned. Then, 1, 2, 3, more and more Marines slumped to the ground. Undoubtedly, their expressions were all terrified. Because what caught their eyes was a huge Senju Buddha statue. What the hell is this? He. It's the power of God. Gollum. Damn it, this guy is just a squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates, why does he have such a god-like power? This guy is definitely not human, how can humans have such power? This is definitely a demon, a monster. Earlier, they had absolute confidence in Sengoku's ability to defeat Su Yong, but when the Senju Buddha statue appeared, they all had some doubts in their hearts. War. Can Marshal Sengoku really fight this monster? Advertisement. I don't know either. This thing, but it's countless times bigger than the previous one. It's over. If even Marshal Sengoku is unmatched, our chances of winning this battle have been greatly reduced. Bastards, how can you say such things? We have to trust Marshal Sengoku. 35. Yeah, that's what I think too. It's not even a fight yet. You guys are shaking the hearts of the army here. If Marshal Sengoku finds out, there will only be a dead end. 35. A huge statue of Senju Buddha appeared, it was like a god coming into the world, and even on the far side of the island, part of the body of Senju Buddha statue can be seen. Even when the Senju Buddha statue appeared, many citizens who were fleeing directly knelt down and began to kneel in the direction of the Senju Buddha statue. To say that on this island, who knows the power of Senju Buddha statues best is Uchiha Madara. Because, in the previous world, he had experienced the power of the Senju Buddha statue many times, and he was defeated by this move. Hashirama. The moment Uchiha Madara saw the Senju Buddha statue, she couldn't help calling out the name Hashirama.0. Hashirama. 35. Kizaru paused, his fight with Uchiha Madara suspended from the moment Senju Buddha appeared. You mean, that huge wooden golem is Hashirama? However, it's really incredible to say that, in the world, there is such a move. Kizaru frowned, and for some reason, he always had a sense of unease, a feeling of. Uchiha Madara didn't pay any attention to Kizaru's words, but continued to mutter while looking at the Senju Buddha statue. HMPH, it seems that the Hashirama guy has a deep impression on my mind, and when I see this, I think of him inexplicably. Advertisement. Now, he has guessed who used this move, except Su Yong, who in this world will use wood style. The answer is, no one. I thought I could have a sweaty battle this time, but it seems unlikely. Uchiha Madara muttered, and then quickly ran towards the Senju Buddha statue. It didn't have much purpose, he just wanted to go over to see what was going on, worried that many people would besiege Su Yong, and that he would be unable to resist. Shish. However, just a few steps away, the road ahead was blasted open. Immediately after that, Kizaru's laughter was heard. It's not good for you to run away in front of me. If his 4.6 people know about it, it will be difficult for me to explain it. Uchiha Madara paused, then grinned. Okay, then I'll walk over your body. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of air emanated from Uchiha Madara's body, and his eyes also changed from Sango Jade to Eternal Mangekyo. Finally, a blue giant rose from the ground. I saw someone asked in the comment area, can the author answer a question for me? Did Ace Kano release water or was it weakened by you fighting with a Kainu for so long? Because the protagonist has a setting before, the summoned is not the peak state, it needs to be unlocked slowly, I remember it was written before, you can look back. 64 on the top of Wadden vs Buddha form, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as in the information, is it really scary? Mr. Madara. Kizaru stepped on the void, pretending to be scared. Uchiha Madara stood on the inside of Susanoo's forehead, and said indifferently, you guy, you have been talking nonsense from the beginning, which is really annoying. After that, Uchiha Madara took the initiative to attack. Meanwhile, Su Yong over there. The appearance of the Senju Buddha statue not only shocked the ordinary marine soldiers, but even Sengoku, who had experienced ups and downs and had seen strong winds and waves, was also shocked. What kind of power does this guy have, to be able to summon such a huge and weird wooden golem? Sengoku's eyes were fixed on the Senju Buddha statue in front of him, and beads of sweat appeared on his cheeks unknowingly. Not to mention that the group of marine soldiers became uneasy after seeing the Senju Buddha statue. Even Sengoku himself had a bad feeling. I even doubted myself whether I could fix this giant in front of me. Sengoku, let's fight. Su Yang stood on the forehead of the Senju Buddha statue and shouted loudly. Sengoku didn't say a word. His mind was a little nervous at the moment. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't go up and fight recklessly in the face of such a huge giant. Reckless, not his fighting style. However, Su Yang didn't care whether he wanted to pick it up or not. He just clapped his hands and shouted, on top of Wadden. Accompanied by the voice. Advertisement. Kakaka. The huge Senju Buddha statue began to move. Immediately after, the huge wooden arm behind the Buddha statue began to move. Hush shish 35. The next second, countless wooden arms hit Sengoku like a torrential rain. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately turned around and started running, shouting at the Marines. Run! Boom! 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 With an explosion, one after another huge crater appeared on the ground. Although Sengoku dodged some of the Senju Buddha's attacks, Marine, who followed him, was not so lucky. Dozens of them fell to the ground with one punch, and even those ordinary vice admirals couldn't hold up two punches, and they were directly smashed by their fists. At first, Sengoku thought that with such a large body, Senju Buddha must have an advantage in agility. However, until later, he found that his guess was wrong. From being able to stably dodge from the front, then to barely dodging, then to being unable to dodge, and finally, Sengoku simply chose not to run, and was ready to confront him head on. Come on, let me see who is the first to fall to the ground. Sengoku roared. Facing the wooden fist falling from the sky, he straightened his body, raised his fist, and then waved it. Advertisement. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. The wooden fist collided with his fist, and since Su Yang did not add armament hockey to the fist of the Senju Buddha statue, the defense was still insufficient, and it shattered directly. However, if the Senju Buddha statue is also assimilated and enters the Sage mode, Su Yang's current strength will not be able to support it at all. However, although it is said that the defense is insufficient now, the problem is not big, he has a lot of fists. The fist-to-fist collision lasted less than a minute, and the ground that Sengoku stepped on was already seriously dented. The situation is also the same as when he first started dodging. From the beginning, he can take all of them, then slowly he can barely take them, and finally he can't finish them. Just after defeating the wooden fist in front, the wooden fist that made a circle hit him directly on the back. Although the body does not fall, but the position has been messed up. After that, he couldn't handle it directly. Drink. I will never fall here. During the bombardment, Sengoku's roar continued to sound. However, there was one thing that Su Yang admired. After he couldn't handle it, even though countless huge wooden fists hit him, his body was still standing. However, after another continuous attack, Sengoku's body that was standing just now finally fell to the ground. As punch after punch fell, the concave pit was getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It continued for a long time before the bombardment stopped. And the Senju Buddha statue disappeared the moment the bombardment stopped. In the big pit, thick smoke billowed, continuously spewing out. The battle seemed to have ended, and the surroundings became quiet. Advertisement. Those marine soldiers who were lucky enough to survive in the wooden fist swallowed hard, their eyes focused on the big pit not far ahead. Battle. Marshal Sengoku. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, Sengoku rushed out of the smoke and landed outside the big pit, but now he is no longer in the form of a Buddha, but has returned to a human state. The clothes on his body were already in tatters, and the whole body was covered with bloodline, especially on the forehead, where the bright red blood still remained. 400 inches great. Great. Marshal Sengoku hasn't fallen yet. I knew. How could Marshal Sengoku fall so easily? Sengoku didn't care about their words, his eyes glanced around, but he couldn't find Su Yang. He just wanted to run and continue to pursue, but suddenly at this moment, a large mouthful of blood spit out directly from his mouth. Yes. Although Sengoku doesn't seem to have any injuries on the outside, but after the continuous baptism of wooden fists, his body has been injured inside. He covered his chest, staggered a few steps, and knelt directly on the ground. Damn, I felt needle sticks all over my body. Marshal Sengoku. After seeing Sengoku like this, the Marines who survived not far away came running. Marshal Sengoku, are you alright? Sengoku raised his brows, endured the pain, and said solemnly, I'm fine, you hurry up to chase, absolutely can't let them run away. By the way, let Garp and the others pull out their hands and do their best to deal with Su Yong first. As ordered. 99. 24%. 65 The Sin of Pride and the Marine Hero. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku looked at the Marine soldier who was gradually disappearing from his line of sight, the originally deep pupils. At this moment, there was a hint of helplessness. He stood up staggeringly, looking at the riddled earth, the ruins that were still burning with fireworks, and the countless innocent lives. At this moment, he was actually a little suspicious. Could it be that the encirclement and suppression of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates was a wrong decision? After being silent for a long time, Sengoku sighed softly and said sadly, in war, people always have to sacrifice their lives. If they are kept, it will only harm more innocent lives. Ta ta ta. 5. Su Yong was running fast at the moment, looking behind him from time to time to see if the guy Sengoku was catching up. When he saw that there was no one behind him, he sat behind a rock and wanted to take out the phone bug to contact Tornado. However, it was found that the phone bug had changed and could not be used at all. Hey, that's really bad luck. After throwing away the phone bug, Su Yong got up and hurried to the direction in front of his boat. This time, his luck was not bad. When he arrived at the place where the boat was docked before, he saw that no one was there, and just as he was about to leave, Tornado flew over with Emily and Anna. Su Yong. After falling with this sound, the 3 tornadoes have also landed on the ground. Sir Su Yong, are you alright? Emily and Anna spoke out at the same time and asked worriedly. It's okay, it's just a little too much physical exertion. 35. Advertisement. It's fine, but our ship has already been burned by Marine, and Tornado also avenged the ship burning and brought all Marines to justice, Anna said. Su Yong nodded. I have already heard Tornado say it, and it has already happened, and it is inevitable. While speaking, Su Yong came to the beach and saw him clapping his hands. Bang! A ship of the same size as before appeared out of thin air in the sea. However, this ship has no sails, no pirate flag, nor some internal parts of a normal ship, as well as equipment and the like. To put it bluntly, this ship is an empty shell. Okay. Awesome. When Anna and Emily saw the ship that appeared out of thin air, their eyes widened in shock, and their eyes were full of envy. Hello Su Yong. Tornado walked to Su Yang's side, floated up, patted him on the shoulder, and said angrily, you have this ability, you should have said it earlier, it made me unhappy for a long time. Su Yong sighed helplessly, and then explained, this ship is just an empty shell, and it cannot be used as a normal ship at all. What? Tornado looked stunned, and then complained. That's useless, what did you create it for? Before the tornado had finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Su Yong with a look of disgust. Oh, I see, I know you're uneasy. Su Yong shrugged and said helplessly. No way, Tornado, you are the only one on the ship who can use this power, so it's not too late, we have to pick up our companions, and then leave here, save our lives. Something went wrong. Advertisement. Indeed, what Su Yong said was right, Marine probably still had reinforcements, and the longer he stayed here, the more variables there would be. Now is not the time to fight Marine for a life and death fight, so there's no need to risk your life in a fight with little benefit. Well, since you are the captain, I will promise you. Although Tornado said so, she was very happy when she heard Su Yong say that only she has this ability. However, for a Tsunere loli, it's obviously impossible to hear anything too good from her mouth. Come on board. Let's go. While Su Yong was talking, he went up first. The tornado uses superpowers to send the things that he bought, Emily and Anna, to the boat. After doing this, he finally gets on the boat. Finally, with the green light emitting from the whole ship, the next second, the ship floated directly. Where shall we go first? 35 Tornado asked. Su Yong didn't answer right away. To be honest, he didn't know where the rest of the people were. but, through the movement of several battles, he roughly guessed that his team members were fighting. Let's go to the combat area closest to us first. Su Yong pointed to the right side. Oh, where Ace Kano fought. Okay. 35. I just went to see it. Then you still ask where to go first. Don't you want to say hello to Ace Kano when you go there, and then come back after picking up the one who is far away, and run around in vain? Advertisement. Su Yong couldn't help but complained. He didn't know, but the tornado was different. This guy knew and asked. Tornado put his hands on his hips, although he felt that it was his own problem. But hey, everyone knew it, and he refused to admit that he was wrong. Come on, that's not impossible. It can be. Why are you scolding me? I don't. 35. You said no. 55. To make. Meanwhile, Ace Kano's side of the fight of Four's tongues. As time went by, on Ace Kano's side, he gradually felt that something was wrong. However, Garp's strength is very strong, his physical skills are tough enough, and Hockey's side is tough enough. It is impossible for the two sides to win in a short time. I really didn't expect that you could last so long when you look like you are about to wither. Ace Kano was carrying the divine axe Rita, with that arrogant expression on his face. The old man admits that you do have some skills, but that's all. Garp said with a sneer. Today's fight with Ace Kano made him feel a little bit back to when he played against Roger and Rox. 66 Kizaru. Good guy, I was directly beaten by the group, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For a moment, Garp even felt that it didn't matter whether he won or lost, he just wanted to get back that warm feeling. Boom. During the fight between the two, Garp found an opportunity and punched Ace Kano directly in the face. Ace Kano's head tilted slightly, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the next second, he also threw his fist and punched Garp in the face. Although the process is different, the two's mouth kakuzu overflowed with blood. One is the marine hero and the other is the sin of arrogance, can make each other bleed each other. One can imagine the power of this punch. Ha 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 ha. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Garp became more and more powerful, and just wanted to continue punching, but with a sudden green light from his body, he followed, and his movements stiffened for a second. What followed was that he was kicked out by Ace Kano. Ace Kano paused slightly and looked up at the sky. At this time, a ship floating in the sky was slowly descending. Su Yong. Ace Kano. Let's go. Su Yong stood on the ship's guardrail and spoke gently towards Ace Kano below. Advertisement. However, before when 400 Skarno could answer, Garp had already climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and then said something inconceivable. Su Yong. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be fighting Sengoku? 99. That guy Sengoku has been killed by me. 9. Su Yong said calmly. Of course, this is his nonsense, and the reason is very simple, deliberately disturbing Garp's concentration. After all, old Garp can be tricky if he's going to keep you wholeheartedly. It will definitely take a lot of work to get rid of. After Garp Su Yang's words, he frowned slightly, a little dubious. It was his plan to encircle the Whitebeard pirates 17th. If he was still alive, then he would definitely stop Su Yong desperately. However, now Su Yong has appeared here, but there is no sign of Sengoku. Maybe. It's really the same as what Su Yong said, and it's not impossible. However, Garp also felt that with Sengoku's strength, even the four emperors could not be solved in a short period of time. During this moment of his contemplation, Ace Kano has boarded the flying ship. Stay with me. 35. Garp roared at the rising ship, then jumped, covering armament Hockey with his hands. Advertisement. Seeing Garp approaching, Tornado originally wanted to use his superpower to control Garp, but it couldn't play a big role. Don't be fooled, the setting unlocking degree is not enough. At the critical moment, Ace Kano stood up and saw him raise the divine axe Rita, and his own magic power kept pouring in. Finally, he said lightly, Super Slash. When the words fell, I saw him wave, and the huge golden light blade fell. Garp is different from Sengoku, he doesn't have as many concerns as Sengoku, he just sticks hard. Boom. In midair, a violent explosion was directly caused. The powerful airflow began to spread in all directions. The difference is that on the ground, Garp can't fly. After being hit, he fell directly to the ground. Garp, if things get unpredictable, maybe one day, you'll thank me from the bottom of your heart. As Su Yang's words fell, the ship was already flying higher and higher, and even if Garp wanted to chase, the chances of him being able to catch up were very slim. Damn it. Garp stood up, watching the ship receding, and there was nothing he could do about it. Beg. As for Su Yang, the next rendezvous was much smoother. When Su Yang went to Diablo's side, Crane and Momosuke didn't dare to chase, so they could only watch Su Yang escape. Because they knew very well that if Su Yang and the others fought together, they would have no chance of winning at all. Advertisement. However, when the boat went to Uchiha Madara, Kizaru wanted to chase after him, but after being beaten by a group behind him, he used Sparkling Fruit's ability and ran away cursing. In this way, Su Yang and the others left successfully and smoothly. Not long after, the Marines of the island all came together. In this battle, they did not capture any members of the 17th Division. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. They brought more than 2,000 Marines, and only 200 survived. Sengoku, this time, I have to say, you have a big problem. You let that kid Su Yang run away, so you can go to my side to support that Ace Kano, and in the end there is no way, those guys will fly and let them run. 39. As soon as they got together, Garp went straight to Sengoku. Sengoku sighed deeply, he felt a little wrong too, he couldn't tell how painful it was. Su Yang, that guy is human. Tai Nyong's, not human at all, he is a monster. Mr. Garp, it's all right for you. When he came to my side, but all the staff, I chased after him. After being beaten by the group, if it wasn't for a flash of inspiration behind me, I used my devil fruit ability to run, I'm afraid I will end up like Sakazuki. Kizaru said slowly. Sengoku heard that, and his heart was complicated. He knew that the failure of this battle was because he let Su Yang go, which resulted in a series of things. That kid, I couldn't stop him at all. I really didn't expect that at such a young age, not only did he have a tough body, but he even developed his devil fruit to such a terrifying level. Sengoku said solemnly Road. It seems that things are far more serious than we expected. Sengoku, this time, your plan is still hasty. Next, we have to face the entire Whitebeard pirates. Crane aside, said worriedly. A battle between Marine and Whitebeard is inevitable. Momosuke also said. Sengoku sat on the rock and looked at the ruins with a look of helplessness. 67 Akainu. You all play me, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the same time, a certain island. Marine Hospital. Bang bang bang. 35. Outside the door, there was a crisp knock on the door. What followed was a loud voice. Akainu Admiral, news has come back from the front. Come in. After receiving the order, Marine soldiers hurriedly opened the door and came to Akainu. What's the result? Akainu's ferocious look made the Marine soldier's back go cold, and he swallowed hard to calm himself down. Things didn't go well, although Marshal Sengoku personally went to work, but what? You bastard. Advertisement. But the result was unable to retain the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. 35. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, no one was injured, and our losses were serious. Hearing this, Akainu was stunned for a moment, then became inexplicably irritable, grabbed the Marine soldier's collar, and said with an angry tone. How is that possible? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and Crane have all shot, how can we lose? That Marine soldier was caught like this, with a look of grievance on his face. He was just a message, it's useless for you to yell at me. However, he naturally did not dare to say so, as he had followed Akainu for many years, he naturally knew Akainu's temper. Akainu Admiral, these battle situations are all from there. As for whether it is true or not, I don't know. The Marine soldier hurriedly explained, afraid that it was too late, Akainu threw him directly from the window. Bring the phone bug, and let me ask it myself. Yes. Akainu casually dropped the Marine soldier on the ground. And while he quickly got up, he bowed to Akainu, and then hurried out. After a while, the phone bug was handed over to him, and soon, he dialed. However, what I heard from Sengoku was exactly the same as what the Marine soldier said before. And Akainu's face, now, is naturally extremely difficult to see. Advertisement. Sengoku. You told me that you sent a lineup like this to fight against the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and you couldn't beat the Whitebeard guys' 17th Division. Do you think I would believe it? Apparently, what Akainu suspects now is that Sengoku released the water, which led to the escape of the 17th Division of Whitebeard. Otherwise, with their marine lineup, let alone annihilate them all, even if you annihilate one person, Akainu will believe it more, but if you say that the entire squad runs away, Akainu will definitely not believe it. Sakazuki, I know you have a grudge against the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I also know that the 17th Division is a great threat to Marine, world government, and the world, but we really can't stop them. Sengoku said slowly. Of course, how could Akainu, who is so angry now, listen to what Sengoku said? There is only one thought in his mind, and that is, you're a mother effer, you all play me, right? Just keep looking for reasons. The 17th Division escaped this time, and next time you won't find any chance at all. Moreover, they will become stronger and stronger, and finally set off a big war that no one can stop, and this all thanks to you, Sengoku. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku was also angry and said directly, Sakazuki, shut up, I'm Marshal Marine. Akainu is also true, and immediately hangs up the phone bug. As for Su Yang's side, their boat is still floating high in the sky, and the direction is going back, and the destination is another island of the original island. The distance is not too far. Judging from the speed of the flight, it is estimated that it will take about an hour to arrive. I never imagined that Marine would give us such a large gift. Su Yang stood at the stern, leaning on the ship's railing, staring down. 0 for flowers. Marine shot too fast. Coming soon. Completely beyond Su Yang's expectations, the 17th Division of his own came out not long ago. Marine did not hesitate to encircle and suppress such a force. I am afraid, this is the first in history. It seems that Marine has quite a few experts. Uchiha Madara said indifferently. From his eyes, it could be seen that this guy was happy. Advertisement. My lords, are you all uninjured? Emily also asked worriedly at this time. Everyone shook their heads. Most of the people suffered from skin trauma, and skin trauma has no effect at all for them, and it can even be said that they are not injured at all. Next, I have a hunch that the Marine or the world government will greatly increase the chance of them taking action against us. When you go to the island in the future, you should pay more attention, and you need to leave people down to watch the boat. Su Yang explained. A sound. .00. He didn't want to see it, because all the crew went out, and the boat was burnt when they came back. Speaking of which, these Marines are really damn it, and they can do such despicable and nasty things. 33 Tornado groaned. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help laughing. This kind of thing really doesn't matter to Marine or the world government, they have even more despicable means. However, they increase the chance of coming to find us. I don't think it matters, but they can be a tool to relieve boredom along the way. Uchiha Madara leaned back against the ship's guardrail and said lightly. As soon as the words fell, Su Yang was silent for a few seconds, and then grinned. Okay, Madara, what I'm going to say next, you must be interested. As soon as Su Yang said this, everyone looked at Su Yang. Su Yang, on the other hand, said calmly, since Marine gave us such a big gift, it's normal for us to have contacts, so we also send a gift back to them. Marine. 25%. 68 teams new bounty, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara suddenly became a little more energetic, and after standing up straight, he asked. What? Next? Is it our turn to attack their Marine? 9. Diablo nodded to Uchiha Madara's words. It seems, a very good decision. Tornado didn't have much interest, she shrugged. I don't care, you can decide. However, just when everyone thought they were going to attack Marine's place next. However, Su Yang shook his head, and then said calmly, it's not interesting to attack Marine. Then we. Before they could finish their words, Su Yang interrupted immediately, and he continued, if we want to attack, we must attack the important, April 13th, place, and this important place is naturally the seat of the world government headquarters, the Holy Land, Mariajoy's. Holy Land Mariajoy. You look at me and I look at you, obviously, they have never heard of them. Yes, it's equivalent to their old nest. Su Yang explained. Advertisement. As soon as he heard the words, old nest, Uchiha Madara immediately became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go now. Su Yong shook his head. Today is definitely not going to work. Let's rest on the island for a day or two, but you must keep in mind when attacking the Holy Land Mariajoy, you can't be wary. Indeed, today's battle is quite exhausting. If you immediately attack the Holy Land Mariajoy, it must not be a wise choice. Of course, there are several reasons for the plan to attack the holy site of Mariajoy. First, their ship has been destroyed, and it is too troublesome to build a new ship. Even if they get a ship, they need to find a coder again, and then it takes too much time, which is completely uneconomical. The second is the question of returning the salute. Marine attacked Su Yong and the others, which caught Su Yong by surprise, and when they attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy, Marine and the world government were caught off guard. I'm afraid, they never dreamed that Su Yong would make such a decision. However, there is a reason why Su Yong said he can't fight, although the holy place Mariajoy is said to be inhabited by celestial dragons like trash. However, as a traveler, Su Yong knows very well that in the Holy Land Mariajoy, there are still unknown 5 elders, and the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss, Yim. Whatever you say, I'll go get a drink of water first. Uchiha Madara stretched, and he felt quite happy with the fight today. Drinking water. What are you thinking? This boat is just an empty shell. Nothing. Oh. No, wrong, there are things I bought before. The tornado said neither salty nor bland. What? I want something to eat. I'm just hungry. Uchiha Madara was not polite and asked directly. No, only women's clothes. If you want, I don't mind wearing them for you. 95. Uchiha Madara was numb, so he ignored the tornado, and while walking, he said softly, forget it, I'll go to sleep and let me know when I land on the island. Advertisement. Time flies so fast, 2 days have passed in a flash. New World, on the Moby Dick. The captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Beasta, took out 100 Baileys, put them into the newsbird's bag, and then took out a newspaper. As soon as it was opened, the wanted notice caught in the newspaper fell to the ground. Why do these newspapers keep putting the wanted notice in the newspaper? Can't we do something else? Beasta complained a few times while picking up the wanted notice scattered on the ground. He didn't see it clearly in front, but when he saw it clearly in the back, he paused and wondered, why so many? Originally, he didn't care too much, because he saw that the portraits in the 2 wanted notices were of people he didn't know, but just when he wanted to pass. He was stunned for a moment, because he saw the 3 words Whitebeard. Whitebeard. At this moment, Beasta seemed to have thought of something, and immediately picked up all the wanted notices on the ground, and then flipped through them. Sure enough, he saw Su Yang's wanted notice. Captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong, a bounty, a 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000. 10, 1,086,000,000 Baileys. At this moment, Beasta's mouth was trembling when he said these words, and now, the only thought in his mind was whether it was Marine's mistake. After a few seconds of silence, he looked down. Advertisement. A member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 600 million Baileys. A member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diablo, with a bounty of 550 million Bailey. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace Kano, bounty, 845 million Bailey. 99. A member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Tornado, a bounty, 100 million Bailey. In the end, Emily and Anna are also 100 million Baileys. There is no other reason. Although the 3 of Tornado have never fought with the famous Marine, they firmly believe that Su Yong will not want useless people as team members. In principle, the starting point is directly 100 million. Although Marine lost 4.6 this time, the only good thing is that they have all mastered the names of everyone on the Su Yong boat. Beasta immediately held the wanted notice in his hand. At this time, he still felt extremely unbelievable. How long has it been since Su Yang's bounty has risen again? And the increase is so outrageous, even the players have increased so outrageously. What exactly happened in this? Obviously, Beasta couldn't guess. Daddy, big deal. Beasta shouted and ran to where Whitebeard was. 69 The dread of the 17th, you don't know at all, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, before Beasta reached Whitebeard's bedroom, he was stopped by the captain of the 1st Division, Marco, and said solemnly, Beasta, my old injury relapsed last night, and I didn't sleep all night. I only fell asleep when it was almost early morning. Let my father have a good rest and try not to disturb him as much as possible. 35. The big thing. Let's talk about it when Dad wakes up. When Beasta heard it, he felt that the words made sense, and what he wanted to tell Whitebeard was not an urgent matter, and it was not too late to say it after Whitebeard woke up. Oh, you've worked hard, brother Marco. You've been guarding Dad for a whole night, so go and have a good rest. Bistappen said peacefully. Marco squinted and smiled, and then said, I don't care. This tiredness is nothing compared to Dad, but unfortunately, Dad's pain, as sons, we can't share any of it. Beasta nodded in agreement. Originally because of Su Yang, he was a little excited, but after listening to Marco's words, his mood became complicated. By the way, what are you going to tell Dad? Marco continued to ask. Oh, yes, I almost forgot what I was here for just listening to you talk about Dad. At this moment, Beasta's face forced a smile with difficulty, and handed the newspaper and the wanted warrant to Marco. Look at it. Advertisement. Marco was slightly startled, staring at the wanted notice and the newspaper in Beasta's hands. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have an answer in his heart. Isn't this another wanted order for that kid Su Yang? You guessed it right. What did this guy do recently? Since the bounty changes so frequently. Marcona was at a loss as he stretched out his hand to take the newspaper and the wanted notice from Beasta's hands. Immediately following, he looked around, and the first wanted notice was Su Yang's. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, but when he saw the bounty, he was stunned. At first glance, he thought he was wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Beasta, who smiled at him. Marco took a deep breath and looked at the bounty again. When he confirmed that the bounty was 1,086,000,000 Bailey, he was stunned. 10. 1,086,000,000 Bailey. Marco looked at Beasta in disbelief. That's right. Su Yang's bounty has been directly increased to 1,086,000,000 Bailey in a short period of time. I'm ashamed to say that I accompanied my father through countless battles and worked so hard. The bounty that has been placed for a long time is just so lost. As for Su Yang, it didn't take long for him to go out. He started from 0 and instantly increased to more than 1 billion. As Beasta talked, the more he felt in his heart, the more he felt that he wanted to take his 5th division and went out to practice like Su Yang. Advertisement. Marco also had a dead fish face. He reached out and patted Beasta's shoulder and comforted. If you say that, my face will have no place to rest, although Su Yang's bounty has not surpassed me for the time being. However, if it grows at such a frequent rate, it will be a matter of time. By the way, you continue to look below. Beasta reminded. Marco didn't think too much, and continued to look down. However, when he saw one high bounty after another, he doubted his life. This is so special that people can't live. Are all the bounties ridiculously high? Dad, is this what you are talking about, or the trainee captain? With such a sudden leap, it has become the division with the highest total reward in the Whitebeard Pirates. This guy Su Yang is weird. I'm quite curious. Why is this guy Mao's bounty changing so frequently? What did he do? Marco said in a puzzled way as he opened the newspaper. Look to see if there are any relevant clues in it. However, he was very lucky that it was actually written in the newspaper, but the process was modified by the world government using some means. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates attacked Marine Admiral stationed on XXX Island, and finally fled in embarrassment. The title was recited in his mouth, and the next second, Marco burst into laughter. Su Yang, this kid is really skinny. Advertisement. Beasta was a little worried and said softly, it is indeed a little skinny, but this is too dangerous. If something happens, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, it is Marine Admiral. Indeed, it's a bit too messy. It seems that I have to remind him. Marco said lightly. If Sengoku heard Marco say this to Beasta here, he would probably frown and scolded. Bah, you are too embarrassed to say that they are the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. The 17th is terrible, you don't know it at all. In such a short period of time, Su Yang's bounty has become more than 1 billion, and all the members also have a high bounty. This news still surprised the other 3-4 emperors. New World, Cake Island, somewhere in the lobby. Charlotte Katakuri, one of the Desert 3 stars of the BIGMOM Pirates, entered the lobby with permission. Mom, it seems that Whitebeard's side has been restless recently. The newly established 17th Division In a short period of time, the bounty of all members has skyrocketed. I suspect that the Whitebeard guy may be planning something. 33 Charlotte Katakuri said slowly. Sitting in front of Charlotte Katakuri is a huge and fat old woman, and she is not only Charlotte Katakuri's mother, but also the captain of the BIGMOM pirates. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. Originally Charlotte Linlin didn't care, but when he finally heard the 3 words Whitebeard from Charlotte Katakuri, the smile on her face disappeared as fast as the naked eye could see. Whitebeard. 70 Ace Kano. How about enough hockey? For full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For some reason, when Charlotte Linlin pronounced the name in her mouth, she was inexplicably angry in her heart. In fact, it stands to reason that their relationship should be good. After all, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and Whitebeard were members of the Rocks Pirate many years ago. And Charlotte Linlin is Kaido's benefactor. However, I don't know what happened. The former partners have now become enemies, and the 2 sides will kill each other when they meet. Yes, Mom. Katakuri nodded and said softly. I won't write the last name Charlotte. As for Auntie, she is different, so I will keep it. After all, writing Auntie feels a bit inconsistent, and writing Linlin is even more inconsistent. Well. At this point, Charlotte Linlin laughed. Her laughter sounded creepy. For so many years, I haven't seen any movement from Whitebeard's side. This time, a new 17th division was suddenly established, obviously planning some kind of conspiracy. 95. Yes, Mom, I think so too. Katakuri replied calmly. After speaking, he seemed to have thought of something, and then immediately added. I'm worried. Whitebeard's side, it might work against us. Katakuri. Advertisement. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's tone suddenly changed. I'm here, Mom. It's just a mere Whitebeard squad. I'm not afraid of Whitebeard, let alone a Whitebeard squad. If those guys reach out to us, I will definitely make them regret making this decision. Speaking of the back, Charlotte Linlin grabbed another delicious cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Saliva covered her hands, and the expression of enjoyment leaked out on her face. Although Charlotte Linlin said so, but for some reason, Katakuri still had an uneasy feeling. However, at this time, he didn't dare to say anything more. Because of Charlotte Linlin's temper, he couldn't be more clear. Just as he turned to leave, Charlotte Linlin, who had eaten the piece of cake, spoke again. Katakuri, do whatever you want, I won't stop you, and I also want to see what the old Whitebeard is doing. Degree. Hearing this, Katakuri was overjoyed and nodded quickly. I understand, Mom, I won't let you down. 5. New World, an island, Su Yang's ship. Okay, Marco, I'm sure I won't be so reckless next time. Su Yang was holding a phone bug in his hand, and his expression was a little like crying without tears. Undoubtedly, Marco called, of course, to warn Su Yang to be careful, especially not to stab Marine Admiral's ass. Advertisement. Originally, Su Yang wanted to tell Marco the truth, but, thinking about it later, if Whitebeard knew about this, he would obviously go to war against Marine desperately. When the time comes, the sea will be stained with blood, and Whitebeard may not be able to say goodbye because of this. Therefore, after thinking about it later, I felt that it was unnecessary, and I had to find the face I lost by myself. Of course, he didn't tell Marco about his plan to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. If you talk to Marco, maybe he will directly fry. And it is possible to shout at Su Yang. I told you not to stab Marine Admiral's ass, you said yes. You ended up stabbing World Government Headquarters in the ass. Of course, there is another reason that once Marco knows about it, it is equivalent to being known by Whitebeard, and Whitebeard naturally won't let Su Yang take a risk. It's good to know, Su Yang brother, my father has recently relapsed from an old injury, try not to cause anything too big, I'm afraid his old man's heart can't stand it. Marco ordered again. Okay, I see. 99. In addition, I taught you the armament hockey and observation hockey methods to practice well. When I wait for you to come back, how about a fight? Don't worry, I definitely will. Don't be discouraged at the beginning, I also figured it out after pondering for a while. Armament hockey and observation hockey both need time to settle down to learn. Okay, Marco, don't worry, I will never be discouraged. Su Yang smiled, looked at armament hockey's right arm, pouted and shook his head. In fact, whether it is armament hockey or observation hockey, Su Yang has already met the requirements. The reason why he will not use it is because he does not know how to use it. Advertisement. Marco told Su Yong how to use armament hockey. He basically did as Marco said, and he mastered it immediately. As for Conqueror's hockey, Marco doesn't have it and can't tell how to use it, so Su Yong is not sure if he owns Conqueror's hockey or not. Okay, that's all I have to say, I have to go see Dad. Su Yong nodded and hung up the phone bug. Since getting the training armament hockey and armament hockey's training method from Marco's side, Su Yong also mastered armament hockey at an extremely fast speed. As for observation hockey, although I feel that there is no problem, I still need to find someone to try the effect delay. The plan to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy was also postponed. The reason was naturally that Su Yong wanted all his team members to learn the practical abilities of this world, hockey. What? Hockey? What is that? Tornado asked suspiciously. On the deck of the boat, Su Yong brought everyone together. Hockey. Do you still need to learn about hockey? Su Yong. I feel like I'm enough of hockey. 35 Ace Kano said while waving the divine axe Rita in his hand, and went into the sea for a few minutes. Knife. The sea was cut open in an instant, followed by healing at a speed that the naked eye could see. How? Is it very hockey? 71 All members set off. The destination Holy Land Mariajoy, please book all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yong looked at Ace Kano with a speechless expression. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. This guy, as expected, is always the best way to communicate only at night. The most important thing is that this is not the most angry. The most angry is that Diablo and the others think that the hockey mentioned by Su Yong is exactly what Ace Kano said. Idiot. If it's really as simple as what you said, I don't think Su Yong needs to talk about it. Who among us wouldn't know about the kind of hockey you're talking about? Uchiha Madara complained. Aren't Emily and Anna? Ace Kano smiled and politely pointed to Emily and Anna who were standing at the door. Su Yong sighed, then shrugged. Okay, good to say, don't say it again next time. 55. After a pause, Su Yong continued. Madara is right, the hockey in my mouth is not the kind of hockey in Ace Kano's mouth. 35. Instead, a very practical stunt. In this world, there are 3 kinds of hockey. 1. Armament hockey is a hockey that can increase his own defense and attack power, and can catch the flowing body of the Logia devil fruit. For example, just like last time, Ace Kano fought against Akainu. Ace Kano thought he killed Akainu, but in fact, he confuses you with his Logia elementalization ability. Advertisement. But if you learn armament hockey, it's not the same, it's definitely a punch to the flesh. Su Yong didn't know about Akainu before, but after encountering Marine's encirclement and suppression, Uchiha Madara mentioned it and Su Yong knew about it later. The second, observation hockey, can sharpen your 5 senses, detect the breath of surrounding creatures, and hockey's emotional changes, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Thirdly, Conqueror's hockey. This one is quite special, it is innate, it can neither be acquired by training nor inherited, and it can only be determined by one's own destiny, vague whether one has it or not. And Conquerors, even if it can be controlled freely, cannot be strengthened by exercise, only by the user's own growth. Su Yong only explained it to them once, and everyone basically understood it. Moreover, relying on the method explained by Su Yong, their master was very fast and basically did not spend too much time. Holy Land Mariajoy. Pan-ancient city, inside the splendid hall. The supreme leader of the world government, the 5 elders, is standing in various places in the hall. Their eyes were always on Sengoku sitting on the sofa. Sengoku, on the other hand, didn't say a word. After all, after losing the battle, there was nothing to say. Advertisement. Sengoku, don't you explain it. After all, Marine sent a different lineup, but in the end, it was one of the Whitebeard pirates. A team with less than 10 people is so embarrassed. An old man in a black suit, with curly white hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat and a scar on the left side of his face said calmly. In this battle with the pirates, you, Sengoku, have indeed brought shame to Marine and the world government, and even, in the end, we still let the world government wipe their ass. Wearing a dark blue suit, the old man with long straight white hair and a long beard added. Of course, what he said was to slaughter everyone on that island, in order to hide this failed siege by the world government and Marine. Furthermore, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates blamed all the filthy things massacred by the world government. Okay. This is the end of the matter, and there is no way to do it. There is no need to continue to investigate the loser and the winner. It's just, Sengoku, we want to hear the reason for the failure. 39. A man wearing a white Taoist robe, the bald man with glasses and a long knife in his hand said gently. The reason for the failure, of course, is lack. When the 5 elders heard this, they laughed out loud. Do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku, as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, you actually said that you lost to a squad. Besides, you can be regarded as a gathering of masters in this round of encirclement and suppression. They are completely different from the enemies I've encountered before. Whether it's moves or abilities, I don't think even the world government can give a reasonable explanation. 55. Sengoku asked back. One sound. For all the weird moves of Su Yang's group, Sengoku wrote it in the report and let 5 elders watch it. Seeing that the 5 elders were silent, Sengoku continued to speak. If one day in the future, if you fight against them, I advise you to be careless. After all, if you do, it will easily ruin your life. Advertisement. The 5 elders didn't take it seriously, and said calmly. It's just a bunch of little devils, and they don't even have the qualifications to let us shoot. Sengoku just smiled faintly and fell silent again. Okay, Sengoku, no matter what, you've worked hard, give yourself a vacation and have a good rest. As for the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, I'll have a chance to deal with it in the future. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. In these days, almost everyone is very busy, and everyone is constantly exercising their hockey. There is no doubt that Su Yang and the others have become even more powerful after learning hockey. Moreover, since the battle with Sengoku and the others, Marine's side seems to have calmed down, and basically there is not much movement. On the coast, Su Yang and his party gathered again on the deck of the ship. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, let's go, destination, Holy Land. Mariajoy. The update is here, sorry guys, it's late. 72. The 17th Ship Doctor of Whitebeard Regiment was born, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Su Yang's voice fell, Tornado began to use his superpowers, and along with his whole body, a green light appeared, and immediately, the whole ship also appeared green. As soon as the boat floated up, suddenly, a prompt sounded beside Su Yang's ear. Ding. Detect nearby summon fragments. When he heard this, Su Yang was stunned and quickly said, wait first. 35. Hearing that, Tornado stopped controlling the ship's flight, and then looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. At the moment, Su Yang was still confused. In the past, the summoning fragments were always in battle, and the chances of them falling were even greater. However, this time, even when no one was fighting, the summoning fragments were also dropped. However, Su Yang wasn't too surprised, just a little surprised. After all, he clearly remembers that the way to get summoned fragments is, drop from random people or things. What's the matter? Could it be? Marine's gang came to the door again. Diablo also asked curiously. Su Yang shook his head and responded to Diablo, but his eyes were constantly looking around. However, after sweeping a circle, Su Yang did not find the summoning fragments that the system said. Is it not on the boat? Su Yang muttered, then jumped off the boat. The others were confused by Su Yang's sudden operation, and they all patted on the boat guardrail and looked at Su Yang quietly. Sure enough, his guess was right. The moment he jumped off the boat, he saw a golden light flickering in the sea. Advertisement. Then, without thinking much, he went down into the sea in that direction. And Su Yang's figure, because of the hull, blocked their sight. Do you want to go down and see what's going on? Su Yang's behavior is very abnormal. Tornado put away the previous Tsunere and said worriedly. However, Diablo and Uchiha Madara on the side were very calm. In this case, there is only one explanation. If I guessed correctly, there will be new recruits to join our 17th Division. Uchiha Madara calmly said. He was the first to be summoned, so he knew more about Su Yang. Unexpectedly, you found it too. Diablo teased Uchiha Madara. It was a normal conversation at first, but with the next soft voice, the style of painting changed completely. Have a child? Emily asked cautiously from the side. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes looked at her in shock. Uchiha Madara. 99. Diablo. Ace Kano. 55. ##. Seeing everyone's eyes, Emily swallowed her saliva and said strangely, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was the secret of our 17th Division. 5. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter on the boat. Advertisement. Hacho. Su Yong, who had just picked up the summoning fragment from the sea, sneezed inexplicably. He took a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face, and he was secretly happy. It's really a pleasant surprise, and the summoning fragments this time did not fall from people, but from their own ship. Muttering, his eyes glanced around, and after seeing no one, he decided to use the summoning fragment directly on the spot. System. Use summoning fragments. Ding. Are you sure to use the summoning fragment? Yes. 99. Ding. Congratulations on using the host successfully and get 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. As soon as the system's voice fell, in front of Su Yong, his own virtual panel suddenly popped up. Host. Su Yong. Binding. Whitebeard Pirates Episode 17. Abilities. Tough Body. Conqueror's Hockey awaits awakening. Special abilities. Wood Style. Sage Body can be obtained through system rewards and team member inheritance. Seeking Flowers. Summoning value. 100 100ths dropped by random people or things encountered in host. Summoned characters. Uchiha Madara, 52%, Diablo, 37%, Ace Kano, 42%, Tornado, 32%. The unlock progress does not affect the moves. The unlock progress reaches 60 to reach the peak strength of the original world. If it exceeds 60, the summoned character will surpass the peak strength of the original world. The unlocking progress is related to several events. The host increases the strength, the summoned learns the ability of the world, and the summoned improves by himself. Advertisement. Warehouse. None at this time. After taking his eyes back, Su Yong entered the command. System. Call. Ding. Command received. Calling. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The summoning is successful, consuming 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Giorno Chopper from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Wind of Gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host who has reached 5/5 to get the lucky treasure chest X1. Close black lens bracket. Giorno Chopper na. Su Yong was stunned for a while. He also has a very deep understanding of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. In the original world, at that time, because the style of painting could not be accepted, Su Yong didn't watch it. After watching the clip later, he ran back to watch it again, and, it was really fragrant. As for Giorno Chopper's arrival, Su Yong is delighted. Because he has a wonderful ability, his stand-in can give any object and creature life force. If the material is used, it can produce other small animals or plants. If it is used to attack a human, it will make it only mentally go berserk, the physical movement will be slowed down, and the pain will be intensified. Organs can even be made, and even more outrageous, they can be used directly by humans. Basically, at this moment, it is possible to swear that the exclusive ship doctor of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was born. 73 What the FK is the Marshal? I don't have a comfortable position for Vice Admiral, please book all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And at this moment, the white light detached from Su Yang's body and fell to the side. Immediately after, the group of white rays of light divided into a group, and slowly turned into a human shape, accompanied by him opening his eyes. The white light on the human figure began to fall off little by little. Finally, a tall and muscular man appeared in Su Yang's field of vision. He is dressed in pink with a heart opening on his chest, a wing pattern on his collar and 3 ladybug emblems. Of course, in addition to the weirdness of his clothes, his hairstyle is also weird. He has curly hair similar to Adat on the forehead and a small braid on the back. Originally, Su Yong thought that Giorno Chopper would be as weird as the original, but when he appeared in reality, 413 doesn't seem to be too weird. The only weird thing is the clothes he wears and his hairstyle. Giorno Chopper stared at Su Yong, then took a few steps back subconsciously. Obviously, in his eyes, crossing this matter is still too exaggerated. If you have anything, or if you want to ask, please wait until you get on the boat. After leaving a sentence, Su Yong walked to the shore and jumped onto the boat. Advertisement. As for Giorno Chopper, after pausing for a while, although he hadn't fully recovered, he still followed Su Yong and boarded the boat together. Are you all avatars? Giorno Chopper glanced at Uchiha Madara and asked them. Substitute. Obviously, except for Su Yong, everyone here is confused, because they don't even know what a stand-in is. I think you can speak more clearly. Diablo smiled. Indeed, I don't even know what a stand-in person is. Giorno Chopper. The people here are basically from different worlds, their worlds are very different from yours, but although they don't have the ability to stand in, they have other abilities. Su Yong explained slowly. That's how it is. Giorno Chopper nodded, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that it seemed that time travel was not bad. Well, presumably, most of you have already guessed, he is our new partner, Giorno Chopper. Su Yong introduced to everyone. In the future, I will give you advice. However, you look tense and nervous. Newcomers, take it easy. We are partners, not enemies. Diablo squinted, his tone was gentle, and he said with a smile on his face. Of course, this gentle appearance can only be seen here in Su Yong, and Diablo will completely reveal his true nature to other people. You can call me Lord Ace Kano. At this time, the arrogant Ace Kano did not forget to take advantage of this newcomer. However, before Giorno Chopper could make a sound, Tsunere's tornado began to complain. Advertisement. Tisk tisk, Ace Kano, you got it. During the day, you want to be a father more than anyone else, and at night, you want to be a grandson more than anyone. I really can't stand you. Tornado floated in the air, his hands folded on his chest, a look of disgust. Little tornado girl, I will kill you. 9. Okay. Don't make trouble, don't scare the newcomer, you don't introduce honestly, I'll introduce it to you again, this long-haired one is named Uchiha Madara. The floating one is called Tornado, the burly one is called Ace Kano, and as for this, Diablo. And then there are two chores, Emily, and Anna. Su Yong gave Giorno Chopper a gentle introduction. Whether the others are happy or not, I don't know, anyway, Anna and Emily are very happy, because the 17th Division also has their share, that is to say, Su Yong really regards them as the 17th members of the squad. Giorno Chopper nodded, but said nothing. Okay. Without further ado, let's go. Where? Giorno Chopper asked. Giorno Chopper, you are very lucky, you can exercise your muscles and bones just now, cherish it, after all, there are not many opportunities like this. 0 inches. After leaving a sentence, Uchiha Madara stretched, then jumped and lay down on the roof of the boat. What's the meaning? Giorno Chopper looked at Su Yong in confusion. Advertisement. That guy Madara said it so clearly, don't you understand? Blonde kid. Ace Kano said. When you go out on a mission, you will inevitably have to fight, so be prepared for newcomers. After Diablo said that, he also slipped away. He had to take advantage of this time to take a good rest. It's just as they said, but I know your ability, so you can be miserable or not. Giorno Chopper's ability, strictly speaking, can't be regarded as a combat type, and it is more appropriate to describe it as a support type. Giorno Chopper heard this and just looked at Su Yong thoughtfully. Su Yong patted him on the shoulder again, and said lightly, go and rest, it will take a while to get to the Holy Land Mariajoy. On Sengoku's side, since returning from the Holy Land Mariajoy, he has also given himself time off. However, although it is a vacation, he is actually dealing with internal affairs of the Marine 4.6 Army. On the office. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the three of us sat down and had a good chat like today. Sengoku said leisurely with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Garp leaned back on the chair, eating senbei, while casually paying attention to Sengoku. Since you were promoted to Admiral, and then promoted to Marshal, you have been very busy, there is no time to talk to us, but I'm still smart, what the FK Admiral, Marshal, do it not as comfortable as my Vice Admiral, is it, Crane? What's the matter? I have a cold, and my head is dizzy. One more chapter later. 74 Descendants of the Creator. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He gave Garp a white look, and said in a sullen manner, it seems that you are very reckless, but I didn't expect that in this regard, you made the right choice. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohei. Don't say that, I'm quite calm in my work. 39 Garp laughed heartily. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku immediately had something to say. Come on, Garp, you're not ashamed to say that, you old man still calm. 35. Of course, Sengoku's words are not wrong, if Garp can describe it as calm, I'm afraid Marine is really not reckless. Ha 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 ha. Point 99. In the office, there was a burst of laughter again. By the way, Sengoku, what happened to Whitebeard? Suru suddenly changed the subject and asked Sengoku. As soon as the word Whitebeard was mentioned, Garp also looked at Sengoku, waiting for his answer. According to Whitebeard's marine report, Whitebeard still didn't move. Sengoku explained slowly. 10. Hearing Sengoku's words, the crane was a little surprised and said, "No movement at all." Advertisement. Sengoku nodded. It's unlikely, Sengoku, although the newspaper says that the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates attacked our marine, but they know exactly who they are. Garp reminded. Sengoku was also very depressed about this. According to Whitebeard's character, Marine did such a thing to his squad, and he couldn't have reacted at all. To be honest, Garp, I think so too. I'm not afraid of Whitebeard's movement. The key is that he doesn't move. This is too unreasonable. Sengoku sighed. Whitebeard didn't play his cards according to the routine this time. Things that made him a little worried. This thing, it's really strange. We have had so much dealings with Whitebeard, we even know his character well. According to his character, there shouldn't be a little bit of that. Movement. 9. Suru, like Sengoku, was a little worried about Whitebeard's not playing cards this time. Swish. While listening to the conversation between Sengoku and Crane, Garp ate the senbei in his hand, and after the two of them finished speaking, he spoke slowly. Why is it so complicated? That Whitebeard didn't move, there is only one truth, that is, Suyong and the others didn't tell Whitebeard about our attack on them. Crane and Sengoku paused, looked at each other, and said to Garp in unison. Eat your senbei. Garp laughed again when he heard that. What they didn't know was that this time, what Garp said casually, was right. But, also, sometimes, it is often overthinking that can affect a person's judgment. Advertisement. Often do not care, always be able to say a word. After a long time, Suyong and the others have successfully reached the top along the red line. What caught their eyes were magnificent castles surrounded by huge walls. Good. Spectacular. 99. Emily was shocked when she saw this scene in front of her, even though she was a noble before and had been to the palace on land. However, it is nothing compared to this place. I really didn't expect there would be such a magnificent castle here. Anna said with emotion. Suyong, who was drinking fine wine, explained with a smile. It must be magnificent. You don't even think about who lives here. This is the headquarters of the world government, and the celestial dragons who call themselves descendants of the Creator. Celestial dragons. Upon hearing these three words, Emily and Anna's pupils shrank violently. Celestial dragons, and the two of them are naturally clear. However, the tornadoes on the side were just confused. What are celestial dragons? Emily and Anna paused after being asked such a question. Advertisement. Lord Tornado, haven't you heard of celestial dragons? Tornado shook his head slightly. Celestial dragons are the nobles of the world, Anna explained to the tornado. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara, who was standing on the ship's guardrail, became excited. The nobles of the world. The descendants of the Creator. It sounds very strong. Suyong, you finally made a decent decision. Uchiha Madara's words made Suyong speechless. He shrugged and continued to speak. Madara, in fact, there is nothing wrong with the 413 words you understand like this. Celestial dragons do claim to be the descendants of the Creator, but in fact, 99% of them are scumbags, and even if there is no one to protect them, they might even a 70-year-old ordinary old man can't match. Moreover, they are quite individual, because they regard themselves as noble and disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people and wear bubble hoods on their heads. And treat people of other races as slaves. So, wait a minute. If you encounter them, don't kill them all at once. In this case, it's too good for them, and they should feel the pain. Disappointing. I thought celestial dragons were some amazing guy, but I didn't expect it to be such a thing. I still pray that I don't meet such a guy. After hearing Su Yang's words, Tornado looked displeased, of course not because of Su Yang, but because of celestial dragons. Su Yang just smiled and looked down. Their boat had passed through the huge wall. Okay, brothers, let's begin. 75 Holy Land. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, before that, I still want to say that our main purpose this time is to destroy If we encounter a strong enemy and cannot be defeated in a short time, we choose to retreat. If the time delay is too long, Su Yong is afraid of accidents, one is the support of Marine, and the other is naturally afraid of drawing out the 5 elders, who are not mentioned in the original book. 0. However, although there is no mention of the strength of the 5 elders in the original book, but if you think about it, if they can be the top leaders of the world government, will their strength be weak? Or are they just relying on their resourcefulness to become the top leaders of the world government? Of course, the latter is obviously unlikely. In this world where the weak eats the strong, there is no strength, even if your resourcefulness is high, it is just a blank sheet of paper. The world government can stand for 800 years and not fall, of course, not relying on words. Therefore, preliminary guesses, 5 elders, are 5 powerful old men. Moreover, there are not only the mysterious 5 elders living in the Holy Land Mariajoy, but there is a more mysterious EYM than the 5 elders. She is the leader of the celestial dragons, the mastermind behind world government, the master of the Void Throne, and her abilities are no doubt a mystery. So, be careful, there is no harm at all. Although it's not enjoyable to listen to, but since what Su Yong said, there must be his reasons. Uchiha Madara said flatly. Advertisement. Su Yong nodded. Uchiha Madara can say that, it is a good thing, after all, he is most worried about Uchiha Madara. Once it starts, it's hard to stop. As for Diablo and Ace Kano, it's okay. Diablo will always take Su Yang's words to heart. Although Ace Kano is arrogant, he still knows what he is here for. In the case of the tornado, this time she can't participate in the battle, because she has to control the ship smoothly, and use the advantage in the air to pass the situation to Su Yong and the others. Of course, when Su Yong told Dragon Roll about this plan earlier, she obviously did not agree. However, after Su Yang's brainwashing and some conditions attached, Tornado nodded. As for Giorno Chopper, who just joined, Su Yong didn't give him the task right away, but let him stay on the ship with Tornado. Did you see that grand gate? Asterisk. Su Yong stretched out his finger and pointed into the distance, everyone's eyes looked straight away, and then nodded. The gate over there is our meeting place. Under the Su Yong boat, at this time, a group of people happened to be walking slowly on the flat and smooth road. Go. Go. Damn pariah, you're wasting my time. A fat man is riding a man who is thinner than him at the moment, and he is exactly what Su Yong said, the celestial dragons, a world aristocrat who calls himself a descendant of the creator. Advertisement. Now he keeps kicking his head with his feet while pulling the chains around his neck. He kept cursing. On the other hand, the man who was taken as a mount had a haggard look on his face, and blood was constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth. Finally, after a kick of celestial dragons, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly to the ground, fainting. And celestial dragons had an unstable center of gravity and was about to fall to the ground when suddenly at this moment, a world government officer in a black suit beside him immediately helped him, and then said with a smile on his face. Great Lord Chalcolin, please be careful not to fall. Humph. 35. Chalcolin Sheng directly shook off the hand of the man in the black suit, and then came to the man who was regarded as a mount. He raised his foot. Without saying a word, he aimed at his head and kicked it, while scolding. Useless pariah, you almost made me fall. Go to die, go to die. 99. After the operation, the man's face was already bloody, and after doing so, Chalcolin didn't seem to be able to relieve his anger, and took out the customized version directly from his waist, and its power was far greater than the power of ordinary long spears. The long spear aimed at his head, pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang bang. 2 thumb-sized bullets directly penetrated the head of the man in front of him, and this action also frightened the group of female slaves behind him, and screamed. However, Chalcolin Saint did not deal with it immediately, and his eyes were still on the man in front of him. Jing Jing Ba. Advertisement. Chalcolin spit out a mouthful of saliva directly on his head, and then said, what an unlucky pariah. After all, Saint Chalcolin's gaze was withdrawn, looking at the female slaves near him, and the spear was aimed directly at one of them. You disgusting pariahs, how dare you scream without my permission? And the group of female slaves slumped on the ground in fright when they saw the move of Saint Chalcolin, trembling all over their bodies. However, just when Chalcolin Saint wanted to pull the trigger, suddenly, not far from his side, there was a sudden sound. With a sound of boom, the smoke and dust rose instantly. When the man in the black suit saw this, he immediately stood in front of Chalcolan Saint, and then stared at the sounding smoke direction Yan. When the smoke cleared, a tall man with a ponytail and loose clothes came into their sight. And he is the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 17th Division, Su Yong. As for Saint Chalcolan, after a pause, he raised his head slightly, and a ship was floating in the sky. Why, the ship can fly. Hearing this, the man in the black suit also raised his head and glanced at him. Soon, he frowned, feeling uneasy. Isn't it? You encountered such an unlucky picture just after getting down. Su Yong patted the dust on his body and walked out of the smoke. 417 WB. 76 These guys are a bunch of lunatics. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. I'm sorry, the author is brain twitching. I wrote about Marshal Akainu earlier. It's completely wrong. I'm very sorry. I don't have permission to modify it now. Everyone just knows what it means. Following Su Yang's voice, Chalcolan's eyes shifted from the spaceship above his head to Su Yang's body. In the next second, his anger immediately rose. He held his spear directly, pointed it at Su Yang, and said solemnly, "You damn pariah, why don't you kneel when you see me?" Kneel. Hearing what Chalcolan said, Su Yang couldn't help laughing on the spot. Followed closely, his face changed, and he said, "Do you think you are worthy?" Before Chalcolan could make a sound, the man in the black suit standing in front of him reminded Su Yang. "If you want to live, please pay attention to your words. The one standing in front of you is the supreme race. Celestial dragons." The reason why the black man said this was that he felt that Su Yang was not simple, and he also had some scruples in his heart. So 413 directly showed his identity as celestial dragons, and wanted to deter Su Yang with this. After all, celestial dragons have all the perks. Once offended, the admiral or CPO of naval headquarters must come out to protect. However, maybe other people will be really shocked when they hear the man in the black suit, but Su Yang is completely indifferent. The reason is also very simple. What's more, the marshal has already come. I'm still afraid that you won't be able to, Admiral. Sorry, if I wanted to live, I wouldn't be in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Besides, I'm in a hurry, so I won't push you too much. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, the man in the black suit launched the attack first, but unexpectedly, Su Yang pressed down slightly and pushed him out with a palm. Wood-style cutting technique. The wooden thorn directly pierced the body of the man in the black suit. After entering the body, it continued to fork and grow. In an instant, the wooden thorn pierced out of his body, and he was undoubtedly killed on the spot. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. To die, to die. Chalcolan scolded while pulling the trigger. But seeing that the bullet was ineffective against Su Yang, he took a few steps back in horror. You seem anxious to die. As Su Yang spoke, he slowly approached Chalcolan Saint. Untouchables, open your eyes, I am the highest race in the world, celestial dragons. So what? The so-called world's highest race is just what you call yourself. Su Yang sneered. This time, he has come to the front of Saint Chalcolan. And Chalcolan didn't seem to give up. He once again aimed at Su Yang with the spear in his hand. Su Yang raised his hand slowly, twisted the long spear in his hand, and said coldly, "It seems that there is really no brain. It's such a time. I want to kill me with this thing." Shut up, you bastard. Su Yang swept across without even uttering the word, Min. Although it was only a slight kick, Chalcolan's waist was immediately broken, and he fell heavily on the wall. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Chalcolan's mourning continued to sound. In the next second, a yellow liquid leaked out of his crotch. Seeing this scene, Su Yang frowned slightly. Click. Sound. Advertisement. Su Yang made a few sharp wooden thorns from his hand, and then said calmly, "I didn't expect to have such a day." 99. Beg. Saying that, Su Yang threw one of the wooden thorns in his hand towards Chalcolan Saint. The thorn just hit his stomach. The wailing sounded together again, and Chalcolan Saint fainted directly. Oh, it's boring. 5. Su Yang sighed, originally planning to torture him, but he didn't expect to faint so quickly. In the end, he directly threw the wooden thorns in his hand and inserted them all into the body of Chalcolan. His eyes turned slightly and landed on the female slave. All the female slaves slumped on the ground, staring at Su Yang with a terrified look. However, Su Yang was not interested in them, and saw him turn around and clapped his hands. Wood-style flower tree world is coming. With the falling of the sound, the ground suddenly shook, followed by countless huge tree roots rushing out from the ground, devouring all the surrounding castles. In addition, huge flowers grow at the tail, and as the flowers open, the pollen flutters in the wind. The first half of the Grand Line, on an island, inside the office. At this time, Garp was sleeping soundly on the sofa, holding a packet of unfinished senbei in his hand. Crane was sitting on the other sofa, reading the newspaper. Advertisement. As for Sengoku, it is recording something. Suddenly, the phone bug on the table rang. Blood. Blublu. Blublu. Sengoku froze slightly and stopped the pen in his hand. The crane also looked over and joked. It seems that, Sengoku, you are also very busy during your vacation. Sengoku didn't say anything, reached out and picked up the phone bug and connected. Before he could speak, a worried voice came from the other side. Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku. Big, something bad happened. What happened? White. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. He said hurriedly. And Sengoku, naturally, after hearing this, his pupils shrank violently. This incident was completely beyond his expectations. Attack on the Holy Land Mariajoy. He also heard the voice of the phone bug, and she also had an unbelievable expression. These guys from the 17th Division are just a bunch of real lunatics. 77 This is the second Rocks Pirate, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's really a bunch of lunatics. Sengoku's face was complicated. Since he attacked the 17th Division, he had thought about many things that would happen later. For example, the entire Whitebeard Pirates attacked naval headquarters. Even the unrealistic thing that the Whitebeard Pirates teamed up with the Red Hair Pirates to attack naval headquarters came to mind. However, it never occurred to me that the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates would go directly to the butt of the world government headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, what are we going to do? Asked again. Nonsense, what do I need to say about such a simple matter? Hurry up and call everyone around, whether it's Marine Admiral or Vice Admiral, and go to the Holy Land Mariajoy for support. Sengoku said solemnly. Yes, soon. The phone bug hangs up over there. Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand with a worried look. When such an accident happened, there is no way to do it. Right now, there is no other way, we can only face it. The crane put down the newspaper in his hand, slowly got up, and by the way, he put the cloak engraved with the word, Justice, on the sofa and draped it over his shoulders. Although her face is full of frost, her eyes are exactly the same as those of the past. Advertisement. She knows that with great power comes great responsibility. Sengoku sighed slightly. In the last battle, his internal injuries had not fully recovered. However, now that such a thing has happened, he can't care whether the internal injury has recovered. It was so fast that it caught us completely by surprise. No wonder it has passed for a few days without any movement at all. It turns out that this big conspiracy is being planned. 5. Speaking of this skill, Sengoku also picked up the cape that was draped on the chair and put it on. Garp. At this time, Crane walked over to the sofa where Garp was lying, and while shouting, he kicked his feet. Garp opened his eyes, glanced at the crane with some sleepy eyes, and then stretched comfortably, and then he took another piece of the senbei that he had not finished eating and put it in his mouth, and finally, speak unhurriedly. Is it time to eat? Alas, time flies so fast, I obviously feel like I just fell asleep. Eat, 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 you'll know all day long that something is wrong. He glanced at Garp and said angrily. Something happened. Garp was agitated and disappeared without a trace at will. Out. What's going on? The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates has attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. Sengoku responded. Advertisement. What? Attacking the Holy Land Mariajoy? These guys are really brave. Garp was slightly surprised. It was the first time he heard such a thing when Marine had been so long. Although that's the case, but I feel that this may be another opportunity. Sengoku said decisively. Sengoku, you're overthinking things too easily. What is that place? That's the Holy Land Mariajoy. How could those guys from the world government give you all the fighting? Do you want to let the guys from Celestial Dragons move? Garp said this will be a kung fu, has slowly stood up. However, Whitebeard's 17th Division is also driving itself to a dead end. Crane was also on the side and put forward his own views. Sengoku stood silent, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Many years ago, the Rocks pirate also attacked the Valley of the Gods, where the celestial dragons lived. However, the situation in the Valley of the Gods at that time was much better than that of the current Holy Land, Mariajoy. In the office, there was silence for dozens of seconds. Crane was watching Sengoku. Sengoku was thinking. As for Garp, he was eating senbei, chatting like a normal person. I always have a feeling. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is the second, Rocks pirate. Sengoku said slowly. When you say that, I think it's really similar. They're all lunatics. However, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates has one thing that is far superior to the Rocks pirate. 55 Garp said calmly. And then, Sengoku and Crane spoke at the same time. Unity. Yes, if the Rocks pirate hadn't fallen apart, it would have been easier said than done to take them down, but now the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates has completely inherited the advantages of the Rocks powerful, and thus has too many shortcomings, not united. 0 for flowers. Call. Advertisement. Sengoku sighed deeply. I really didn't expect that Whitebeard would come up with such a terrible squad after many years. It has come to this. There is no way. Let's go. 35. Above the Holy Land Mariajoy, the original magnificent castle, but after passing by the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, no doubt all turned into ruins, and the blood of celestial dragons stained the ground red. They were like ferocious beasts, and Marine, stationed here, couldn't resist. At the same time, on the other side of the castle, a burly man was lying on a chaise longue, smoking a cigarette. And he is one of the 3 Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Akainu. Since he was able to be discharged from the hospital, he has come to the Holy Land Mariajoy to recuperate. Here, everything is top-notch, so Akainu's body is recovering quite quickly. Ta. At this moment, a group of world government personnel walked into the courtyard with some anxious steps. Akainu glanced back at him, then turned his head back to himself, not wanting to pay any attention to them at all. Sakazuki-sama, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but there is an urgent matter at the moment, please come forward and stop it. One of the leading men respectfully said to Akainu. Akainu exhaled smoke rings, and said impatiently, as the old man still on vacation. You won't find someone else if you have something. Sorry, the reason why I came to you is because there is no way to do it. Whitebeard's 17th Division is like a ferocious beast, running wildly in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and we people can't resist it. 78 Actions of the 5 Elders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Akainu heard the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the expression on his face changed suddenly, and the whole person seemed to be frozen. Sakazuki-sama. The voice that sounded in his ear again brought Akainu back to reality. He raised his brows slightly, took a sharp breath, and then slowly exhaled. You mean, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates came to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy? Yes, Sakazuki-sama. Akainu was stunned, so she almost shouted, you really look down on me. The whole squad is here, you want me to stop? Can he still remember the battle some time ago? Not to mention playing a team by himself, but the last time he played against Ace Kano of the 17th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, if it weren't for the 413 element, he would have been cold. What's more, now, his injury is just right, and his body still needs to be recuperated. What's the difference between sending oneself and sending someone's head now? The answer is, there is no difference. Advertisement. Akainu looked up at the sky slightly, guessing that the last time he went to see Whitebeard's 17th Division was exactly this time. Now, he doesn't want to try that feeling again. Besides, he knows very well that this time no one will be 1 versus 1 with you in the past, and the only thing waiting is a gang fight. Do you see that the old man's body supports the old man to do this? Akainu asked back. Sakazuki-sama, you just need to go over there for a while, and wait until Marine's support comes, that's it. 99. Akainu directly lay back on the reclining chair, and then said lightly, what a joke, it's already this time, isn't your world government taking action? Seeing such a positive answer from Akainu, the world government staff knew that it was useless to say too much. Then, Mr. Sakazuki, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. After leaving this sentence, the world government personnel left. Holy Land Mariajoy, on the top floor of a castle higher than most of the castle, at this moment, the supreme leader of the world government, the 5 elders, gathered here. Their eyes peered through the windows to the smoke billowing outside. Crack. 35. An old man wearing a dark green suit, bald, with a splayed beard, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead was still on the ground with information about the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. These damn bastards have seriously provoked the face of our world government. Things seem to be getting more and more unbudgeable. Marine can't get there in time to stop them. If they let them go on like this, the Holy Land Mariajoy will cause serious damage. He has long straight white hair and a long beard. The old man said with an expressionless face. Advertisement. It seems that we should have taken effective actions when we heard Sengoku's report at that time, but we still underestimate it, thinking that it is just a team and cannot stir up much trouble. 99. As soon as the old man's voice fell, another old man said. I can't blame us for this. You think that the captain of his family didn't do such crazy things. Who would have thought that a mere squad could have such a dangerous idea? 99. Indeed, the reason why the 5 elders didn't make much noise in front of them was that they thought that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates didn't have any too dangerous thoughts. As for the squad, it is even more impossible. However, I never expected that they would directly attack the headquarters of the world government. Well, it's useless to say these things now. It's a small loss to the Holy Land Mariajoy. If the Master Yim is disturbed, the consequences will be disastrous. Marine couldn't help in time. Sakazuki was still recuperating. Sigh, it seems, I can only do it. No, it's too slow. From the direction of destruction, they are destroyed separately. If they go alone, the effect is too bad. What do you mean? Want the 5 of us to go? Forget it. Those gangs are just a bunch of little devils who don't even have long hair. We have to use our 5 elders. Is it too much to give them face? One wearing a dark red suit and no tie, blonde hair and golden beard, the old man with a scar on his chest immediately retorted. It's not a shameful thing now. If you don't stop it in time, it will alarm Sir Yim. When the word Yim was mentioned again, the other elders who had opinions were silent, and finally they could only nod their heads. After all, if you have to compare it, I am still more than face. Su Yang's sighed. Advertisement. The spacecraft did not follow Su Yang's footsteps, but came to the front door of the Holy Land Mariajoy ahead of time, but the tornado flew back and stayed in the air to observe. Su Yang here is relatively smooth. Wherever he goes, it will become ruins, and the celestial dragons he sees will undoubtedly kill them all. The celestial dragons guys are really enjoying themselves. 35. Su Yang sat on the dining table. While enjoying the food on the table, he complained. Under the stool, celestial dragons had rolled his eyes and seemed to have died. As for the low table, there were several women who were squatting without 4.6 attire, hot body, but with bruises all over their bodies. It is estimated that they had been abused before. For what happened to them, Su Yang could only sigh lightly. Such is the world of the jungle. It's fate. Su Yang didn't eat here for long. After a brief bite, he continued on his way. Suddenly, the phone bug in Su Yang's bag rang. Su Yang didn't hesitate and connected immediately. Su Yang, pay attention, a figure of mine is rushing towards you at a very fast speed. 79 Conquerors katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot Conquerors winding, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing the words of tornado, Su Yang glanced around for the first time. Then he quickened his pace and ran fast towards the front. Can you see what he looks like? Su Yang asked. If it is a young marine, or other world government personnel, then Su Yang is not afraid. However, Su Yang would have to be more cautious if all the older people came. After his voice fell, the tornado was silent for dozens of seconds. It was estimated that he was observing his appearance according to what Su Yang said. See clearly, Su Yang, he is an elderly man, but I think you still have to be careful. Although that guy looks old, his performance is not something that an old man can show, so, he should be strong. Old man. Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, he turned his head, glanced behind him, then turned his head back and said to the phone bug. Okay, I know. Yes, at this moment, Su Yang has roughly guessed who was coming this time. But, yes, Su Yang and the others broke apart separately, and the speed of the destruction was very frightening, and the 5 elders naturally couldn't sit still. There is more than one old man, in addition to one chasing you, There are 3 others who are chasing Diablo, Uchiha Madara, and Ace Kano. As for the other one, his direction. It seems to be us. Ship. Advertisement. A boat, Su Yong murmured, and after thinking for a moment, he continued to say to the tornado, go back first, then control the boat to move the place, and finally use the phone bug to tell us the location. Well, be careful, that old man is about to catch up with you. After leaving this sentence, the tornado has hung up the phone bug. And Su Yong also put the phone bug back in the bag. However, when Su Yong was about to continue running, a figure instantly fell in front of him. He was wearing a dark red suit with no bow tie, blonde hair, a blonde beard, and a scar on his chest. Undoubtedly, he was one of the five elders. His sharp eyes were constantly looking at Su Yong, and then he said lightly, if I guessed correctly, you are the kid named Su Yong from the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing his words, Su Yong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the top leader of the world government, the 5 elders, would know about him. You said that, but I was flattered. The blonde old man sneered a few times. I heard you from Sengoku's mouth. You can escape from his hands smoothly, which means that you still have some ability. Originally, I thought that you would be a resourceful guy, but now, it seems that you are just a brave brat. He. Hearing this, Su Yong just grinned. He doesn't value anyone's evaluation of him. All along, he just wants to do what he likes to do. As for evaluation, they can come as they please. Advertisement. Why, do you think I'm wrong? If you had any brains, you wouldn't have come to this place in the holy land of Mariajoy. Because you are here, it means that you will perish here, and Whitebeard's 17th Division will completely disappear from the world after today. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Su Yong finally couldn't help laughing out his voice, his eyes leaking, not fear, but a firm look. Holy Mariajoy. So what? What a brat who doesn't know how high the sky is, you don't seem to understand the seriousness of the matter at all. The blonde old man said expressionlessly. Facing this old man, Su Yong still had a trace of worry in his heart, mainly because the original book did not mention his strength. After all, fear comes from the unknown. I don't think it doesn't really matter. However, just after Su Yang's words fell, the blonde old man took the lead in launching an attack, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already above Su Yong, and he had already raised his fist and hit Su Yang's head. Although observation hockey is used, it still doesn't work much. No way. At this time, Su Yong instantly entered the state of sage body, and then his body flashed slightly, dodging the attack of this punch. Boom. Advertisement. With this violent explosion sounded, billowing smoke spread out. In an instant, a lot of power has been enhanced. Is it the ability of devil fruit? No, it should not be. I remember Sengoku said before that his devil fruit ability is related to wood. The blonde old man thought to himself, and walked out of the smoke without rushing. You don't have that kind of power. You can't break my defense at all, let alone hurt me. The blonde old man stared at Su Yong, and although his eyes were cloudy, they showed confidence. Su Yong was slightly startled. His words seemed to make Su Yong 413 think of something. The power you're referring to, the Conqueror's Haki. Obviously, when Su Yong said this, the golden old man also paused slightly, but he did not expect that Su Yong would know such a thing. It seems that Whitebeard has told you a lot of things. Does he want to train you as a successor? Although I don't have Conqueror's Haki entanglement now, I feel that the problem is not too big. Su Yong smiled and said. After all, he didn't intend to fight the 5 elders to the death. His purpose was to destroy the holy place of Mariajoy, and then run away. Moreover, Su Yong really didn't have much confidence that this golden old man could defeat him, but, when it came to escape, he was still very confident, this golden old man could never stop him. HMPH, that's stupid. As soon as the words fell, the blonde old man attacked again. The cold is getting worse and worse. Dear brother, I stayed next to the computer today and couldn't write. I kept coughing. I have 2 updates today. I will make it up when I feel better. I am very sorry. 80 World Government, the mastermind behind the scenes. I am, please complete. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While Su Yong was fighting, Diablo, Ace Kano, and Uchiha Madara, the 5 elders had also arrived. Yo, it seems. This time, someone who can fight is finally here. Ace Kano carried the divine axe Rita on his shoulders, facing the man in front of him, wearing a white robe, bald, and glasses. His eyes still showed disdain. The 5 elders were the only ones not wearing suits and beards. And he is holding a long sword similar to Zoro's 3rd generation Onito. Similarly, the look of disdain that leaked from the eyes of the bald old man. Yes, no matter how you look at it, in the eyes of the 5 elders, Su Yang's 17th division is nothing more than a bunch of brats with no hair. How could he possibly get into the 5 elders' eyes? I've always wondered why that kid Sakazuki was defeated by an arrogant and stupid kid like you. The bald old man held the long knife in his hand and said in a cold tone. You are also quite stupid. If you can ask such a mindless question, the answer is naturally. I, Mr. Ace Kano, are better than him. Besides, I will also kill you. Ace Kano responded. A sound. The arrogant brat. The bald old man roared sharply. The next second, I saw that his other hand was on the handle of the knife, and the next second, he drew the knife and slashed. Immediately, an imposing sword energy rushed towards Ace Kano. Advertisement. Ace Kano just grinned, and saw that he was waving the divine axe in his hand and looking heavily at the oncoming sword energy. Bang! Sound. The sword energy was instantly disintegrated. Shish! A sound. The bald old man disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had come to the side of Ace Kano, and, at this time, the long knife had been covered with armament hockey and swung out. Little devil, you are gone, see. Ace Kano turned his head slightly, with a slight smile on his face. What are you talking about? Uncle. The bald old man's pupils shrank violently, because he could clearly feel that a very high temperature and huge fireball had formed behind him. Shish. Helpless, the bald old man had no choice but to give up this attack and landed on the other side, staring at Ace Kano. Yeah, why don't you continue to attack? While speaking, Ace Kano has raised the divine axe in his hand, and the huge heat radiated is undoubtedly absorbed by the divine axe. Shish. Immediately following, Ace Kano slashed dozens of times at an extremely fast speed, and the golden light blade rushed towards the bald old man at an extremely fast speed. The bald old man hurriedly dodged, but later he found out that something was wrong. Where is this guy attacking him? He is obviously destroying. You kid, you have a bad heart. Advertisement. The bald old man scolded. Ace Kano smiled faintly and continued to attack. At the same time, Diablo and Uchiha Madara also had a confrontation with the 5 elders. As for the remaining 5 elders, when he arrived at the place where the tornado stopped before the tornado had already moved, there was no way, he just kept chasing. The 5 elders fought at the same time, and the movement caused by them was naturally much greater than Su Yang and the others. Located among the flowers in the deepest part of the ancient city of Mariajoy, the Holy Land, the master behind the world government, I.M., walked out slowly. In the end, she walked to the top floor, looked down at the black smoke in the distance, and raised her brows involuntarily. Ta 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 ta. At this time, another man wearing a black cloak and wrapping his face came out. What happened? Immediately after Im's voice fell, the man in the black cloak knelt down, and said in awe, Lord I.M., according to the information I got, it was the pirates who invaded the Holy Land Mariajoy. Pirates. I.M. paused, thoughtful, and in her mind, the report she received many years ago, when the rocks attacked the Valley of God, came to mind. Clan of D. Lord Yimu, the pirates who attacked this time, according to Marine's side and the world government's side, are not from the D's clan, but from a certain division of the New World 4 emperors. The man in the black cloak responded. Yimu turned his head and stared at him with icy eyes. The man in the black cloak had a chill on his back, and he couldn't help trembling instantly. What? The world government that has been standing in the world for 800 years no longer has any dignity to talk about, so that a group of guys who don't even have a name can come up and make trouble. Advertisement. Hearing this, the man in the black cloak felt extremely cold, and quickly explained. Sorry, Lord Yimu, this matter was indeed caused by our negligence, and we will definitely deal with it urgently. 95. Looks like it's time to clean up this dirty sea. Yimu said to herself, her eyes staring into the distance, and she seemed to be worried about something in her heart. Next, I am not talking. She quietly looked into the distance, and the man in the black cloak naturally didn't say anything, just knelt there quietly. Immediately after a few minutes, I turned around, and when she was about to leave the top floor, she stopped and left a sentence. I don't care who it is, the intruder must not leave here alive, otherwise, everyone will think that the dignity of our world government can be trampled on. Yes, Lord I. Is it okay? Su Yang sighed. Things, as the blonde old man said, even armament hockey had little effect on him. Looks like it's really only the Conqueror's hockey entanglement that can hurt him. Standing on top of the collapsed castle, Su Yang thoughtfully was looking for a solution. However, in the next second, he suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, the last time I summoned Giorno Chopper, I also got a lucky chest, which Su Yang completely forgot to use because of some trivia. Maybe, this lucky treasure box can change the current situation. 81 lucky chest, 8 inner gates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just thinking about it, Su Yang looked at the blonde old man. But, it seems that he didn't give me this time. Su Yang murmured inwardly. The blonde old man is strong, if Su Yang gets distracted in the middle of the fight. The result, obviously, required a fight, and, with the Conqueror's hockey he used, the power of the attack was far superior to normal. Maybe. Don't know if it's fate or what. Suddenly, at this time, a world government officer in a black suit came here with a phone bug. When Su Yang saw this scene, he felt that the opportunity had come, and immediately recited in his heart. System, open the lucky treasure chest. 39. Ding. The command is received, it is opening. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Teishu, from the Hokage World 8 Inner Gates, modified version, please check the detailed introduction in the host panel. Close black lens bracket. With the fall of this voice, the memory of using 8 inner gates entered Su Yang's mind. But fortunately, there is no discomfort. 8 inner gates. And is it a modified version? Advertisement. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes seemed a little dull. But, the heart has been 413 gradually excited. Yes. 8 inner gates is a good thing. Moreover, the one he got now is still a modified version. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yang immediately opened his property panel. Host. Su Yang. Binding. Whitebeard Pirates Episode 17. Abilities. Tough Body. Conqueror's Hockey awaits awakening. Special abilities. Wood Style. Sage Body. 8 inner gates modified version 10%, with the increase of unlocking degree. The use will reduce the body loss, 100% will be no damage, the final gate opening will consume its own physical strength, and will not consume vitality. Note. The damaged body will appear a day later. Summoning value. 0.001 dropped by random people or things encountered in host. Summoned characters. Uchiha Madara, 52%, Diablo, 37%, Ace Kano, 42%, Tornado, 32%, Giorno Chopper, 30%, unlock progress does not affect moves, the unlocking progress reaches 60 and reaches the peak strength of the original world. If it exceeds 60, the summoned character will surpass the peak strength of the original world. The unlocking progress, big, is related to several events. Warehouse. None at this time. Seeing this modified version of 8 inner gates, Su Yang shouted silently in his heart, the system is awesome. Indeed, in the original Hokage, because 8 inner gates is an explosion of the ultimate ability of the body. Then how much power it has exploded, how much damage the body will inevitably suffer. No matter how strong the body is, it can only reduce the degree of this kind of injury as much as possible, but cannot completely eliminate it. And, once the final door is opened, the final price is death. Advertisement. However, after the modification of the system, although the loss mechanism exists, as long as the unlocking degree is improved, there is no damage at all. Moreover, there is another one that uses the damage to one's own body, which will be inherited the next day, which is also beneficial. After all, if it is used up, damage will occur immediately. Even after defeating the enemy, sometimes it is not easy to escape. Of course, the most important thing is that after systematic modification, opening the final door will not cost life. Okay, I know. The blonde old man hung up the phone bug with a serious face, and handed the phone bug back to the man in black suit beside him. Then, I'll take my leave first. The man in the black suit said. The blonde old man nodded, and after he left, his eyes fell back to Su Yang, and the killing intent in his eyes was a bit heavier than before. Obviously, the phone bug just now conveyed IM's instructions, and the intruder didn't stay. Although I already knew the winner and loser from the beginning, but, arrogant kid, I'll give you a chance to use the strongest move you're proud of. The blonde old man stretched out a hand and said calmly. The purpose of the blonde old man is also very clear. He wants to let Su Yong know that his proud and strongest move is vulnerable in front of him. Let Su Yong know that going to the Holy Land Mariajoy is the most regrettable and desperate decision he has ever made in his life. To be honest, Su Yong was quite stunned after hearing what the blonde old man said. After the battle just now, you must have already understood that you, who can't even wrap the Conqueror's hockey, can hurt me. How can you leave scars on my body, which is exhausted? Kid, I don't know anything about power. Okay, old man, that's all you want. In fact, Su Yong was still thinking about how to buy time to open 8 inner gates. After all, no one will stand and wait for Su Yong to fully open the 8 inner gates before playing, and will definitely stop it in the middle. Advertisement. But, I never thought that the blonde old man would open the time directly to Su Yong, then he would naturally be rude. Of course, if the 8 inner gates really can't pose a threat to him, then Su Yong will choose to retreat. 8 inner gates. First gate. Open, open. 35. Second gate. Hue gate, open. The third gate, the gate of life, open. The fourth gate, the injury gate, open. The fifth gate, Duman, open. 35. When driving to the fifth gate, Su Yang's body was instantly covered with a layer of green light. However, Su Yong did not stop and continued. The sixth gate, the King's Gate, open. The seventh gate, Start the Gate, open. With the opening of the seventh gate, a powerful surge centered on Su Yong spread directly in all directions, and the body began to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat. Watching the surrounding movement, the golden old man paused, and immediately felt a bad premonition. This guy. Why does he have such power? The golden old man looked unbelievable. Of course, he changed his words now, but he didn't intend to continue to do this to Su Yong, and immediately attacked. You are really in a hurry. Seeing the golden old man rushing over, Su Yong also gave up the idea of opening the 8th gate. 30%. 82 The opening of the final door. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, although Su Yong has only opened the 7th gate, his attack, speed, and strength have all been increased many times. Facing the attack of the blonde old man, this time, in Su Yang's eyes, it seemed to slow down many times. Call. Looking at the fist that was approaching him, Su Yong leaned slightly, and the blonde old man's fist brushed past Su Yang's head directly, hitting the air. However, due to the impact of the fist, it still caused a huge airflow. After dodging, Su Yong naturally returned a punch, but the blonde old man's luck was not as good as Su Yang's, and his midsection was straight. Boom. PFF'd. The blonde old man spurted a mouthful of blood directly from his mouth, and flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Boom. .99. After passing through many castles in a row, the impact was neutralized. He quickly climbed up, and when he saw Su Yong slowly walking towards him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he was afraid that Su Yong was doing those weird moves that could instantly boost his strength. What the hell did this brat do? He can make his power skyrocket so terrifyingly in a short period of time. Advertisement. Even without Conqueror's hockey, it can do damage with its own strength. The blonde old man frowned and said, he has lived for so long, and he has seen many examples of soaring strength, but it is the first time he has encountered someone like Su Yong who has risen to the ultimate level. 8 inner gates. Never heard of it. 35. The blonde old man was uneasy just now, but at this moment, he actually felt a slight sense of crisis. Suddenly, the blonde old man seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes immediately turned towards the front, while Su Yong was rushing towards him at a very fast speed. The speed is fast enough to drive the air and shake the dust on the ground. The blonde old man did not sit still, and immediately waved his fist. Boom. The two punches didn't hit each other at all, but a huge airflow was generated. The surrounding castle collapsed in an instant, and the ground cracked. The first half of the Grand Line. A warship is sailing at a very fast speed. And standing at the front of the warship, naturally Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 cranes. Sengoku looked at the clock in his hand with a very complicated look in his eyes. On the one hand, he was worried about the Holy Land Mariajoy, and on the other hand, he was afraid of Su Yong and they escaped. However, on the other hand, he was afraid that even if he arrived, because of the Holy Land Mariajoy, he could only watch Su Yong and the others escape. He only occupied the time, while Su Yong and the others occupied the location. Call. Advertisement. Sengoku sighed softly and put the clock in his pocket. Since boarding the ship, you have sighed 5 times, Sengoku. I think you should know best yourself, but we can only accept things like this unexpectedly. Crane stood beside Sengoku with a kind reminder. I know. Sengoku picked it up, and then continued. I'm just thinking, even if we arrive this time, I'm afraid we won't do much, because the destination is the Holy Land Mariajoy, and we can't fight for us at will. Crane shrugged, spread out his hands, and said with a hint of kindness on his face. So don't think too much, everything is left to fate, you have to learn a lot from Garp. 99. Saying that, Sengoku and Crane looked at Garp standing on the left at the same time. At this time, he was already lying on the chair, sleeping soundly, grinding his teeth from time to time. Nanan. Sengoku chuckled and shook his head, then said calmly, perhaps, I also refused to be promoted at the beginning, maybe I can be as free as this old bastard Garp used to be. Unfortunately, there is no chance. The bigger the official position, the greater the responsibility. Sengoku, work hard. When the time comes, if you can't work anymore, then retire. Crane patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said with a joking smile. Of course, Sengoku also directly ignored Crane's jokes. He looked at Crane and asked, how long will it take us to arrive at this speed? 0 for flowers. If there is no accident, half an hour will be almost the same. Half an hour. Sengoku's eyes flickered, as if thinking of something, he nodded. On the Holy Land Mariajoy, whether it was Uchiha Madara, Diablo, or Ace Kano, their battles became more and more intense. Advertisement. The area of damage to the holy site Mariajoy is getting bigger and bigger. However, it is worth mentioning that the 5 elders who were chasing the ship also managed to catch up, and were engaged with Tornado and Giorno Chopper. On Su Yang's side, since he opened the 7th gate, the tide of battle has turned. However, although opening the 7th gate can compete with the blonde old man, it is still a bit difficult to defeat the blonde old man in a short period of time. And he can't delay too much time here, otherwise, it will be more and more unfavorable to their side. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Boom. With the final punch, both sides retreated dozens of steps. They both reached out and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths at the same time. For a long time, no one has been able to play against me like this, although I don't want to admit it, but kid, you are one, but I am very curious, your sudden surge in physical skills should be very good. Use up your own stamina. You don't have to worry about that. Ha 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 ha. The blonde old man laughed, then continued, that should be it, even in this state, you can't kill me, but after I wait for your state, I can kill you. You're right, then I'll change my state. 83 Kamui reappears, 5 elders die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Change status. As soon as the blonde old man heard Su Yang's words, his face changed dramatically. The treacherous smile that hung on his face before disappeared instantly without a trace, replaced by a solemn look on his face. You 8 inner gates, can you still increase? The blonde old man asked tentatively, and now he didn't know whether Su Yang was bluffing, or whether he could really increase. Su Yang grinned, and then said gently, you would say he has 8 inner gates, of course there is 8 gate, and now I only open 7th gate. I won't give you time to turn it on. 35. The blonde old man snorted coldly. The reason why he was given time in front of him was because he didn't know that Su Yang had such a stunt at the bottom of the box. If time could go back, no matter what he did, 413, wouldn't let Su Yang start this terrifying thing. Su Yang just smiled and didn't care, because, no matter whether the blonde old man gave time or not, he could open the final gate of 8 inner gates. You can't stop it. You can try. Su Yang did not continue to pay attention to him, and put his hand on the acupoint of the dead door, and the blonde old man rushed over immediately after seeing Su Yang's move. I will never let you enter the last door. It's too late. Su Yang sneered. The 8th gate, dead gate, open. As soon as the words fell, the blonde old man had come to Su Yang and had already raised his fist. Boom. Accompanied by a loud sound, huge smoke and dust rose from the sky in an instant, and then spread out in all directions like a tide. Advertisement. When the smoke and dust gradually became thinner, two figures appeared faintly inside. Call. The smoke finally dissipated as a light wind blew by. At this moment, Su Yong has changed from the blue steam to the blood-colored steam, the hair and the eyebrows have turned red, and, just now, he took the punch from the blonde old man. I said, you can't stop it. Su Yong turned his head slightly and looked at the blonde old man. Damn. The blonde old man scolded, and beads of sweat appeared on his cheeks. Are you ready? Su Yong said lightly. Little devil, don't be proud of me, it's unclear who wins and who loses. 35. The blonde old man roared. Conqueror's Hockey wrapped his right foot directly, and then kicked Su Yong with a sweep. The corners of Su Yang's mouth raised slightly, at his kick. Su Yong didn't plan to dodge at all, and saw that he raised his fist and punched the blonde old man directly. Seeing Su Yong, the blonde old man who didn't play cards according to the routine, was also stunned. Boom. Su Yang's fist hit the blonde old man's abdomen, and the blonde old man's foot has kicked Su Yang's arm. In the next second, Su Yong moved a few steps to the side, and the blonde old man flew out. He kept rubbing on the ground. Anyway, there would definitely be potholes where he rubbed. Flying out a long way upside down, the blonde old man finally stopped using the handbrake. The next second, with a poof sound, a large mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Advertisement. In the abdomen, there was a severe pain, and it was obvious that the inside was severely damaged. Cough cough. Now, he is still coughing up blood. I didn't expect that Conqueror's Hockey plus Armament Hockey's defense would still not be able to offset the attack of this punch. The blonde old man murmured. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of Sengoku's sentence, we can't stop it at all. Tap tap. 35. At this moment, a sonic boom came into the ears of the blonde old man. He looked up and saw Su Yong stepping on the void and leaping forward. Flying ability. No, moonwalk. When running to a certain distance, Su Yong used 8 inner gates, elephant evening, move. Shishong is an advanced physical technique used after opening the 8th gate of 8 inner gates, the gate of death. Burns blood and produces red steam on the body surface, creates powerful air cannons by hitting the air, and the speed is continuously increased from 1 to 5. In the original Hokage, Might Guy used this trick to break the horn on Uchiha Madara's head in 6-path state. And, a punch at 5 speed directly hit Uchiha Madara to the point of vomiting blood. 0. If at this moment, Uchiha Madara is here, he must be able to recognize at a glance that the move that Su Yong is using now is the move used by the man he recognized back then. However, the load on the body was so severe that Might Guy started to crack in the bones of his arm the first time he used 1 speed. However, for Su Yang's modified version of 8 inner gates, naturally there will be no bone fractures, but there will be physical damage, but he doesn't need to worry, because the physical damage will be capped. 1 foot. As Su Yong threw this punch, an invisible force rushed towards the blonde old man at an extremely fast speed. Originally, the blonde old man wanted to resist and released Armament Hockey, but the result was obvious, and it had no effect at all. Advertisement. When that invisible force directly hit his body, he was directly impacted by the air pressure, his face seemed to be deformed, and blood flowed wildly. 2 feet. 3 legs. 99. Wanted. Only after 4 consecutive strikes, Su Yong could clearly see that the blonde old man's body had already deformed, but he would not be relentless and continued to strike his final blow. Wuzu. 35. Boom. Su Yong punched his abdomen, hit the ground, and then kept rubbing away. On the ground, leaving a huge, deep ditch. Smoke billowed up. And the surrounding movement, it seems that 4.6 also quieted down after Su Yong hit the final blow. At the end of the deep ditch, Su Yong has returned to his original state. Whirring. He sucked the air greedily. Sure enough. With your current physique, is it still too reluctant to use 8 inner gates? He murmured, and now he is a little afraid that it is time to inherit his body injury tomorrow. His eyes were fixed on the blonde old man lying on the ground, whose body had been seriously deformed, and he said in a deep voice. Looks like I won. 84. Our old friend died in battle. Please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cough cough. Just after Su Yang's voice fell, the blond old man coughed a few times, and blood couldn't stop flowing from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Su Yong was quite surprised. He didn't expect his vitality to be so strong, his body was already like this, and he still had a breath. I've been through all kinds of wars, but I have survived. I didn't expect today. But it fell into the hands of a kid, ha 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 ha. When the blond old man said this, he couldn't help laughing at himself. Yes, maybe no one would believe it. A generation of kings actually fell into the hands of a little devil. Cough cough. Laughing and laughing, the blood gushed out again, and in the end, he didn't take a breath, and there was no movement. This time, the blond old man was really killed. Su Yong didn't say anything, just stared at his body for a while, then turned to leave. After all, the time he stayed here has exceeded his expectations. However, just as Su Yong turned around, suddenly, in his ear, a familiar reminder sounded. Ding. Detect nearby summon fragments. Su Yong was slightly surprised, and involuntarily glanced back. Sure enough, beside the blond old man's body, there was a white fragment of light. Advertisement. White light. Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly. In the past, the summoned fragments exuded a golden light, but this time, it was indeed an exceptional white light. After muttering, Su Yong didn't think much about it. Anyway, he picked it up first and waited until it was safe to study what was special about it. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting summon fragment X1 close black lens bracket. After the system's notification sound fell, Su Yong jumped, took out the phone bug while running, and dialed. Soon, the tornado was connected. Are you there? We were chased by an old guy and flew out of the Holy Land Mariajoy, and now we are on an island. Tornado responded. Old guy. 35. Su Yong paused for a while, and without thinking much, he naturally knew that it was one of the 5 elders. And now, he continued, since we left the Holy Land Mariajoy, the old guy has turned back. Now, we are docked on a coast. How is the situation on your side? Do you need us to help? I have played against those old guys before, and their strength seems to be very strong. Tornado asked worriedly. Up front, Tornado and Giorno Chopper took on him as soon as the 5 elders caught up. However, the battle did not last long. Giorno Chopper chose to retreat, and Tornado agreed. Of course, the 5 elders naturally wouldn't let go so easily and continued to pursue, but when the ship left the Holy Land Mariajoy, he turned back. I have already experienced the strength of those old men. By the way, have you contacted others? Su Yong asked worriedly. The main concern was whether the 5 elders had any weird tricks or something. Advertisement. As for the power aspect, I don't care much, because they are all very strong, and even if they can't beat them, it is not difficult to escape. Well, they have all been contacted, and everyone is evacuating. Evacuate. Su Yong was a little surprised. Originally, he was thinking, if there is a need for help, should he help himself in the past, but now, it seems that there is no need for it. After you're done with the solution, just evacuate, Su Yong. Okay, I get it. Hanging up the phone bug in his hand, he put it back in the bag, and immediately followed, he jumped to the heights. Looking around, there was also the sound of fighting in the direction of the distance, but the direction of the explosion was not fixed in one place. According to this reasoning, the situation should be a chase and a run. It seems, it is indeed retreating. After muttering, Su Yong continued to run towards the gate of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's side. Because the common direction was the gate of the Holy Land Mariajoy, he joined Diablo, Ace Kano and others when they were in one place. The 5 elders were desperately chasing after him. Boom, boom. The explosion sounded incessantly, Ace Kano said with a smile while carrying the axe. Advertisement. These old guys really don't give up. If it wasn't for Su Yang's explanation that he couldn't stay here for too long, I would definitely decide the outcome with him. Before, I always felt that fighting back and forth was very comfortable, but it seems that this kind of feeling is also very good. 413 Diablo leaked a rare smile. Uchiha Madara glanced at the 2 of them out of the corner of the eye, and said calmly, hurry up and meet. According to Tornado, as long as they leave the Holy Land Mariajoy, they will not chase after them. Look, that figure is Su Yong. Diablo suddenly shouted. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to bump into Su Yong again. 39. And suddenly at this time, Another 5 elders directly blocked the pursuit of Uchiha Madara and the other 5 elders. The 5 elders immediately stopped and cursed in confusion. What are you doing? Do you know that when you did this, you let the 3 of them go? Damn, leave him alone, or catch up quickly, otherwise, we won't be able to deal with Lord I Am. Stop chasing. The old man standing in front of them said solemnly. The other 3 old men looked at him suspiciously. He continued. Just now, we have an old friend whose life card has been reduced to ashes. 99. 85 Su Yang. Sengoku, Garp, we meet again, please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 3 old men were shocked when they heard it, and the expressions on their faces instantly became stiff. What are you kidding? Do you know what you are talking about? One of the old men asked. Yeah, the life card turns to ashes, which means it's coming to an end. Another old man followed suit. After all, in their eyes, those who attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy were nothing more than a bunch of little devils. Who among them could threaten the lives of the 5 of them? The old man who stopped them did not explain, but the 2 lines of hot tears flowing from the corners of his eyes were the best explanation. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who are we? We are the top leaders of the world government, and they are just a small team under the 4 emperors. One of the old men wondered and shouted, but his eyes were always on the old man who stopped them. At this moment, there is no doubt in his heart that the old man who stopped them said that everything he just said was a joke. However, not. He was anxious. He walked directly to the old man who stopped them, put his hands on his shoulders, and then questioned. Hurry up and tell me it's all fake. It's true. As soon as these words came out, the old man slumped directly on the ground, with an extremely complicated expression on his face, like smiling but not smiling, like crying but not crying. However, soon, his eyes became moist, his eyes began to be confused, and pea-sized tears fell to the ground. Advertisement. Why? They are just a small team under the New World 4 emperors. Why do they have the ability to kill us? The other 3 old men did not reply, their hearts were also very complicated, and their eyes were moistened. Yes, how to put it, that was also a partner who used to fight side by side. Before they, although there were often different opinions, everyone had already regarded each other as brothers. Let's go. One of the old men patted the old man who was slumped on the ground and said softly. In the end, the 4 old men rushed to the other side of the battlefield, and after a few minutes, they managed to find the place where Su Yang fought before. Looking at the degree of destruction around them, their faces became even more ugly. Here, what kind of battle happened before? Unexpectedly, it has been destroyed to such an extent. What is the origin of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Does a single team have such strength? It's really incredible. Now, things seem to be getting more complicated. 99. Suddenly, the old man's cry came from the other side. Everyone heard the sound and looked at them, and then jumped quickly. The 3 old men all came to the edge of the deep ditch. The scene that appeared in front of them made them pale in shock. Yes, what caught their eyes was the blond old man whose body had been severely deformed. Advertisement. What kind of power can make the body of Lao Jin, probably named, become like this? 35. We were wrong. We were completely wrong. We totally underestimated the power of these guys. Yeah. Is it the captain of Whitebeard's 17th Division, Su Yang? You can't go wrong. The 3 we're chasing are just team members. Meanwhile, Su Yang's side wasn't so lucky. When Su Yang and the others arrived at the gate of the Holy Land Mariajoy, they met Sengoku, Garp, and Crane who came to support them. Yo, Sengoku, Garp, didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Su Yang stood at the front, with a smile on his face, he waved at Sengoku and them. Compared with the natural expressions of Su Yang and the others, the expressions of Sengoku and the others were extremely difficult to see. You madman! Sengoku roared, clenching his fists tightly. Marshal Sengoku, we all learned this from you. Shouldn't you, have you forgotten so soon? However, it doesn't matter, we can just remember. 35 Su Yang raised his mouth slightly and said calmly. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, Sengoku immediately rushed towards Su Yang, and then armament hockey covered it. Boom! With a loud noise, the surrounding smoke billowed up, and in the next second, Sengoku flew upside down. Garp and Crane shot immediately, supporting Sengoku's shoulders, which made him stop. Advertisement. Sengoku, calm down. The Crane stared at the smoke and reminded. You bastard, call me reckless, I don't think you'll be any better. Garp said calmly. However, when Garp's voice fell, suddenly, a blue giant rose from the ground, and this was Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo. Is it this way again? Looking at the Susanoo in front of him, Sengoku recalled the true several thousand hands used by Suyong when he was on the island. Everyone be careful. Delay. Sengoku shouted. This time has not yet come. The last time you suddenly attacked us and the account has not been settled. Wait for the next time. I will pay it all back to you, Sengoku. Suyong stands on Susanoo's shoulders, shouted at Sengoku. Immediately, he said to Uchiha Madara. Let's go, Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded, then controlled Susanoo to fly, and finally, passed directly over the heads of Sengoku and Garp, and slowly disappeared from their field of vision. This time, Sengoku and the others did not intend to pursue. I didn't expect we would have such a day, he said deeply while stepping. Xiaohei is right, even in the era of Roger was not so crazy. 35 Garp also caught up and said. Calvin is uncomfortable. Good brother, please make a decision. 86 Sengoku. I'm numb, how long has it been since there are new players? Please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku was sluggish in place for dozens of seconds, and then slowly started to catch up. Although they were all prepared in their hearts, when they arrived at the Five Elders, they were still somewhat shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. I never imagined. The madmen of the 17th Division can be so crazy with their revenge. 39. Crane walked to a relatively intact stone wall, glanced at the surrounding ruins, and sighed softly. It's impossible, we couldn't have rushed to the Holy Land Mariajoy for support in such a timely manner. Garp stood behind Crane and said. And just when Sengoku was about to speak, suddenly, a group of tall men in black suits came over. Mr. Sengoku, please send all the marine soldiers who came with you to the gate of the city. Hearing the words of the world government officials, Sengoku was slightly startled, and he glanced around, just meeting the eyes of the other 4-5 elders. In an instant, Sengoku felt as if something bad had happened. 413. Sengoku nodded, turned around and shouted, bringing himself to the marine soldiers who supported the Holy Land Mariajoy, and all retreated to the city gate. Advertisement. What about Garp and Suru? Or should I quit together? Sengoku asked. No need, Mr. Sengoku, all three of you are marine veterans, all of whom have made great contributions to the world government. Also, please Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp, and Staff Officer Suru, please come with me. Although Garp, Crane and Sengoku were confused, they still followed the people from the world government. After a while, they came to the front of the 4-5 elders. Sengoku is the person who arrives before the sound. It must be something big that even Marine didn't let know. You can see everything by yourself. The old man wearing a dark blue suit with long straight white hair and a long beard said solemnly. Soon, under the guidance of the world government personnel, Sengoku and the others all looked at the blond old man whose body was severely deformed in the deep ditch. This is. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane all had expressions of surprise on their faces. That's right, as you think, in this battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, our world government not only lost face, but even suffered huge losses. One of the old men said solemnly. Another old man carefully picked up the blond old man's body from the deep ditch, and then added, aside from everything, we also lost an old partner. Garp, Crane, fell into silence, did not make a sound. Advertisement. Sengoku said with a worried look. So, what are you going to do? In the long run, the threat to us from the 17th Division of Whitebeard has far exceeded our budget. Wearing a black suit, he has white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, and a flat hat. The old man with a scar on his face said calmly. And, Sengoku, there is one thing I need to confirm, how many members of the 17th Division of Whitebeard there are. Led by Suyong, the team members are Uchiha Madara, Diablo, Ace Kano, Tornado, Emily, and Anna, a total of 7. Sengoku said calmly. However, after speaking, Sengoku seemed to think of something and asked again, what's the matter? Could it be that the information is wrong? It shouldn't be possible. The last time we fought, we had already made all the inquiries begged clear. Call. The old man who went to chase the tornado before sighed deeply, and then said solemnly, "It's not wrong, it's just that this time, there are a total of 8 people who participated in the Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, except what you said. On their boat, there is also a blonde guy, and he is also devil fruit ability, his ability is not yet clear." No doubt, Sengoku and Garp and Crane were shocked when they heard what the 5 elders had to say. After all, it is quick. 7. In such a short period of time, a new team member was recruited. Not surprised, it must be false. This guy Su Yong, what kind of magic power does he possess to recruit such a powerful guy every time? 33 Sengoku frowned, unable to calm down for a long time. Advertisement. Yeah, I can't figure it out, how come there are so many strange powerhouses recruiting him? It's not long after that, and a new teammate has been added. Crane is also puzzled. You said that it would be better if you recruited a few weak ones. However, all of them are outrageously strong, and their abilities are even more diverse in 8 Gate. This kid named Su Yong probably did it under the name of Whitebeard, so everything went so smoothly. At this time, the 5 elders on the side gave an explanation. However, Sengoku and Garp disagreed with his statement. Impossible. I think this matter should have nothing to do with Whitebeard, but Su Yong, who must be hiding some big secret. Sengoku speculated. The 17th division of Whitebeard is outrageous. It even gives me the feeling that this division is more difficult than the Rocks Pirate or the Roger Pirates. Garp gave a very good evaluation. I agree with what you said, Garp. Even if I had a choice, I would rather fight with Whitebeard and the others than with his 17th division. Sengoku said calmly. The 5 elders around him sighed. You seem to have lifted Whitebeard's 17th division a little high. One of the old men said. At this time, Sengoku wanted to say, do you have no points in your heart? One of the 5 elders has been slaughtered. However, he didn't say that, but said, this is the point, it's useless to say more, let's quickly clean up the battlefield and start rebuilding the damaged part of the Holy Land Mariajoy. 87 The bounty of the 17th division has been changed again, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Soon, world government personnel and marine soldiers began to clear the battlefield. The result of this battle, no doubt, is that the world government lost its wife and lost its troops, lost face, killed many celestial dragons, and even lost one of the world government's top leaders. 2 hours after the incident, the 5 elders were summoned by IM. The Void Throne stands tall on the solemn hall, and below it, the red and yellow color scheme is used, solemn and sacred. And in front of the throne are full of swords and sabers. At the same time, sitting on the Void Throne is the leader of the celestial dragons, the mastermind behind the world government, and the master of the Void Throne. IM. Below, there were the 5 elders who had just received the order and went here. They all knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads. 5 elders, come to meet Lord IM. The sound resounded throughout the hall, and Yimu, who was sitting on the Void Throne, opened his eyes slightly and looked at them. As the top leader of the world government, to be so embarrassed by a group of little devils, this is really a big joke. Im's voice was low, but the 5 elders could hear it clearly. After listening to Yimu's words, the 5 elders looked solemn, their backs were cold, and their spirits were also tense. Advertisement. Sorry, Lord IM, for disappointing you. The 800-year backlog of the world government has been swept away by you today. It's not even if you don't keep people. You even got a top leader of the world government. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. The 5 elders bowed their heads and said nothing. Everything IM said was true, so they had nothing to explain. IM slowly stood up and walked slowly to the side of the 5 elders, which made the 4 of them even more nervous. This is the end, it's useless to say more. Yimu took out a stack of wanted notices from his arms, and was still on the ground. She continued. Who ended his life? The old man who was close to the wanted notice found Su Yang's one from the stack of wanted notices, and handed it to Yimu, calmly said. The Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 17th division, Su Yang. As for the way this kid was killed, we don't know. 5. Su Yang. Yimu's eyes flashed slightly, and the killing intent gradually leaked out. Lord IM, this Whitebeard's 17th division is a mystery, and everyone seems to have a great secret. Yes, Lord Yimu, I believe that Lao Jin's defeat may also be due to Su Yang's strange moves. 35. For what the five elders said, I felt a little weird, but he completely believed what the five elders said. Is it possible? In this world, something beyond my knowledge has appeared. After Yimu muttered, he walked slowly to the void throne again, sat down, and said solemnly. Advertisement. No matter how much it costs, we must capture a member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates alive. Lord Yimu, this time, we will not disappoint you. Go back. 99. Yes. Immediately after the five elders left, Im's eyes flashed slightly, and then he said softly, will you have the answer I want in your mouth? The next day, for some reason, the news that Su Yong and the others attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy was published in the newspapers. For a time, the news that the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy was rumored in the New World. New World, a certain sea area. On the Moby Dick. Marco looked at the newspaper he just bought from Newsbird, and his hands were shaking. In the next second, he couldn't help but yell. Su Yong. Su Yong the bastard. Yes, anyone, no one is numb. Marco told Su Yong a few days ago to be honest recently, don't waver. 0 for flowers. Verbally, he kept nodding his head and saying yes, and in a blink of an eye. Advertisement. What's the matter? Has something happened? The captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izuku asked worriedly after seeing Marco's expression. Marco looked at him and said softly, that kid Su Yong went to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. Oh, it's not the Holy Land. Mariajoy hadn't said it yet, and Azang was relieved for a moment, and she said in horror, what did you say? Su Yong went to attack the holy place Mariajoy. Marco nodded, and Yi Zhang hurriedly avoided the newspaper with one hand, and the wanted bounty clipped on the newspaper was scattered all over the place. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy, and then under the siege of Marine and the world government, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates fled in embarrassment and collapsed. Yi Zhang read the contents of the newspaper, and then couldn't help but scolded. Su Yong, this guy is crazy, right? Holy place Mariajoy is the headquarters of the world government. With his strength, he rushed to attack. However, fortunately in misfortune, Su Yong was lucky not to be caught by Marine, otherwise, things would be troublesome. Having said this, Yi Zhang sighed and glanced at Marco, only to see Marco half squatting, holding a wanted warrant in his hand, looking at it, and even had a feeling of petrification. Marco. And, what's the matter? It doesn't seem like a good thing to see you like this. Yi Zhang took the reward and wanted notice from Marco's hands in a daze, and when he looked around and saw Su Yang's avatar, he muttered, isn't it Su Yang's wanted notice, as for how fascinated he is. However, when he saw the string of bounties, Azang was dumbfounded. This. How is this possible? Why? Why is Su Yang's bounty so high? 88 Kaido's plan, the arrival of the three major disasters, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For the first time, Azang thought he had read it wrong, wiped his eyes, and counted again. 1, 10, 100, 1000. 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. 1.568 million Bailey. Azang's eyes widened, looking at Marco in disbelief, and finally, he laughed frivolously. Marco, isn't this a problem? Su Yong. How could Su Yong have such a high bounty, don't you think? When Su Yong offered the bounty a few days ago, Marco and the 5th Division Captain Bista, because they were afraid of their father's worries, hid the matter of Su Yang's bounty. So, for now, on the Moby Dick, in everyone's impression, Su Yong only has a bounty of several hundred million. Marco didn't answer. 413. He picked up all the bounty orders scattered all over the ground, and handed them to Yi Zhang. Although Yi Zhang looked suspicious, he still took it. Finally, when he looked around, his face became more and more ugly. A member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 1,050 million Baileys. A member of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diablo, with a bounty of 853 million Baileys. 99. Part 17 of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace Kano, bounty, 1.145 billion Bailey. 5. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Tornado, bounty, 300 million Baileys. Emily, 100 million, Anna 100 million. When I said this, Azang felt that his brain had been paralyzed. He continued to flip through it, and turned to the last one. The wanted notice was printed with only a hand-drawn drawing and the names of the members of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, but there was no name. Advertisement. However, the initial bounty was 150 million Bailey. This. Marco. Look, what's going on here? What's going on with the 17th Division? 35. Yi Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking it was some kind of conspiracy by the world government. After all, it is indeed a bit unbelievable. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco joined the Whitebeard Pirates very early. At present, the bounty is also around 1.3 billion. And what about Su Yang? When she was on the Moby Dick, there was no bounty. And, how long has it been out? The bounty rose from nothing to 1.5 billion Bailey. What's even more outrageous is that his team members are all in units of 100 million, and the top two have broken 1 billion. You must know that the number of 1 billion is already higher than most of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Take him as an example. Although he is the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the bounty is only 510 million Berry. Marco was at a loss for words. When he saw the bounty the other day, he was still a little worried. At this speed, Su Yang might not be able to surpass himself with the bounty in a few months. Result. Still sloppy. What months? Special Mother. It has only been a few days, and it has already surpassed. Now, in the Whitebeard Pirates, except for Whitebeard, Su Yang's bounty is currently the second highest. Advertisement. Yizhang. Don't ask, I don't know where to go. I want to know the truth of the matter more than you now. What the hell is this 17th Division? Marco said with some autism in his heart. I'm going to tell my dad about it now. As Zhang said, he took the newspaper already wanted notice in his hand, turned around and left. This time, Marco didn't stop it, because, compared to the days before, Whitebeard's complexion was much better. The time has come to noon. At this time, Wanokuni, the island of ghosts. Ahahahahaha. A burst of laughter broke out. This guy Su Yang is really unbelievable. He attacked Marine and finally fled. He attacked the world government headquarters. He was beaten to pieces. Jack looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but tease. Since being beaten by Su Yang, Jack has been injured for a while, and then, just today, he returned to Wanokuni.0. And beside Jack, there are the fire disaster, Jayan and the plague, Quinn, who are also known as the three major disasters like him. 6. So, Jack, you bastard, you brought us here just because of this. Quinn's anger rose significantly, looking at Jack with an idiot's eyes. Even if he's so rude, Jack, he's the guy who beat you. Jin said calmly. Although Jack's character is ruthless, he does not accept negotiation, and everything can be solved by force. Advertisement. But. For the Beast's pirates, they are dutiful and loyal, and they are humble, respectful and hardworking to the two elder brothers Jin and Quinn and the Governor Kaido, who are also the three major disasters. I asked Jack to call you here. At this time, Kaido, who had been silent in front of him, spoke up. Governor Kaido. Jin and Quinn's eyes moved slightly upwards and landed on Kaido. Jack, talk to them both. Jack nodded obediently, and then said, Governor Kaido thinks that the old thing Whitebeard has been active in everyone's sight too often recently. I'm afraid he is planning some conspiracy, so we have to make some moves in advance. 4.6. What should we do? Jin looked at Kaido and asked. Jack, take out that old Whitebeard's 17th Division bounty. Jack nodded, then quickly handed Jin the wanted list of the Whitebeard Regiment's 17th Division, and added. Though these guys have repeatedly challenged Marine and the world government, they have failed, but the bounty is surprisingly high. Although Jack's words gave Jin a precaution, Jin still paused after seeing the bounty offered by Su Yang and all the staff. A reward of 1.5 billion. Quinn on the side was obviously stunned after hearing about 1.5 billion. When did the Whitebeard Pirates still have such a high bounty? Advertisement. 89 Sengoku. Your special mother is really talented, please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not only Quinn, but even Kaido, who was sitting above, blinked when he heard the reward of 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Isn't that old Whitebeard's 17th Division just recently established? That kid named Su Yang has already been offered a reward of 1.5 billion. Kaido was a little surprised at the speed of Su Yang's bounty increase. Governor Kaido, this guy named Su Yong is indeed offering a reward of 1.5 billion, but his strength is not worthy of the 1.5 billion. I guess, the reason why the world government can give him such a reward. It's that the actions of these guys were too crazy. They attacked Marine at one time, and the Holy Land Mariajoy at another time. The most important thing is that they escaped safely every time. Jack's excellent speech directly skewed the judgment of Kaido and his party. They all nodded, thinking that what Jack said was reasonable. If Ten Sengoku and the others were here, they would give a thumbs up and praised. As expected of you, Jack, you have guessed this special girl, you are really a talent. Continuously provoking the world government's face, this can indeed increase the bounty quickly, but will it increase a little more? Although Jin agreed with Jack's statement, he did not fully agree. After all, he doesn't think that provocative face, without strength, can get a bounty of 1.5 billion. I know too little about that old Whitebeard's 17th division, so I don't have much to say. Quinn also spoke at this time. Brothers, you are too cautious, those guys are just a squad of that old Whitebeard, how strong can they be? Advertisement. If I hadn't been careless last time, how could I have ended up so embarrassed? Jack said confidently. Grumpy gurgle. Kaido held a large jug in his hand, kept pouring fine wine into his mouth, and then slowly said, what is the purpose of that old Whitebeard? Shouldn't he also wants to be the pirate king. After all, Kaido threw the bottle in his hand on the ground in anger. Seeing this, Jin didn't even think about it, and said to Kaido, Governor Kaido, although I don't know the purpose of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, but as long as we destroy the 17th Division, what they want to do, they can't threaten us. Brother Jin, there are already many members of the 17th Division. Let me follow you on this mission. Besides, I also want to kill the guy named Su Yong with my own hands. Jack said decisively. Jin nodded, but agreed to Jack's request. After all, to be honest, he was not so confident that he was asked to deal with 3 over 1 billion, and a few others close to 1 billion. Even if it is true as Jack said, this bounty is very high, but there will definitely be some advantages. Quinn, let's go too. This way, I'll be more at ease, don't let me down. After all, this time, the Beast's pirates have the highest combat power. Kaido ordered. Don't worry, Governor Kaido, no matter what the old Whitebeard is planning, we won't let him succeed. Jack, Jin, and Quinn said in unison. Sabayati Archipelago. Coast. Usually a small boat. Advertisement. Emily, Anna and the group of Tornado were all standing at the door of Su Yang's room. At the same time, Su Yang was lying on the floor of the room. He breathed greedily, and dense beads of sweat had gathered on his forehead. Yes, in this situation, it is the price of damage to my body yesterday by using 8 inner gates. 0. Now, his feeling is that every pore in his body is like being pricked by a needle, and every place is like being bitten by an ant. Damn, there is an upper limit for losses and injuries, otherwise, I really can't hold on anymore. Su Yang groaned inwardly. However, there is another advantage that, because 8 inner gates is a modified version of the system publication, Su Yang can repair the damage caused to the body by using 8 inner gates in one day. Sir Su Yang, are you alright? Outside came Anna's worried cry. I said, I'm fine. You can do whatever you need to do, and do what I told you to do as soon as possible. Su Yang reminded. Of course, what he explained, naturally, was to build a powered boat. He used wood style to make it, and it was always a hull. Outside the door, you look at me, I look at you. What the hell is going on here? Why did Su Yang suddenly get sick? Diablo asked curiously. Advertisement. Me too. I'm not too sure, it's quite sudden. Emily explained. Uchiha Madara stretched, turned around and left, muttering. Su Yang even said that there is no need to worry, then there is nothing to worry about, I'll go look for the boat. I remember Su Yang said, Giorno Chopper's medical ability. Diablo looked at Giorno Chopper and asked. As soon as these words came out, the eyes around him also turned to him. Giorno Chopper just smiled. He is indeed very capable of medical treatment, however, he can only cure serious diseases. For example, if you have a heart problem, he can create a heart for you and press it. But ordinary sickness is unnecessary, and neither will he. I can treat it well. As for ordinary illnesses, I have no way. Giorno Chopper said calmly. Okay. Diablo nodded, then said to Anna and Emily, "You two, pay attention to Su Yong, and if you encounter something you can't handle, call us." "Yes, Lord Diablo." "Okay, let's not stay here," as Su Yong said, "just do what we need to do." I beg to subscribe. I beg to subscribe. I beg to subscribe. 90 Unexpected Joy. Wood Style Awakens. Please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The time has come to midnight. Using 8 inner gates yesterday, the lasting damage to the body is now over. Su Yong slowly climbed up from the floor and touched his clothes. Because he sweated a lot, his clothes still felt a little damp now. It's really terrible. It's a shame that I opened 8 gate without any waves yesterday. Otherwise, it will take longer to end this bad inheritance of physical damage. Su Yong secretly rejoiced, came to the mirror, looked at himself in the mirror. His face was a little pale, he looked a little haggard, and even his hair was messy. He smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that it was not the enemy who made him look like this, but himself, ha 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 ha. After complaining for a while, Su Yong opened the door with bare feet. Now he is going to take a bath and then have a full meal. Because of his health, he hasn't eaten much all day today, and his stomach is already full. It's been a long time since I called the old man up. When he opened the door, the 2 bodies of Anna and Emily fell down instantly, and then woke up. Yes, the 2 of them have been guarding here for a long time. Because they were too sleepy, the 2 of them leaned against the door and narrowed their eyes. The moment Su Yong opened the door, the 2 of them fell down. Lord Su Yong. Emily and Anna stood up and sorted their clothes. "What are you 2 doing here? You're sick, and we can't share it for you, so, just wait it outside," Anna explained. Although he didn't need any help, the actions of the 2 of them still warmed Su Yang's heart. "Are you feeling better?" Emily asked with concern at this time. Advertisement. "Well, I'm all right now, go and help me prepare dinner, my stomach is already screaming," Su Yong asked. When Emily and Anna heard Su Yang's words, they immediately became happy. "Okay, Mr. Su Yong, it's great that you've recovered from your illness. What do you want to eat? I'll go and prepare it right away." Anna looked elated, with the sadness on her face before. When she learned that Su Yong was all right, she had already disappeared without a trace. "Is there anything else I need help with?" Emily on the side also asked. Su Yong shook his head, then walked towards the bathroom in a diametrical manner. Said to be a bathroom, in fact, it is not at all, because the inside of this boat is empty. Of course, there is no such thing as hot water, and some only have simple fresh water. As for Su Yong, there are no requirements, as long as she can take a bath. After taking a bath and eating a hearty meal, Su Yong came out of the boat alone and sat on the guard rail of the boat. The moon is beautiful tonight, and the sea is sparkling. There was no noise around, only the sound of sea water hitting the reef. For some reason, Su Yong always felt that in the dead of night, his mood was inexplicably cheerful. Su Yong just sat there quietly, letting the sea breeze blow his wet hair. After a while, he remembered that there was one thing that had not been done. He opened his own virtual panel and glanced away. Host. Su Yong. Advertisement. Binding. Whitebeard Pirates Episode 17. Abilities. Tough Body. Conqueror's Hockey awaits awakening. Special abilities. Wood Style. Sage Body. 8 inner gates modified version 20%, with the increase of unlocking degree. Use will reduce the loss of body. 100% will be no damage. The final gate will be opened. Fixed consumption of its own physical strength, will not consume vitality. Note. The damaged body will appear a day later. Summoning value. 0.001 dropped by random people or things encountered in host. Summoned characters. Uchiha Madara, 53%, Diablo, 38%, Ace Kano, 43%, Tornado, 35%, Giorno Chopper, 31%. Unlock progress does not affect moves. The unlocking progress reaches 60 to reach the peak strength of the original world. If it exceeds 60, the summoned character will surpass the peak strength of the original world. The unlocking progress is related to several events. Warehouse. White Summoning Fragment X1. Su Yong glanced at it roughly, and the unlocking degree in all aspects has improved a bit. Of course, what he cares most about is the White Summoning Shard. White Summoning Fragment. Su Yong murmured. The summoning fragments that he had picked up in the past had only the 4 characters of Summoning Fragment, but this time, the word, white, was added. As for the meaning, Su Yong is not clear. Can't guess. In the next second, Su Yong did not hesitate to use it directly. Backquote system, use white to summon shards. Quote. Ding. Are you sure to use the white summoning shards? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the successful use of the host. Get 100 summoning points. Get awakening card X1, can awaken any ability of oneself. After awakening, all aspects will be improved. When Su Yong heard this prompt, he was stunned for several seconds. Advertisement. Not only did I get summon points, but I also got an awakening card that can awaken my own abilities. At this moment, Su Yong didn't even bother to summon the program. Just click the awakening card. Ding. Whether to use the awakening card. Close black lens bracket. Yes. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Please choose host. Close black lens bracket. 1. Host has not awakened Conqueror's Haki for the time being. Using this card can, is it good, awaken Conqueror's Haki directly. Close black lens bracket. 2. Tough body awakens, defense, and strength to a higher level. Close black lens bracket. 3. Wood style awakening, attack, defense, etc. are all improved, and it can turn the surrounding things into wood. How far it can reach depends on the user. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the 3 awakening plans proposed by the system, Su Yang's eyes were dull. He never imagined that such a useful thing could be opened from this white summoning shard. At this moment, Su Yong shouted involuntarily. The system is awesome. While Conqueror's Haki is important, it's not so important when compared to Wood-style awakening. As for the second plan, since Su Yong learned Haki, he doesn't pay much attention to it. So, Su Yong this time, from the moment he saw the system plan, he planned to choose Wood-style awakening Yan. 91 Black Dragon, Akunorlia, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. System. I choose 3. Ding. Command received, is awakening. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Wood style awakened successfully. Close black lens bracket. The voice that accompanied the system fell. Su Yong only felt a warm current pouring into his body around him. Finally, until the whole body, the feeling of muscle soreness in the whole body due to the side effect of 8 inner gates, disappeared without a trace at this moment. And, at this very moment, it gives Su Yong a feeling of being reborn in nirvana. In addition to the warm current, there was also a brand new memory integrated into his mind. There is no doubt that this new memory is naturally the usage of wood style after awakening. This feeling, it's wonderful. Su Yong closed his eyes and sighed with emotion. Finally, he opened his eyes moved down a little bit, and what caught his eye was the sparkling sea. At this moment, a bold idea also sprang from Su Yang's mind. Advertisement. He stood up slowly, closed his eyes, leaned slightly, and finally fell into the sea. However, in the next second, the sea surface emitted a faint light. Yes, at this moment, the seawater around Su Yong had turned into wood. Moreover, this wood is not the same as its 413, it has become very soft and soft. Explanation. It can be hard or soft, controlled by the user. Su Yong looked at his body and was slowly being held up by the wood, feeling a little surprised. After wood straightened his body, Su Yong started to walk on the sea. With every step, the surrounding sea water turns into soft wood. In the end, he walked to the shore, and to his surprise, the sand on the edge turned green. Immediately after, the grass and some saplings grew at a speed that the naked eye could see. Obviously I didn't use the power of awakening, but grass grows on the ground. Su Yong murmured slightly in surprise, and in the next second, he began to use the ability to awaken wood style. The ground beneath his feet, just like when he was on the sea before, emitted a faint green light. Immediately afterwards, the ground turned directly into wood. Then, after Su Yang's tossing, he finally figured it out. After wood style is awakened, as long as he uses the power of awakening, when he is on land, he enters the standby state, he can evoke the vitality of the ground. Of course, he can also use his willpower to prevent the vitality of the ground from arousing. The effect looks very good, but I don't know how the actual combat effect will be. Su Yong murmured, then jumped and returned to the deck of the ship. Next, he did not idle, but started the summoning procedure. Advertisement. I hope to have a gentle and beautiful woman with a hot body. Su Yong thought to himself. After all, for now, most of the summoners were men, and the only one was a woman, who also brought Tsunere. System. Summon. Ding. Command received, is calling. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Successful summoning, consumes 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a Curolia from Fairy Tale. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's words, Su Yong instantly froze in place, his eyes sluggish for a while. Yes, Su Yong is still impressed by this one called a Curolia. In the original fairy tale, Acnerolia was a dragon slayer more than 400 years ago. In the case of continuous slaying of dragons, her teeth turned into fangs, and her body gradually grew dragon scales. While being a dragon, he has dark wings that do not belong to a dragon, becoming the first dragon in history to be transformed from a human. As for strength, there is no need to question, in his world, he is called the King of Dragons. Of course, in Su Yang's eyes, a Curolia is also a guy who doesn't worry too much. Because he hates human beings and dragons extremely, disdains them, and doesn't even want to communicate with them. However, for this, Su Yong believes, the system should make a difference. And just as Su Yong pondered this skill, the white light escaped from Su Yang's body and fell aside. Advertisement. Immediately after, the group of white rays of light divided into a group, and slowly turned into a human shape, accompanied by him opening his eyes. The white light on the human figure began to fall off little by little. Immediately after, a man with long dark blue hair draped around his waist and a pair of vicious eyes appeared in Su Yang's field of vision. He has brown skin, tattoos, a black cape, a topless body, bare feet and a necklace around his neck. Su Yong looked at Akunorlia and was about to say something when Akunorlia suddenly burst into laughter. Su Yong. 46. Ha 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 ha. Is this really a whole new world? A world without magic. A world without dragons. 35. Su Yong quickly refuted Akurolia's words. You are right, this world is indeed a world without magic, but there is one thing, you are still wrong, this world has dragons. After Akunorlia paused, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but soon, the expression on his face became natural again. Forget it, this is already another world, there are dragons, but there are no dragons. Have nothing to do with me. However, listening to Akunorlia's tone and the current performance, Su Yong can roughly conclude that he does not have the extreme hatred of humans and dragons in the original book, and he dismisses them, and even does not want to play with them. Communication and communication character. However, this is still Su Yang's guess. In fact, Akurolia regards Su Yong as her own kind, and of course, the same is true for those who were summoned by Su Yong. Anyway, Akronorlia, I welcome you on behalf of this brand new world. I believe that with you, this world will become more exciting. Su Yong said calmly with a smile on his face. Of course, there is one thing that Su Yong is definitely not wrong, that is, after the arrival of Akunorlia, the strength of his 17th division has been improved again, and the world has become a great place because of his arrival. Wonderful. Advertisement. 92 The Sabo gang who came to visit please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the next time, Su Yong was bored, and directly told Akurolia some more detailed information about the world. To Su Yang's surprise, Akurolia quietly listened to what Su Yong said. In the second half of the night, Su Yong couldn't stand it any longer. After arranging accommodation for Akurolia, he went back to sleep. It was just dawn. Anna and Emily had already got up and prepared a rich breakfast for Su Yong and the others. Who are you? On the ship's hull, Akurolia stared badly at Anna and Emily who were holding tableware. Anna and Emily are also quite confused. After all, suddenly there is a strange place in their own place, and then they ask themselves, who are they? Is this anti-customer? Emily blinked at Anna. You look at me, I look at you, and finally her eyes were fixed on Akurolia's body. You, who are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter, the intruder, just kill it. Akneroria sneered. These words directly scared Anna and Emily, and 10,000 grass and mud horses were galloping in their hearts. I just wake up early and make breakfast like I always do and become an intruder. However, at this moment, Anna seemed to have remembered something, and immediately said anxiously, that. Sir, are you a new partner recruited by Su Yong? Oh, it seems to know a lot, you two are not sent by Marine to inquire about the news? Akunorli asked. Late last night, Akurolia heard Su Yong say that Marine is scheming and often does shameful things. Advertisement. Anna, Emily. We are also Lord Su Yang's companions. 35. The two of them explained. And when Akunorli was about to say something, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, followed by a deep voice. The two of them are indeed. Akunorlia looked back, and what caught his eye was a burly man, and he was Ace Kano. From Ace Kano's body, Akurolia can clearly perceive that he exudes the same smell as Su Yang's. As for what her own kind said, Akunorlia undoubtedly had no doubts. Forget it, although I don't like it, but if I kill it, it's not easy for me to explain to Su Yang. Akurolia said boringly. Beautiful lady, you don't have to prepare breakfast for this newcomer at all. At this time, Diablo also came out and said with a smile. Ace Kano-sama, Lord Diablo. Anna and Emily looked at the two of them with aggrieved faces. If the two of them came out later, it is estimated that they never dreamed that one day they would die on their own boat. Go to Su Yang for this kind of thing, he can vent your anger. Diablo explained. Just as these words fell, suddenly, a soft voice sounded outside. Advertisement. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Anna and Emily recovered their frustration, and then put the tableware in their hands on the table. I'll go out to see who it is. Breakfast is ready, you can take your seats and enjoy it. Also, please, Lord Diablo, go and call Lord Su Yang. After leaving these words, Emily and Anna trotted out. As for the others, they didn't care who came outside at all. For them, the people who come from outside are not as important as this breakfast. Soon, when Emily and Anna came to the boat guardrail outside, the two of them looked around and saw a group of people in casual clothes. There were two leaders, a man and a woman. The man has wavy blonde hair, a scar on his left eye, and a confident smile on his face. The woman has orange hair and is wearing a short dress, high heels, and a small hat with goggles. Oh, seeking flowers. Yes, the two of them are Sabo and Koala of the Revolutionary Army. Their purpose is to discuss things with Su Yang. However, their original plan was that Koala would come alone, but Sabo couldn't rest assured and came along with him. Who are you? Is there anything? Anna asked. Sabo took a step forward, then pointed to the flag with the number 17 written on the pole, and asked. I'm asking, are you, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? When asked, Anna and Emily both paused and looked at Sabo with strange eyes. Advertisement. Point 0. Obviously, they were afraid of Sabo and they were not good people, so, for a while, they chose to be silent. And Sabo seemed to see what Anna and Emily were thinking, and smiled. Sorry for bothering us, we have no ill intentions, we came here just to meet Su Yang, the captain of the 17th Division of Whitebeard, and discuss something with him. Of course, with Sabo's one-sided words, Anna and Emily still didn't dare to say anything more. You wait here for a while. When the words fell, Anna continued to stay here, while Emily hurried in. It's not good, my lords, a group of people came outside and said they were looking for Su Yang. Emily said with some worry in her heart. Who knows, everyone just looked up. Of course you have to find Su Yang for this kind of thing. 5. Yes, it's useless for you to find us. If you say there's a fight outside, maybe we can help you a little bit. 5. Lord Diablo, did Lord Su Yang get up? Emily continued to ask. Well, it's estimated that this will work, and it should come out. Sure enough, just as Diablo said these words, Su Yang's room door opened with a click. Su Yang yawned and walked out slowly. Emily walked quickly to Su Yang and said, Lord Su Yang, a group of people came outside and said they were looking for you. Advertisement. 93 Su Yang. Unfortunately, I am not interested, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A group of people came looking for me. Su Yang paused, originally a little sleepy, but after hearing what Emily said, he was much more energetic. But if he thinks about it carefully, Su Yang is a little puzzled. After he crossed into the world of pirates, he has never contacted anyone other than the Whitebeard pirates. So the question is, who is looking for him? How did he know he was in the Sabayati archipelago? The more Su Yang thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Yes, Lord Su Yang. At this time, Emily nodded her head and gently judged. Who are they? Su Yong asked. Emily's eyes were blank for a few seconds. She had been wondering if Sabo and the others were bad people, and she completely forgot to ask the name. 430. 0. Su. Lord Su Yong. I forgot to ask. 35. Then, go out and have a look. In this way, Su Yong put the washing things behind, and walked towards the outside. Of course, this is not because they are very important, but Su Yang's pure curiosity. He has no communication in this world, who will come to him? After a while, Su Yong was already outside. Advertisement. Su Yong was a little surprised when Sabo and Koala were reflected in Su Yang's eyes. He never imagined that the people who came to look for him would be the Revolutionary Army Sabo and Koala, who had never met or even heard of the names in this world. Su Yong was lying on the guardrail of the boat, looking at Sabo and Koala with great interest, and said calmly, I heard. Are you looking for me? Sabo looked at the newspaper in his hand and checked with Su Yong. After confirming that it was correct, he put away the newspaper with a gentle smile on his face. I've admired it for a long time. Whitebeard Pirates. Captain of Division 17, Mr. Su Yong. On the other hand, Koala, who was standing beside Sabo, cast an admiring look at Su Yong. The reason for admiration is naturally because Su Yong and the others attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy and the Celestial Dragons. Because of this, Su Yong has become one of the few people that Koala admires. Of course, the reason why Koala has such an idea is still from her childhood experience. Koala is a resident of Forchard Island, captured by human traffickers and made a slave to the Celestial Dragons. Due to being abused by Celestial Dragons for a long time, she can only greet everyone with a smile on her face. Whenever she is maliciously abused, under pressure, or when she is suddenly nervous and overwhelmed, she will kneel down and wipe the floor. Although he was rescued later, the resentment for Celestial Dragons has always been hidden in the deepest part of his heart. But Su Yong, no matter what world government nobles or world government headquarters, launched the attack directly. Although the world is huge, there are very few people who dare to do such a thing. I'm quite curious. I remember, the Whitebeard pirates have nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Su Yong continued. Advertisement. Hearing the words, Revolutionary Army, whether it was Sabo or Koala, they were obviously stunned. They were planning to reveal their identities only when they were discussing. However, I never imagined that Su Yong could see through their identities at a glance. Mr. Su Yong is right. Before, the Revolutionary Army did not have any interaction with the Whitebeard pirates. Koala explained. So what? Are you here to fight? Su Yong asked again. No, Mr. Su Yong, don't get me wrong. We came to you without any malice. We are just entrusted by the above to discuss things with you. 35 Sabo also hurriedly said. Negotiate things. Su Yong was a little puzzled, but he didn't understand that the pirates and the Revolutionary Army had completely different positions, so what could be negotiated? Then tell me. Year. Sabo looked around, then smiled and asked, Can I come into the ship to discuss? Su Yong stood up straight on the ship's guardrail, then stretched. Whatever you want. After leaving this sentence, Su Yong slowly walked towards the inside of the boat, while Anna and Emily followed behind Su Yong. You stay here to observe the situation around you, discuss it, and let me go with Koala. Sabo arranged for the members of the Revolutionary Army behind him. Yes. Soon, Sabo jumped with Koala, jumped on the boat, and walked towards the inside of the boat. However, the moment the two of them stepped into the boat hull, their brows furrowed. The breath of the people around them seemed to make both of them breathe quickly. Advertisement. It even made them both have an illusion that what they entered was not the inside of the boat, but the den of the beast. At this moment, Sabo was a little fortunate that it was right not to let Koala do this task alone. Because, his intuition told him that the group of people in front of him were dangerous, too dangerous. You two, please sit aside for a while. Lord Su Yong went into wash. Anna ordered. Sabo nodded and sat on the wooden chair next to Koala. As for Diablo and the others, since Sabo came in, he glanced at them, then ignored them the whole time, enjoying a delicious breakfast. Soon after, Su Yong finished washing up and walked out of it. Then he sat at the dining table, and while eating breakfast, he said calmly, Let's get to the point, I don't like to be around the corner. 4.6. Mr. Su Yong saw through our identity, and must have clearly understood the purpose of our revolutionary army. Before Sabo's words were finished, Su Yong interjected. What you're saying is that your purpose is to overthrow the unequal rule of celestial dragons that dominates the world government. Sabo smiled slightly when he heard it. Sure enough, Mr. Su Yong knows, so I won't introduce too much. I would like to invite you to join us in overthrowing the rule of the world government. Hearing this, Su Yong stopped the movements in his hands, raised his head slightly, and looked at Sabo. Then he laughed. You revolutionary army really look up to me, but unfortunately, I am not interested. 5. Ask for a subscription. Advertisement. 94 Sabo who restores memory, please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With Su Yang's voice falling, Sabo's eyes paled. Although before he came, he had thought about a lot of results and made a lot of preparations, and he had been convincing himself before that this time, as long as he went back safely. But, really at this moment, Sabo is still full of a sense of loss. Mr. Su Yong, actually, you don't have to answer me in such a hurry. Sabo forced a smile, trying not to convey his disappointment to Su Yang's side. Yeah, Mr. Su Yong, think about it carefully. You must have seen the unequal rule of the world government celestial dragons. Koala looked directly at Su Yong and said softly. Su Yong was thinking while eating breakfast. He was still wondering, why did the revolutionary army come to him? It turned out that he wanted to cooperate with himself to overthrow the unequal rule of the world government celestial dragons. However, it is clear that Su Yong does not want to be involved in this great cause. He is also not as ambitious as others, wanting to be the world overlord and the pirate king. Compared with these, Su Yong still wants to be a salted fish, eat, drink and play 10 times a day, and the girls change every day. This is the life he wants. Instead of fighting every day, you chase me today, and I chase you tomorrow. We are not great saints, we are pirates. Do you know what pirates do? Do you think a pirate should do something like this? Su Yong asked back. Su Yang's words made Sabo and Koala speechless. Advertisement. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, Su Yong smiled again and said, okay, let's do whatever we need to do. Sabo smiled faintly, stood up together with Koala, took off his hat, bent down slightly, and bowed to Su Yong to show his respect. Excuse me, Mr. Su Yong, thank you for giving me a chance to discuss. Although Su Yong rejected their cooperation, it did not affect Sabo's respect. However, just when Sabo and the others were about to turn around and leave, Su Yong seemed to have thought of something and suddenly made a sound. Oh yes, if I guessed correctly, your revolutionary army's intelligence network is very strong. Of course, in fact, this is not what Su Yong guessed, but the fact that the revolutionary army's intelligence network is very strong and can master events happening around the world. For example, in the original book, after the Straw Hat crew defeated the Baroque Work Club led by Crocodile, the revolutionary army could know the news. Take himself as an example. If the intelligence network of the revolutionary army was not strong, how would he know that Su Yong came to the Sabayati archipelago, and how would he know that Su Yang's ship was docked here? Sabo finally nodded after hesitating for a moment. Help me find someone. Su Yong made another request. Sabo glanced at Koala, and finally nodded. After all, this is not difficult for the revolutionary army, but if he said no to help, then he probably won't get out of here. Yes, but I hope the person you're looking for has a certain reputation, otherwise, it's a bit of a needle in a haystack. Sabo explained. Advertisement. Indeed, the intelligence network of the revolutionary army is indeed very strong, but if you say that no one knows anyone except Su Yong, then the intelligence network is useless no matter how strong it is. I'm afraid, even if he walks past him, he doesn't necessarily know it's him. Su Yong just smiled faintly, did not answer Sabo's question, but said something in his words. Actually, strictly speaking, helping me is also helping yourself. Obviously, neither Sabo nor Koala understood what Su Yong said, and looked at Su Yong with a puzzled face. However, Su Yong didn't care. He swallowed the food in his mouth, and then said gently, help me find out where the Fire Fist Ace is. As soon as the name Ace came out, as expected, as Su Yong guessed, Sabo's pupils shrank violently in an instant, and his heart was also touched. Koala also clearly noticed Sabo's movement, raised his head slightly, and looked at Sabo's face. What's wrong? Sabo. Sabo's face changed suddenly. He took a slight step forward, forced himself to calmly said, Su. Mr. Su Yong, can you show me the photo? 99. There are no pictures, but I can conjure them up for you to see. 39. Su Yong said, stood up slowly, and then waved his hand. The wooden object detached from his hand, fell to the floor, and turned into a human shape at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Finally, a miniature version of Ace's wooden golem appeared. And Sabo's eyes were already moist after seeing this miniature wooden golem, and the tears could no longer flow out. He walked over to the miniature Ace wooden golem, stretched out a slightly trembling hand, and touched it. Yes, he remembered. Advertisement. Ace is his own sworn brother. Before, he always felt as if he was missing something important, but now, he finally knew what he was missing. At this moment, he also understood what Su Yong said just now, helping me is also helping you, means. If he said earlier that he would not help, Su Yong would not have said the name Ace, nor would 430 make a miniature Ace wooden golem. In this way, he himself will not remember this missing memory. Sabo. Koala came to Sabo and looked at him worriedly. I'm fine, Koala. 35. Sabo swallowed his saliva forcefully, although the tears could not stop flowing, but his heart was happy. After speaking, he looked at Su Yong, bowed again, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su Yong and the members of the 17th Division made you laugh. However, Mr. Su Yong, you are truly an unexplainable existence. Thank you very much for letting me retrieve this missing memory, but if you don't tell me your purpose, I'm afraid I will. It doesn't help you find the location of Fire Fist Ace. Obviously, Sabo was afraid that Su Yong had found Ace. Then it's not good for Ace. According to the clues in the original book, Sabo doesn't know about Ace, otherwise, he should have remembered it long ago when he read the newspaper and learned about it. Snapped. Koala tapped Sabo's head lightly, and then said, Sabo, what are you thinking? What is the purpose of Mr. Su Yong looking for Fire Fist Ace? They are all captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. 95 strikes. Beasts Pirates 3 disasters. Please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Sabo was stunned when he heard Koala's words. Ace also joined the Whitebeard pirates. 35. He looked at Koala and asked back. Koala nodded and smiled slightly. Of course, Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Mr. Su Yong is the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's it. Sabo sighed, but did not expect that Ace would join the Whitebeard Pirates. Soon, his eyes turned to Su Yong again, and he smiled slightly. I see, leave it to me to find the location of Ace, and when there is news, I will send someone to inform you. 5. Su Yong didn't say much. After simply responding with 2 words, he continued to eat breakfast. Then, we won't bother, let's say goodbye. After Sabo left these words, he left with Koala. On the road. Hey, Sabo, what a pity, I didn't expect Mr. Su Yong to refuse so decisively. Koala sighed as he walked. Advertisement. In fact, what she would most like to see is Su Yang's promise to overthrow the unfair rule of the world government together. It's a pity. Su Yong refused too decisively, without any hesitation. He's actually right, they're pirates and our paths are different, but. Koala. This time, it seems that it was a very correct decision for me to follow. Sabo is in a good mood now. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky. Koala pouted and shrugged. Is it because the Fire Fist Ace thing makes you feel good? However, I didn't expect you to know the 2nd captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Why haven't I heard of you before? When Sabo heard this, he glanced at Koala, smiled and said softly, Ace is my brother. Obviously, Koala was shocked when he heard this. Why? Why? I've never heard of you before. 55. Because I have been missing this memory. Hearing this, Koala wanted to say something, but swallowed it. Sabo smiled calmly and continued. Of course, retrieving this missing memory is only one of them, but I think the more important thing is to accompany you this time, because this Whitebeard 17th Division is too dangerous. Listening to Sabo's words, Koala also cooled her back. She shuddered, and then said, When you said that, I suddenly recalled that the moment we stepped into the boat hull just now, my intuition kept telling me to get out of here quickly. Koala said, sighed deeply, and then continued, It's the first time I have this feeling when I grow up so big. Advertisement. No wonder. The 17th Division dared to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy, and had previously seriously injured Marine Admiral Sakazuki. 95. While Sabo muttered, he breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Thanks to Soo-young, they are not from the world government, otherwise it would be really difficult to fight against this kind of guy. When Sabo and the others left, Soo-young and the others were as if Sabo had never been here, and didn't take their affairs to heart at all. Today, as it was yesterday, some people go to collect the necessities, and some people go to find the right boat. And Soo-young, naturally, was taking a break from the busy schedule. However, what Soo-young never expected was that just yesterday, the ship of the Beast's pirates had also arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, and a search had been launched. Tavern. Why would you let me do such a thing? Carrying a large case of fine wine, Agnerolia was walking on the road, yelling at Soo-young in front of her. You're right, I think it's time for us, the 17th Division, to find some coolies. Soo-young was also carrying a large case of fine wine and nodded thoughtfully. Agnerolia, if I had known, I would not have come with you. 35. Agnerolia originally carried it with 2 hands, but it was replaced with 1 hand. Then, he took out a bottle from the box. After biting off the cap, he poured a few mouthfuls into his mouth. Single quote. But, the taste of this wine is really good. Advertisement. Soo-young glanced back, and then reminded. Take it easy, there is still a long distance from our ship, don't come back in time, there is only 1 box left. What's the point of that? Soo-young shrugged. It doesn't matter if you're willing to move. 35. As soon as the voice fell, when Agnerolia was about to say something, suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. The crowd started frantically running towards Soo-young. Soo-young and Agnerolia were slightly taken aback, when they wanted to take a few quick steps to see what happened. But, at this moment, a loud voice rang, okay. Soo-young, it seems that my luck is very good, I was the first to find you. As soon as the voice fell, a huge figure jumped up and landed not far in front of Soo-young. What caught Soo-young and Agnerolia's eyes was a tall, strong man with a ponytail and 2 braids, and a metal jaw on his mouth. He wears a feather-like coat, with 2 ivory-like ornaments on his head and on his shoulders, with spiked willows. And he is one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, Jack. I'm sorry, the author is stupid. I didn't read it after copying it, so I uploaded it and copied half of it. Now it has been added back. I'm sorry Joe. Advertisement. 96 Wood-style awakened power vs Jack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jack. When Jack came into Soo-young's eyes, Soo-young was quite surprised. After all, this guy was shot into the sea by himself before, and he never expected that now he is standing alive in front of him. Agnerolia held the box in one hand and the wine bottle in the other, and looked at Soo-young with a twinkle in her eyes, and said calmly. Did he come to work with you again? Soo-young glanced back at Agnerolia suspiciously, and then smacked his tongue. Why, you look at the guy's aura, like you came to cooperate with me or something. As soon as these words came out, before Agnerolia could reply, Jack added a sentence. Are you surprised to see me? Didn't expect me to be alive? Jack sneered. Soo-young shrugged, but his heart didn't have much turbulence. He smiled slightly, and said, compared to life and death, I am more surprised. 430, why are you here? Jack unhurriedly pulled out the shotter knife from the back of his neck, and said confidently. Why do you appear here? You can ask such stupid words, of course I'm here to sweep away the shame before. To be honest, Soo-young wanted to laugh when he heard this. Jack was no match for him before, not to mention that he now has abilities such as Sage Body, 8 Inner Gates and so on. Advertisement. Even if you put aside your own abilities, just relying on the current crew, not to mention you Jack, even if Kaido comes here is useless. I have to say, Jack, you are quite brave. Soo-young squinted and smiled, his face still calm. At this time, Agnerolia walked to Soo-young's side and said calmly, by the way, help me move back, this guy, just leave it to me to deal with. Agnerolia's initiative was a bit beyond Soo-young's expectations. However, Soo-young directly folded the box in his hand on top of the box held by Agnerolia and said with a smile. No, you help me get it back, I just want to test something. Yes, the test that Su Yong mentioned is exactly the power after Wood Style's awakening. Acunarola hesitated for a few seconds, but didn't say anything more, holding 2 cases of fine wine in her hand, and said as she walked. You're a really good captain. Just don't overdo it, I'll go first. Jack watched Acurola pass in front of him, but he didn't intend to shoot. After all, in his eyes, a guy who doesn't even have a reputation or a bounty is not worthy to let his own knives stain with blood. The surrounding crowd also hid far away, but did not leave, but hid aside to watch the play. Advertisement. Go back, Jack said suddenly. Yes, Captain Jack. The pirates who followed Jack nodded and stepped back. The next second, Jack took the lead, waving the shotel knife in his hand, and charged towards Su Yong. At this vague moment, grass, saplings and other plants have begun to grow on the ground where Su Yong is standing. Obviously, this means that Su Yong has used the ability of Wood Style to awaken. I saw him slowly raise his hand, a green light spot appeared out of thin air from his finger, followed closely, and I saw him flick. The green light spot shot out like a bullet. Jack was very confident. Looking at the green light spot flying over, he directly took it with a shovel knife. When the green light spot was photographed directly on the ground. Are you too embarrassed to take out an attack with this amount of power? Su Yong. During this time, I've become stronger. Jack roared. And Su Yong smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I've become stronger too. As soon as these words were said, suddenly, the green light spot that had just hit the ground turned into a monstrous tree, directly flying Jack up. Advertisement. What flew just now? Is it a seed? After flying upside down, Jack quickly landed smoothly behind the master's center of gravity in the air. As for Su Yong, obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with this blow. This trick, for other people, may be really good, but for me Jack, it doesn't hurt at all. 35. Su Yong waved his hand and said calmly, Don't get me wrong, I didn't think that this trick would work for you, I just tried to see if it could be used like this. 5. Obviously, Jack's anger rose a lot after hearing Su Yang's words. You bastard, don't look down on people. Jack swung the shuttle knife again and rushed towards Su Yong like a beast. At the same time, Su Yang's hands had already emitted a faint green light. Immediately after, he touched the ground with one hand, and the green light spread instantly. The next second, he pulled, a huge wooden object directly pulled up on the ground, and covered armament hockey in an instant. Afterwards, Su Yong swung the wooden whip and threw it directly at Jack. Ask for a subscription. Advertisement. 97 Both sides have come to support. Please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Facing the wooden whip, Jack was a little stunned, and immediately stopped the pace in his feet, holding the shotter knife for defense. Dang! Sounded. The huge wooden whip collided with Jack's shotter knife. A powerful air flow was immediately generated, constantly scouring everything around. As the wooden whip rolled, Jack was constantly retreating. When the wooden whip slid to the end, it made a pop, and directly sent Jack flying away. The huge impact made Jack pass through dozens of buildings in a row, and finally stopped. Immediately afterwards, a long smoke slowly spread around. Su Yong looked into the distance, and then revealed a satisfied smile. It seems that this move is not bad, and the power is quite strong. After sighing, Su Yong released the wooden whip he was holding. Boom! A sound. The huge wooden whip fell to the ground and returned to its original appearance. In the smoke, Jack pushed away the cement board that was holding him down, holding the shuttle knife in both hands, and crawled up with a bewildered face. This guy. What the hell is going on with this guy Su Yong? He assimilated the texture of the ground into his devil fruit power in an instant. Although he hasn't seen him for a while, but, why do I feel that guy's ability seems to have a qualitative leap? Ta. At this time, Su Yong was stepping closer to Jack step by step. He stretched out a hand with a faint green light and pressed it against the wall, and where he touched, no doubt a large chunk of it turned into a wooden object. Of course, Su Yong doesn't have to touch it with his hands all the time, he can use his mind power to spread, but in this way, it will consume more physical strength. And he just happened to be walking towards Jack again, so there was no need to use his mind power to control the spread and enlarge the assimilation area. Advertisement. Boom. At this time, Jack had already rushed out of the smoke, holding the weapon in his hand tightly, and slashing towards Su Yang's head. Bastard, in this short period of time, I have done enough to defeat you. Looking up at Jack who fell from the sky, Su Yang grinned and saw that he waved his hands and touched the things that had turned into wooden objects, all of which rushed towards Jack who fell from the sky. Boom. A sound. Jack hadn't landed yet, and was swept away again. Meanwhile, the other side of the Seventeenth archipelago area. Jin and Quinn are talking on the phone. Huh, what did you say? That guy Jack has gone to fight Su Yang alone. Jin asked in confusion. Yes, that bastard Jack. We have made it clear before that if we find Su Yang's whereabouts, we will be notified immediately, and then we will take action. Quinn looked unhappy, for fear that Jack would startle the snake, and finally let Su Yang and the others escape. Jin pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. It's estimated that Jack was afraid that Su Yang might run away, so he tried to contain him. Let's hurry up and take a look. Well, that's the only way to do it now. I hope that the 17th division of the old guy Whitebeard can be successfully resolved today. In this way, the concerns of Governor Kaido can be well resolved. Quinn said slowly. The rest, we'll talk about it later. 35. Jin responded with a sound, hung up the phone bug in his hand, and then led a group of people to quickly run towards the area where Su Yang was. At the same time, on the third floor window of the eaves, a pair of sharp eyes were also paying attention to the movements below. And he is one of the 3 desert stars of the BIGMOM Pirates, Charlotte Katakuri. I didn't expect that the guys from the Beasts Pirates would also be interested in the 17th division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now it looks like a really good show. Katakuri muttered to himself. Advertisement. After Jin and the others left, Katakuri left with a weapon in hand. After a long time, Seventeenth archipelago, on the coast. Except for Akurolia and Su Yang, everyone else has returned to the ship. And, it's already starting to pack up and get ready to leave the ship. The reason is also very simple, because, Uchiha Madara, they have found a new ship. After a while, Akurolia returned to the ship with 2 cases of fine wine. Where's Su Yang? Diablo asked curiously when he saw that only Akurolia had returned. Akurolia put the wine in her hand on the deck of the ship, then stretched and lay on the deck chair, and finally said slowly. I met an enemy in the middle. I wanted to shoot, but Su Yang wouldn't let me go and let me bring the wine back. 9. Enemy. At this time, lying on the top of the boat, Uchiha Madara stuck his head out after hearing these 2 sensitive words. 0 for flowers. Tisk. This guy Su Yang, after all, he is very beautiful, but he is not a virtue. While speaking, Uchiha Madara stood up, then jumped, landed on the deck of the ship, and continued. Tell me the place. I'm going to pull that Su Yang guy back and tell him what's important. The tornado on the side rolled his eyes at Uchiha Madara, and then complained. You two are not the same thing, Madara, I think you just want to join in. You are all unreliable, let me go. Ace Kano didn't know when he had already taken the divine axe Rita in his hand and tried to leap. Aren't you the same? Except for me on the boat, you are all the same thing. Tornado complained. Advertisement. 0. After a few minutes. On the road. Why did you come over here? Didn't you just say on the boat that you are not interested in fighting? 35 Uchiha Madara glanced at the tornado floating in the air and complained. Don't call me jerk, asshole Madara, of course I'm here to supervise you. Tornado retorted. There is absolutely no need for this, because Su Yang is there. Diablo explained. You are so annoying. Diablo, can you shut up? What Diablo said is true. Ace Kano said with a smile while carrying the divine axe. Tornado was finally invincible with 2 fists and 4 hands, and there was nothing to say about Uchiha Madara, Ace Kano, and Diablo. In the end, he crossed his hands on his chest, raised his head bulgingly, and even raised his flying height a lot. As for Giorno Chopper, he was neutral, watching them bicker, and felt a very warm feeling inexplicably. Of course, not everyone followed. Akurolia and Anna also wanted Emily to wait on the boat. Soon after, Su Yang over there. Today's Su Yang not only has Wood Style Awakening, as well as Sage Body, 8 inner gates, plus hockey, it is obvious that Jack has no chance of winning at all. Now, Su Yang just used Wood Style's Awakening ability, and Jack is no match. I see you, it's the same as before. 99. Su Yang looked at Jack, who who had transformed into a mammoth, and couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement. 98 Want to stage the pirate version of the 3 British battle with Lu Bu. Please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jack, who transformed into a mammoth, not only possesses brute strength, but also possesses powerful resilience and anti-beating abilities due to his huge body. However, Su Yang's side is not inferior, and even strictly speaking, his fighting ability and recovery ability are far better than Jack, who turned into a mammoth. You bastard, stop looking down on people. Jack's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a furious roar. In fact, he felt a little helpless, because, in the previous battle, he had already noticed that Su Yang was far superior to him in both physical skills and devil fruit abilities. Now, the reason why he doesn't leave is that on the one hand, he is waiting for the support of his big brothers Jin and Quinn, and on the other hand, it is a matter of self-esteem. He swung the huge elephant trunk and drew it directly towards Su Yang. Su Yang, 430, jumped agilely, easily dodged Jack's trunk attack, and landed on the top of the building on the other side. It's useless. Kong has brute force, you can't kill me at all. To shut up. Jack roared again, swinging his trunk again and swiping towards Su Yang. But, the result was the same as before, Su Yang easily dodged. Of course, Jack still didn't give up and continued to swipe his trunk towards Su Yang. Boom. Boom. The billowing smoke spreads out towards the surroundings. Advertisement. Shoo! Sounded. Su Yang emerged from the smoke and landed on the street. The next second, he reached out and touched the ground, followed by a light green light that spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he passed, whether it was rocks, buildings, or trees, all turned into wooden objects. Call. Su Yang let out a breath of hot air, and then sneered. Using the mind to launch this move, does it really consume one's own physical strength? 99. After Jack saw that the ground he was on had turned into a wooden object, he subconsciously ran to the area behind him that had not been assimilated. Just stepped out of the wooden object area. The next second, I saw Su Yang wave his hand, and the ground that turned into a wooden object and the building instantly merged together. On the ground, a giant hand radiating green light rose from the ground, followed by clenching his fist, and punched Jack with a punch. Seeing that he couldn't escape from the attacked area, Jack simply didn't run away, swung his elephant trunk towards the falling from the sky, and hit the fist that was dozens of times bigger than the direct one. Drink. Su Yang gave a light drink and instantly covered the huge fist with armament hockey. Boom. At the moment when the trunk and the fist collided, a huge airflow lifted everything around. PFF'd. Advertisement. Jack spit out a mouthful of blood, followed by his entire body being pressed to the ground by this huge fist. A sound. In addition to another airflow, countless cracks were cracked on the ground. In the distance, the pirates who followed Jack were worried after seeing this scene. Captain Jack. The situation is not good. This time, it won't be the same as last time. You bastard, if Captain Jack is here, he'll beat you up if he hears you say that. Captain Jack won't fall so easily. Besides, our support is coming soon. 99. That's right. I'm worried for nothing. How could we possibly lose this time? 35. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Office. Just now, he received a report from Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku worriedly put down the phone bug in his hand. Why did that guy from Kaido fight with the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Sengoku thought to himself. Hearing this, Crane, who was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper, also said, "It's really unexpected, but this is not necessarily a bad thing for us Marine. 0 inches. Advertisement. On the other sofa, Kizaru also nodded, and then continued. Indeed, no matter who is killed or injured, it is also very good news for us. Also, Mr. Sengoku, do we need to intervene? 5. Intervention. As soon as he heard these 2 words, Sengoku had a bad premonition. Last time, he organized people to attack Su Yang and the others. Although the final result, Su Yang and the others escaped, but they didn't get any benefit from the Marine. The most important thing is that these guys will take revenge. If Marine is now involved in the battle between their pirates again, and their cooperation is a small matter, in case they attack the Holy Land Mariajoy again, it will really be worth the loss. No. The 17th Division is a bunch of lunatics. We Marine do not intend to interfere in this matter, but the situation is still up to the master. Sengoku said slowly, his eyes flashing slightly. The mind seems to have planned a conspiracy. And this little detail, of course, could not escape the eyes of the crane. She slowly said, "Don't you want to?" Sengoku sighed softly, and then said, "It would be a pity to give up such a good opportunity. The result I want. Point 4.6 is the inseparable fight between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates. The ultimate winner is our marine." Yes, Sengoku is planning to use the fishing reels to expand the conflict between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, so that the two forces will fight each other. If things really go according to their claims, the marine will be the biggest winner of this event. If it really happens according to what Mr. Sengoku said, we marine are just greedy for a leisurely time. Kizaru said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. It seems, Sengoku, although you can't escape the punishment of the years, your crazy ideas are still as many as before. 99 Su Yang. 3 against 1, I'm not afraid, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku glanced at the crane, and said angrily, "It's too old to say this, anyway, all in all, Marine can't act rashly this time. Whitebeard's 17th Division is too tricky, and too crazy, no one can guarantee what kind of things those lunatics will do." Crane stood up, picked up the cloak engraved with "Justice" on the sand, and said gently, "Okay, leave this matter to me, I will handle it properly." After saying that, Crane opened the door and was about to go out when Sengoku reminded him. "Xiaohei, be careful. If there is an accident, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with those guys." Hearing this, Crane sneered. "Sengoku, although I'm old, I'm not yet demented. With such a powerful enemy, will I mess around?" 10. Su Yang sighed. PFF'd. PFF'd. In the ruins, Jack had changed from a mammoth form back to a human form. The mask on his face had been shattered, and blood kept spilling out of his mouth. Tap tap. Su Yang's figure passed through the layers of smoke and came not far from Jack, with a smile on his face. "Looks like I'm better than that, Jack." Advertisement. Jack stared straight at Su Yang, but did not speak. After all, as Su Yang said, he lost, and he lost outrageously. "The last time I let you save your life, but this time you won't have such good luck, so. Do you know what I'm going to do next?" 39. While speaking, a sharp wooden thorn grew out of Su Yang's hand, and his other hand that had been free broke it. However, just when Su Yang was about to end Jack's life, suddenly, a bullet shot towards him. Su Yang's body tilted slightly, so he easily escaped the blow, and then looked around, and the one who shot was the pirate who followed Jack. "You bloody bastard, what are you trying to do to Captain Jack?" 99. After all, he pulled the trigger again and fired several shots, but without a doubt, they were easily dodged by Su Yang. The next second, Su Yang directly threw the wooden thorn in his hand. The speed of the wooden thorn was far faster than his bullet, and it passed through his forehead in an instant, and then his eyes didn't have time to close. Already fell to the ground. Ah, Su Yang sneered, but didn't care too much, and put his attention back on Jack. However, just when Su Yang was about to do something, all of a sudden, as soon as he arrived at the figure and its fast speed, he rushed down towards him. Su Yang was startled, and immediately jumped to dodge. Boom! A sound. Advertisement. The smoke rose again. After landing smoothly, Su Yang looked away, and a figure stood in front of Jack. He was of even build, tall and stocky. His entire body, including his face, was covered in dark clothing. The huge wings on the back have flames spewing out at all times, wearing a mask and goggles helmet, wearing a black double-breasted shirt with 2 skulls on the collar. There is a pair of black feather wings on the back, and black gloves are worn, leaving not an inch of skin outside. There are ornaments on the arms and legs, a long knife hanging from the waist, and flames around the back of the head. Apparently, he is the Beast's pirates, one of the 3 plagues, Jin. Su Yang is no stranger to Jin. He patted the dust on his body and said with a smile, "I just said, Jack was defeated by me for the first time, how dare he come to seek revenge from me this time? It turns out, there are helpers, but the 2 couples, well, I'm not afraid." As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, suddenly, another figure descended from the sky and landed next to Jin. He wears sunglasses, has purple lips, has a blonde braid on his head, and is obese. Thought he would be too popular if he lost weight, so he insisted on not losing weight. The left hand is a mechanically modified prosthesis. There are two golden beards on the mouth. The right arm has the word Queen and the Beast's Pirates logo tattoo, wearing a black and white suspender. There were two knives pinned behind him and a cigar in his mouth. And he is also one of the three plagues of the Beast's Pirates, Quinn. What 2 on 1? Right, should be 3 on 1. 99. Advertisement. As Quinn spoke, he glanced back at Jack, who was kneeling on one knee, and said angrily, "I'm not wrong, Jack, you should still be able to fight." Jack gritted his teeth and stood up, nodding his head and saying, "Yes, big brother. Didn't we already say it before? We found Su Yong and the others. Don't be impulsive. Look at you, what have you done?" Although Jin 430 didn't look back, just listening to Jin's tone made Jack feel like a child who did something wrong. "I'm sorry, big buddy, I was wrong. This time, I was really impulsive." Jack lowered his head and said softly, "If we came later, it is estimated that you can't stand here and talk to us properly." Quinn said angrily, "Okay, now, it's not the time to talk about this, but to deal with this guy in front of you," Jin said calmly. Su Yong glanced at the three of them, but he didn't make too many waves in his heart. He naturally knows that Jin and Quinn are not too weak, but he is not weak now. In the battle with Jack, Su Yong simply used the ability of Wood Style's Awakening, and did not even enter the state of Sage mode. 3 on 1. I might as well try. Be careful, bro, this guy seems to have developed his devil fruit to a certain extent, and he can easily change the properties of the surrounding objects. Jack, who was standing behind Jin and Quinn, did not forget to instruct him. 100 Su Yong. Sorry, my support is here too, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Jack's instructions, Jin nodded, and at the same time, he spread his wings, exerted force under his feet, and instantly flew to the sky. Quick fight, everyone. Quinn hummed, and started to run towards Su Yong. Jack behind him. After a pause, he reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then ran towards Su Yong. As for Su Yong, at this time, horns grew on his forehead, obviously he entered the state of Sage body. In the air, Jin pulled out the long knife around his waist, covering armament hockey instantly, and then slashed heavily in Su Yang's direction. A golden crescent-shaped blade of light was released from Jin's long blade. Su Yong raised his head slightly and stared at the light blade. He didn't mean to take it hard. He jumped up and quickly dodged to the side. Boom. A sound. The position where Su Yong stood just now caused a violent explosion in an instant, and a powerful air current washed away everything around him. Su Yong just landed smoothly, and at the same time, Quinn fell from the sky with a roar, waving his fists. Bastard, kill me. Quinn's figure was reflected in his eyes, and this time Su Yong didn't plan to dodge. He counterattacked with a wave of his fist, and the moment armament hockey also waved it, it covered his arm. Advertisement. Bang. Sound. The two fists collided, and an air current was set up around again, and the impact caused the ground on which Su Yong stood to be torn apart. Obviously, just grab it, you have no hope of winning. Quinn laughed, his tone full of disdain. And Su Yong just grinned and said solemnly, "If you think you can, just try." HMPH, arrogant. As Quinn's voice just fell, at the same time, Jack rushed out from behind Su Yong, waving the two knives in his hand, and slashed directly at Su Yong. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter, there's no way to avoid it, backquote. Quinn laughed strangely. Su Yong frowned slightly and said softly, "Wood style, wooden golem jutsu." As his voice fell, the area where Su Yong stood, instantly caused an explosion. The billowing smoke spreads in all directions. And at this time, Quinn and Jack flew out of the smoke. After landing smoothly, they looked around, and what caught their eyes was a huge wooden arhat. As for this wooden arhat, Jack couldn't be more clear in his heart, because this wooden arhat was the same wooden arhat that Su Yong had knocked him into the bottom of the sea. Until this moment, there were still some shadows in Jack's heart. He swallowed his saliva forcefully and shouted at Quinn and Jin, "Be careful, bro, this wooden man is not as unbearable as he imagined." "Bullshit, do you think I'm like you? Jack, we can't be as reckless as you are," Quinn retorted. As time passed by every second. Advertisement. On the other side of Sabayati Archipelago, a huge marine warship slowly entered the port. It was Marine's great staff Crane who got off the boat. At this time, a Marine soldier hurried forward and saluted Comrade he. 95. Crane nodded, and then asked again, how is the situation now? Now Jack, Quinn, and Jin, known as the Three Plagues of the Beast's pirates, are teaming up against Su Yong, captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. 5. Hearing that, after a pause, he continued to ask, what about the battle situation? The Marine soldier shook his head. With his strength and experience, he couldn't tell which side had the upper hand and which side had the lower hand. And the Crane seemed to realize this, so he didn't ask any more questions, that was to change the subject and continued to speak. Then you didn't act rashly, and they found out. 35. The Marine shook his head again and replied, no, but, although I can't see who has the upper hand right now, after a while, it should be the Whitebeard 17th Division who has the upper hand. Because, the support from Su Yong will be here soon, and the members include Diablo, Ace Kano, Tornado, Uchiha Madara, and a brand new face. A new face. After he heard this, his eyes flashed slightly, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Is it possible that Guy Su Yang's 17th Division has recruited a new member? 35. Counselor Crane, you're making it difficult for me. I only know of this person, but I don't know what the relationship with him is. Marine replied truthfully. The Crane sighed softly, but without saying anything, she stepped forward. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Su Yong over there. His battles with Jack, Quinn, and Jin also intensified. The once auspicious town has now been turned into a ruin, black smoke is floating everywhere, and the earth is riddled with holes, and many innocent citizens are involved. But, this is the life of the weak, they have no way to resist, they can only accept this cruel fate. Backquote. Boom. The continuous explosion sounded again, and the billowing dust and smoke was like a mist, surrounding the surroundings. It has to be said that Jin, Quinn, and Jack's three disasters teaming up is quite tricky. If you want to get a result in a short time, it is impossible. This guy's strength. It's really beyond my expectations. Whether it's speed, strength, or defense, okay, he's very strong. Jin stood in the air, frowning slightly. With a wrinkle, his eyes were always fixed on Su Yong and Mu Luohan, and he didn't dare to relax. Indeed, Jack is not ashamed to lose at the hands of such a man. Quinn responded. But just as they prepare to launch a new round of attacks on Su Yong, suddenly there was a voice. Su Yong, you guys are really greedy. You cheated that guy from Acurolia back, but you are here to enjoy the feeling of sweating profusely. When everyone heard the sound, they saw several figures on the top of the ruins. Undoubtedly, they are Uchiha Madara, Ace Kano, Giorno Chopper, Diablo, and Tornado. I'm sorry, it seems that my support is also here. Su Yong looked away from Uchiha Madara and the others, turned to Jack and the others, and said with a smile on his face. Advertisement.